镜像直接投到的是守门人，着了，哎，闪现还取消擦个刀，打到了双倒，
可以这一波。然后他底牌贴了插眼，
是乔杉这边马上能亮，看一下佣兵那边电池剩多少？佣兵已经
这边可能要过半秒就了，可能要过半秒就，过半秒就
过半了，
过半了，
一刀，那守门人挂飞，
把守门人带走了，守门人直接带走，
血亏啊！
守门人血赚呀，
血赚呀，
血赚呀！周末不在打排位吗？
不知道是不是真的啊？不知道是不是真的，守门人很勤劳的一位啊。
这镜子非常准，然后直接带走乔杉师，然后丢2个眼，
开眼了，那自杀了，
对，打佣兵一刀。
其实我们这里已经是可以提前恭喜啊，恭喜 AT 了。
好一个了，是的，
已经无力回天了。
对，另外一边电竞还差的，想扑一下，
哎，扑不过，
丢了，要自杀，
反应很快。
这届长之一，很关键，升起来，
哎，近身，
他
哎，就到打了，还压不好，挂飞，再挂中柱，自杀了，
自杀绝，这么挂上去之后，这条是你怎么秀？就看到这边修了之后要过来怎么秀，修完之后还要亮电接，
手里3瓶香水，自己压自己救，
还压不好，
哎呀，
还压不好，
直接触手逼走，
他想要守一个一定要救，
是的，
要得，
一个凝视，
回上水了，
这里着香怎么说？身上还有黑圈，
你看一下啊。
直接放个香水，怎么救？
哎，
扯下来，
有手法，
抽椅子了，
有手法，还一刀，你看到吗？电竞能压好，
找到了，
能压好，
直接过去压线，
闪开，这么出手，
哎，但又出手，
电一下大猴，
见了，
大猴
血量
可以，
开局直接跑了大推，
哎呦，糊了呀，这糊点呀，4号机糊点，糊就刷点，但是这个前锋，
哎呦，哎，恐惧人生，一个蓄力大长刀直接秒了前锋，
为什么？插眼，
是的，
没这个插眼，这个蓄力刀打不到，哇，
我的天哪，炸了呀！
下了个板，直接的往医院走，毕竟守门人身上也是没有道具了。
拍照，
哎，继续先拍个照。那拍个照的话，守门人是有机会升级进镜像了。
他现在就不急了，就打镜像。
打镜像挂上摇牌，反正2个人对吧？
对，
我总能摇到1个人嘛，对不对？你倒地了，我总能摇到你。
你倒地那个，你又不能摸机子。
是的，
然后守门人又是交过自己的。
所以选择往你身上走，而队友的爆点也是很清晰啊。那这波可能要被挂2个了。
看到了，
这怎么不先砍一刀？抬刀没插刀啊？
哎，
想切出来暗杀，
暗杀一下，
这应该正常都不会被找到了。那这波挂2个，再摇牌找到另外一个，对吧？这里再回来防一手，哎，前面好像是感受到耳鸣了，能看到吗？一波回抬，哎，定点定到了佣兵，好像，哎，
哇，
应该是定到了佣兵
了，
对，他
那个方向应该是佣兵的。
那这波如果说把佣兵给挂起来的话，这个距离看到了，应该是看到了以后直接回排回来挂一下，
先挂佣兵，
然后再回排回去挂守护人。
哦，往那个方向看一下，
这把应该是一个4杀节奏了。很精彩，
对，
因为他前期的话可以说是运气很好嘛，直接找到一个调香师。因为如果说调香师你不挂他的话，他外面修机应该是所有人最快的，对吧？修机是最快的，然后
而且调香师如果你不是在镜像里面处理掉，
还有个什么？但是讲道理，这个地窖想跑有难度呀。
是的，
他只要再留个30秒，
拍出来，
拍到1分出手了，
半血，
还有神锅，
哎，蓄力，没打到，
没关系，
乔杉这边门1/3，
这边有个锅，前面还有个小板子，这个出手很关键，
做个走位，
哎，
没拍到，继续绕，再吸红，再蓄力，没打到
，2个板，
看板，
前面这个位置有说法。
怎么说？
要弹个板加速，得要黄衣走位失误。
是，黄衣为下面这边是一个近身，
把菇交了。哎，把菇交了，
走远了。哎，直接交近身，
一板
没有打到，
板加速，
有翻板加速，前面交地窖，
有出手吗？前面
有没有？
有出手吗？
哎，没有出手，跳地窖，
我的
跳地窖。 这边有个说法，感觉是要求稳求死。调香这边上这个位置感觉是要准备跳地窖的。
调香跳地窖有点危险，
有点危险
前锋的血线还没过呢。
那这一波镜子就有说法了，拦不拦得住？还有一刀斩，一走位过不过去？敢不敢传过去？完了！怎么说？调香躲不掉了，一刀斩！天哪！
哎，
全部捞下来
了，
了，漂亮！先把守门人赶出去。哎，倒了，有没有拍加速？
完了，这个速度没有
爬不出去，我的天！
但是一刀没了，佣兵还可以救人。
还有说法，半血的佣兵可捞人。
前锋是没有交过搏命的，
但是调香师这边上挂飞呀，
他在摸前锋。
有说法，有说法。
摸前锋，前锋过来救人，搏命出去。
是。
还不挂调香。
还不挂调香。
哎，那好像摸起来走了呀，可以。
对。两个人都过来了。
佣兵给你打一个。
哎，这个选择。
佣兵扛个镜子。
说的还是技能哦，懂了，有传送。哎，但是搏命啊！
搏命，
处理不掉。
前锋的搏命是没交过的。
是的。
把调香摸起来。
赶紧挂调香，调香这边已经自己压好了。
哎呦，这搏命。
哎。行，能4跑感觉能4跑，怎么说？手里还有传送，交不交？
交了，
一定要打到调香，打不打得到？
出去，直接出了。
哎呦，
等一下，佣兵
怎么说？守墓人，
哎，守墓人没出去。
调香守墓人怎么说？慢慢往外挪，再挂调香，调香上挂飞。守墓人没有爬行加速啊，应该是个单弹搏命。
佣兵往地窖口倒了。
不对呀，这个节奏不对呀！如果说守墓人能牵得进来的话，直接交镜子过去，守墓人没有爬行加速，佣兵起不来。
能挂上吗？他刚刚是放下过来
放过一次，而且这边近点是有没有椅子？
有一个椅子，
那
挂上了。
佣兵起不来，怎么说？
守墓人挂飞，佣兵还是可以走地窖。
是。
切不切闪现？踢那个佣兵那台机了。
我觉得有点堵，有点堵。
80的剂量，
哎，堵了，
传头到了，卡到电机，那这边的话，慢慢开始打运营了，
能消耗道具，
对，开始进入红夫人的节奏。
不露这边，哎呀，全交完，啊，不露确实不贪，
已经没有护腕了，已经没有护腕了。
那这个开门战佣兵就是个累赘，
他这边可能要针对佣兵打了电机，我也放掉了。
是的，
但是他这里如果直接过来追佣兵的话，他传送时间可能会有点久。
哎呦，这个板
有点久，
这个板是真的疼。范围很广，
盖了个头啊！
哎呀，
没有大洞。这次开始升小船了，船头手工正在改，小船电机也快亮了，小船电机快亮。进大洞，
打了，
大洞在船上，哎呀，
很用呀，很用。你看电机压好了，都被传送给交了。
所以这个金条他上不了大赛。
对他现在只能这样子，只能去拖，想到
人压机位啊。
对，只是想到了拖不了。哎，开门战少个传送，
他对象没了，传送也没了，手刀亮机，
这样。
亮
机守墓人能压门，祭司2个洞，停了。
他这个地上过去可能会被祭司的洞废掉的。
对，停了。海滩没提到，大概
哎，但是前面有个洞，刚才那个地方，哎，奥利奥打了个奥利奥，
哎呀，稍微大招，那也等于没打，
那等于没打。但这个地方还有洞呀，这个镜子被废掉了。刚才是不是有个洞没有清掉？对，没有清掉，那这个洞被废掉了呀。这个镜子被废掉了，是不是地窖？
没有，
地窖在大门，地窖在大门。
天。这个，
但是他镜像真空时间有点长呀，还有12秒，
还有12秒，走远了，
进了呀！
这边要跳地窖了，
哇，
完了呀！完了，这个洞伏笔了。
哇，
他那个洞刚才没打，
哇，直接走地窖了。
是的。
2台遗产都在这。
手2连了。
你开了另一台，还有一台。
开了没用啊，你小兵开不掉啊。
还有一台呢。
一刀打倒守墓人。
你不挖地？
不挖吗？镜子抬回去了，手椅子拦不下来了，再挖地，打倒了，打断。
这不挖，不提前挖，你想救人？
啥了呀？
对，佣兵啊，看佣兵啊。
不急挂了。佣兵这边还是选择过来硬救。
过来，我牵人，打气球刀，你来。
纵使你是半血的佣兵，
哎，过半你救嘛，过半
给你救嘛。
哎，骗你！你以为我要去挂骑士不拦，我又回来了。
马上换回来，这守墓人感觉。
给你一刀，哎呦！
还能挂得上，再打一刀捞下祭司。
捞祭司。
哎，
先打一刀佣兵。 把守门人挂了，
挂上在手。
佣兵直接丢在这，谁来救？
对，这祭司不用管，你也摸不了箱子。
协助于是自罚，
很难了，很难了。
他还可以判断出祭司的位置，他在这边摇了个镜子，没有转向。哎，听到声音了，一刀
自杀。
攻击了佣兵，远处给他来一刀，
直接交互按，很谨慎。这个位置的话，逼不到佣兵，佣兵的话还是得从左手边救。
哎，稍微短了一点，
还没打到，
开刀，
打断了，
再给一刀，
再给一刀，没有插到。
哎，双
倒。那这波手是不亏，
局势稍微掰回来了。
是的，二阶宁
双倒就是掰回来了一点。
是的，是的，
给他一刀。
二阶宁是双倒。
是。远处蓝空军，空军得直接开枪。
这把枪怎么说？能不能躲掉？护手是可以挡枪。
哎，知道了，这人不一定救得下来，那边有出手。
你上有出手，这边的话要盲拍一手。在逼走位拦下来了，我的天！炸了！这把
求生者炸了，
求生者炸了，
没救下来人，双倒，
枪还在。佣兵这边怎么说？
佣兵还不好起。
是的，离得近啊，就直接
给他上个圈，
当面交织起，给个圈。
佣兵是不救的，佣兵没自起了。
是的，但这个时候佣兵身上还有黑圈，一下拍到。
哎，
哦，
打到空
军，枪还没交出来。电池不够，很难受。
他压住最后一台了。
是的，直接把大龙口袋遗产机给压住了。
点不亮啊！
点不亮，太多了呀！
人得守
偷人了呀！
偷人了。没事，先挂飞。
先挂空军，没有问题。
但是大门那台机子算是压好的。
差的不多，只有一个眼。
一个机甲盖。
是的。这个时候有没有考虑切技能了？
切技能。
得切了，传送，手电机，拦下来。
哎呦，差点短了一点。
对，不急了，手电机，就手电机。拍到了，挂先知，不挂，先凝视。蓄力刀打佣兵，自杀。
可以，
漂亮。按一手的话，佣兵这边等到一刀斩结束，直接交一个搏命，抢点门能出。
一刀结束了。
那这里也不急了，一刀斩结束，这条箱过不过半也无所谓。过来了，这说明这个门的进度他觉得是可以点开的。
对，这门进度带个搏命是可以开的。
搏命了，门多少？
打条箱
换佣兵，打佣兵换条箱，能不能点开？
再给一刀，
再点，再顶门。哎，有点危险啊，这个时间。哎，开了，能不能出？能出，哎，倒2个，
捡佣兵，
先给撞了。佣兵出去了，条箱怎么破？爬出去了，条箱前锋自跑，我的天哪！
击杀了。
下一个竞赛也不好击杀，因为这里是可以打那个传送的。
是的，手上传送好了，他捡磁铁，他捡磁铁应该就不会传了。
是，
就直接走过去。
回忆已经等好了，因为他有听到那个磁铁的特效声，
有加分，还有加分。吸附，磁铁吸附，一波弹，哇，双胞胎了这波。手上还有最后一个磁铁，怎么说？这手博弈，一个麦当劳叔叔被锤了一拳。
麦当劳叔叔卡了一下膜。
那手上还有最后一个磁铁，应该能在窗户边上控一波，然后弹窗。
是，他应该要等机上的这个铁。
感觉他溜红夫人还溜得挺好的，而且是2阶红夫人，这磁铁还真都能用上。怎么说？这一下
转过来弹，
这也能再吸一下，吸，直接吸晕，
直接吸你了。
沙包的话，沙包没
人，直接拉点。徐丽这边是个调香师，
这个镜像投过来，哎，这个镜像可能会拿不到刀，这边逼过来。
过一波香水，不着急，香水放上，
先吃香水。那这样的话，应该在中间不动，你回不回？回了，这边再拉回来，镜像时间。还有这个位置，刀打中，
哇，我的天，
这就是巅峰时间图的红夫人。这个镜像溜住的话，下一个闪现都带走了。
对，没错，
不能受伤啊。调香师打红夫人，甚至是不能破箱啊。
这香水第一波就破了，这一刀
好，等于这个镜像是拿到刀了。
这位置看前面过来，这个板一刀肯定是稳有的了，
一刀
沉下来，
哎，
哎呦，
被打了个，还被打了个双刀，
那4杀局，
哎，单刀监管者啊，
打双刀，红夫人双刀是鬼故事呀！
哎，这边扛刀又不是个先知，也不能信鸟，哎，我的天！
你扛这刀没用，下一波有镜像，
还有5台电击调像是二勾了，
关键是你扛了这一刀是什么意思啊？扛了这刀你多钱地 buff 呀？
这个不是平局的问题了，这个是4杀的问题了，
四杀的问题了，对，4杀的问题了。
单刀监管打双趴，
这边陈峰有没有手法？
来了，
垒了，
掉下来，
但是丢了，手速非常的快，
手速非常快，
闪现嘛，
闪现打一刀，直接打前锋了，
或者直接杀前锋就行，这个节奏很舒服。
强势骑得慢，骗过来一刀，
骗到了，哦呦，我的天哪，这个博弈，骗还真的是骗到了，没招个镜像，
这个镜像打不到，这个镜像短了，而且左边有障碍物，
哎，预判球，
那没了呀，
没了，他能透视你的，你预判球是不行的，
合理不到的。
再过回去摇下来了，他只能保证他这个墙是要飞，如果要摇下来，他丢了。这边上去应该直接掏，一刀掏下来。手里面还有闪现呀！
这边把调音师打倒可以挂一下前锋，
闪现都逼不出来，
刷一下前锋的血线。前锋交自己那也行，这边对方撤过来，算了，不管了。
先把调音师挂飞吧，挂飞吧。
哎呦！这边居然离镜像这么近，一直在盯着镜像位置。刚才就想打前锋了，但是想算了，哎，这个闪现把前锋带走。哎呀，这手里现在有个2阶镜像，
刀
带走，
摸不起来。
前锋没有自愈，前锋没有自愈，同样是还没起，这边直接先插眼，
他插个眼。这边另外一边调音师叫自起，这个是一刀，
这打得像排位赛。
像，
没所谓的，
直接挂都没关系的。这种节奏已经是随便选择，你选择项
怎么处理都
太多了，对，
这个
选择是太多了。
这个前锋没有搏命，这边直接就不管前锋了，强势过来救人，这边意识到了，拉着这个佣兵过来打刀，那这样的话
一个
命调将士，
哎，2个可以有2个，哎呀，
再把佣兵挂一下，
再被人挂了。另外一边想去摸前锋，摸起来，前锋还在修。哦，那个残酒，那个是那个什么那刀，没了，抬走，4杀局，
是要打个洞，但是来不及了，
因为这个刷点他已经看到了，看到人影才投地上，他看不到的话不投的，前面这位置能打洞去对面。
其实他这个出生点对祭司来说就不是很舒服，哎，这个想套路，哎，可以套
路到了，这一波套路到血钻。
这个鸟就等于没有作用了，因为
他是看到约瑟夫抬手了，刚刚约瑟夫做了一个假动作，抬手前后动作。
但是那个距离这边前锋的话拉了一个非常大的球，拐弯。
哎呦，还好撞到了。
哦，那这样的话转移的话，医生就能拉非常远的。
对，没错，是只敢在外围绕着。
对，这波有超加速，他这个闪现是交不出来的。
是的，不敢交了，风险很大。这边进上，前面有个闪现的机会，这位置一刀。
对，一刀。
那还在镜像里面要挂，还要需要一点时间呀。
前锋还有半个球，他现在单挂医生没有用，他必须再把别人人给打败。
哦呦，这里
偷了，
我的天，直接炸裂了！
这边埋伏了一个 F，那这样的话，基本上他整局应该是没什么任何机会了。
是的，
节奏就裂了，就他裂，就等于说重新打一把，重新找节奏啊，前锋过来。这边前锋是打算拖一会儿，因为空军他是有那个还是直接救了。哎呦，没有撞晕，空军上挂二挂了。那这个
又是双刀，
撞了，不敢翻。这边还是想
救呀，
一个超强球直接过去了。但是这边底牌切回来，救不下来了，救不了，直接杀前锋，救不了前锋还得摘。是的。哎，那这一把说法来了呀！是的，电击不够，前锋倒，那这边空军刚飞，是的，节奏还接上了，直接续上，无缝衔接，是。那这边救人可能有压力，不是特别好救，给一刀救下来，没有圈。那这边他可以选择去杀一个调音师，因为调音师被挂过的。是的。哎，快倒2根出手，对，球还有最后的1/4。最后一点球拉完，倒了呀！倒了，牵制不动了，那不敢修了。前锋还是有自愈的，是的。摸一下箱子啊，差不多。其他洞，
摇动，但是能不能打断？
能不能打断？
能不能打断？
打断了，
打断了，
杀死比赛。没了，没办法，一点办法。
没有用。他的大洞还有100多秒 CD 的时间。
我的天哪！
停止不动了。
饮食辛辣，与美食共舞，引发口腔溃疡、口舌生疮、口腔炎。嘿，口喉消炎止痛治溃疡，请喷3金牌桂林西瓜霜，桂林3金。2020，用爱重启，欢乐在一起，来欢乐谷与所爱尽享欢乐时光。
拿命撞，拿命撞，
撞，哎，
拿命撞，
小陀螺还是被打断了。
没关系，没关系，没关系。
上三角，
完了，这是必来狗，接下来一刀，
来一刀，
来了，我们看这个地上跑过来，一刀，
这一上，哎，哦，这个
哎，
台
突然弹失误了，
是的，来一刀拿这里。
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals. And again, you will be with us. My name is Sayora, and with me is Poch Spice, opening you up some spicy games for today. And you have to take note that this is the apex of all Identity 5 esports. So, Poch, I am so excited.
Exactly. You said it best. It's the Apex tournament happening right now. Today is the final day. All roads lead to here. We have the best of the best to duke it out for Identity 5 glory. It's the 4th day. May the 4th be with all the teams right now because they have to leave it all on the line. My goodness, you guys, strap in because we're about to get things started today. Woo! Get shivers.
Yeah, I mean, despite me, it's very cold here, but I'm getting really sweaty because if you witness, guys, the previous matches ever since from day one, it was all intense. There wasn't a day that we kind of laxed because everything was really getting the hotness into our homes by watching
Yep.
these games.
It just kept ramping up from day one to day to today, and we'll just be taking a look at the brackets just to preview how we got to this day right now. And as Sayora mentioned, you know what? It just kept ramping up from day one to now. You joined us in day one, and we already had extra times with PG versus AL. And you know what? They moved on. AL as well as, and then they faced off against MWS. Now MWS is in the semifinals, heading off against 5HS. And in the other side of the bracket, we have GR versus Ace. So those are the 4 teams to look at. All spotlight is on them, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed. And you know what? These 4 teams are considered already our top 4 for our COA 3 Global Finals. All I have to do now is just really battle out who gets that title.
So again, that was just basically the roadmap of how we got to this point. And today's matches, we're going to determine who will make it to the finals. We're going to be seeing MWS face off against 5HS and GR versus Ace. And who will be able to punch their ticket, we'll find out as the day progresses.
Indeed, and so far these teams showed remarkable performances all throughout our days. But let's check our rules just real quick right here, to really further identify how our games will be going.
Yeah, exactly. Because again, you know what, since you mentioned it was the Apex, this is the Apex of all tournaments, it has to be played the most optimal way. So this is just the snapshot of how our schedule for this entire weekend. We started on May 1 from 16 teams. It dwindled down on the 3rd day to just 4. And now we are here to determine the sole winner of Call of the Abyss 3. And they will be duking it out later today. So this is just the snapshot of what just happened. And these are just the teams that represented. We have regions from China. We had regions from Japan, Southeast Asia, just representing the most competitive level of Identity 5. And all eyes are on MWS, 5HS, GR, and Ace.
Definitely. And you know what? Like what you said, as the teams really dwindle, we're gonna see a lot more. I'm pretty sure for this day that we're gonna see a lot more intense fights. But you know what? Let's head out onto the brackets just real quick right here on how things went. So this were the respective teams who battled it out, and now sorted on what they're gonna on who they get to face for this day. And so our rules right now, there would be no identical survivors to be chosen, and in each round we will be having 2 halves, the first and the second. This means that the teams will be having some switcheroos come the second half. And again, these would be the respective maps that we are going to have it randomized. And the Arms Factory, Lakeside Village, Moonlit River Park, Sacred Heart Hospital, Leo's Memory, and if I'm not mistaken, what was the other one? I kind of keep on missing that.
Just 6 maps that they have to duke it out in. And legendary mechanics means that there's going to be picks and bans. If you can see here, round number 1, the Hunter team will be able to ban 1 survivor. Then in round number 2, we're going to ramp things up. The Hunter will be able to ban 2 survivors, while the surviving team will be able to ban 1 Hunter. And so on and so forth. And now, Sayora, we have the privilege of actually watching a round number 5. So you see how the pool and path characters will really limit the choices, and we're going to see who is the best of the best. And this is how the scoring system works. 1 survivor is equivalent to 1 point, but a shutdown of 4 survivors takedown or a 4 survivor out is equivalent to 5 points. So you best be sure that these teams want to go for those 5 points.
Indeed. Of course, because look at what they would be getting once they held that title of COA 3, Call of Duty 3 champions right now with that prize pool of money. And you know what? This is also embedding your mark on each and every one that you are this year's, top team from all of the regions. So I'm pretty excited how things would turn out, Poch. But for now, with our first 2 matches, it's still going to be a best of 3s.
Yes, that is true, and legendary rules dictates that we will be finding the best of the best, especially come to grand finals, since the picks and bans are going to be put into place, and I believe it's going to come up to how many survivors and how many hunters bans. So if you guys haven't seen any of the off-meta hunters, you will today. So do tune in for the finals, but we still have a long road to get there. I mean, we're just right there. We see the light at the end of the tunnel, but we're not quite there yet because we do have 4 teams to still punch in their 4 teams to duke it out, and only 2 of them will punch their ticket to the grand finals.
Definitely. So I don't know. This is getting pretty excited. I mean, I have a lot of things to say, but right now it's leaving me speechless because these teams really showed prowess and, stood their ground for these slots right here. And you know what? Regardless of what happens, these 4 teams, MWS, 5HS, GR, and ACE, will be known as the top 4 teams here in our tournament. So, like what we've said, this is the best of the best across the globe, the apex of all IDV esports, and I don't know. I as much as I want to, get things going and start it off, of course, there are still some preparations to be done. And, let's just look at it real quick. And if you notice that these teams really focused onto the meta, specifically, let's start with MWS and 5HS, really showing some prowess in during their performances onto their matches. And you know what? I think this is the go signal for us later on to see the team profile first. You thought, Pocha? You thought.
What did I think? What did I think? What did I think?
Nothing. But this is the team profile for 5HS. Like I mentioned, this is you, the Long, Lings, SGG, Lil, Yang, and Ju. So, like what we've been saying, the preferred characters are here onto our screens, still sticking to the meta, but you know what? There's still the forward preference. And going back here into our player introductions, the Long doing some containment in terms of our previous performances.
Yeah, if you look at MWS's performance yesterday, they really had a neck-and-neck battle against AL. And you could actually call them the underdogs because MWS is the sole Japanese team representing their region. So that is a huge weight on their shoulders. So they have an arduous task of trying to, scratch and claw their way to the grand finals. But you best be sure that the region is already supporting them. I'm pretty sure in the chat they're all giving them their love and support as they move on to face 5HS. And you were speaking about the meta, and yes, they do. They are a very meta-heavy team, but rest assured that they can also swing other ways because they did treat us to a feaster match, a back-to-back feaster match against AL.
Indeed. And you know what? Before we really stick onto the Hunter side, let's look at SGG so far right here. On the stats really speaks for himself, and it just goes to show that 5HS shows remarkable performance, and they do have that patience as well all throughout our matches. Hence, the reason why they have their spot right now. And the thing that was most really commended on, especially with 5HS, was Yang. Like here, look at the average score. Look at his stats right here. The Bloody Queen mirror image stats, really on point. And you've seen him play, Poch. You've seen him be disciplined in our he was, I would say, one of the team.
Exactly. So this is one of the scariest hunters. We've seen him just adapt with the meta and also go with his preference picks. So 5HS is a very formidable foe against MWS. And as you said, you know what, the stats really do speak for themselves. These numbers don't lie. The hunter containment, the average decoding, they really know how to make those rotations happen, and they really know how to hunt if ever you're looking at Yang's stats there. And going over to you, the forward meta, it's been playing a lot in Identity 5, especially in Call of the Abyss 3, and it even came to the point where it started being banned, priority banned over the M&Ms. So you have to think that these teams are thinking of probably changing it up or still sticking with that forward meta until it gets taken off the table.
Definitely. And you know what? Even though as much as they want to prioritize, like what you said, the M&Ms, it really depends on how our games would go, especially on rounds 1 and 2. And that was like wise decision making for our teams. Because you really also, from our performances all throughout, this forward is being one of the things to the in terms of taking the survivors, and we all understand the reason why the respect ban is there behind it. And looking back here onto our stage, detectives, this is 5HS, you know, looking pretty good, and you know, Yang right there looks like he's very prepared in some potential hunter takedowns for later.
Exactly. You know what? They look really great now, and you know they mean business once they sit down on those chairs and the round starts. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is 5HS, a very scary team. They've been really consistent with a lot of their performances. And as I said before, MWS, this is the team from Japan. Really close call they had with AL, and they will be the ones facing up against 5HS. We have Tai, AM, BB, Yotsu, GL, Magu, and YC.
And of course, if you guys look at the preferred characters right here, still sticking to the meta, but there is like twists in their stories. The Gravekeepers, the forwards, they've been utilizing it in a manner wherein they could really turn the tides to their favor. And this is what our player introduction is. Stats speaks again for themselves. They don't. It's kind of like it's more on how they really execute into the game that made these possible numbers appear here. And and that's it. We're seeing how the alternate and decoding.
Yeah, it's all in theory. These are great numbers, but it's on paper. Usually when you go to the game, it's a different story because you have an active opponent trying to shut down your game plan and implore his own game plan. So this is Magu, by the way. He did a great performance yesterday with his Bloody Queen. You know, very on meta. They can really they're really effective when they're on meta, and they can also adjust the game plan if they have to. With I believe the one to commend yesterday was Yotsu's Feaster.
Yes, indeed. And you know what? The thing is, I also like how coordinated MWS is here during their performances. And here we have Tai, the one who really contains the hunter all throughout. I mean, it's kind of given because the fact that he is highlighted and is able to create a 3 or even 2 Cypher kites. It's something that it is really beneficial for his teammates. And you know, it's even though that Magu has this factor of, you know, in contribution, but you can't really disregard Tai here as well because his containment duration, it's average, it's above average, and you just have to, you know, really commend for that. But here, I also want to highlight this as well. Yotsu, our game changer, our momentum breaker from yesterday's match, Poch.
Yes, momentum breaker indeed, because he was the one that turned the tides into MWS's favor. In that hunting that he did with the Feaster. Very effective Feaster, so that's another character they have in their pocket, as well as you mentioned, Tai, a very effective kiter, as well as his character preference of choice is the Priestess, so that's something that their opponents have to also consider because they're bringing a lot of cast of characters into the mix as they go on to this best of 3 series.
Indeed. And you know what, I'm pretty excited on some, you know, various survivor pools that we potentially get to see later on, because this is usually our teams are sticks to the meta. You know, that's no questions asked. I mean, if your usual go-to is to really go for that sweep, okay, go for the meta sometimes. But you know, as our rounds really progresses, the hero pools or survivor pools rather really dwindle. So the thing is that this is where the legendary rules come into play, right? This is where we get to see what kind of mixes or spices that they would add up into their game, you know, to keep the opposing team off guard and to, you know, make it into a point like what NWS Yotsu did, you know, to shaken the momentum that both of the teams are offering with each other. And if you look here, Poch, they're looking pretty good in that stage.
Yeah, exactly. They mean business. You know, at the start of the game, all the cards are all on the table. They can pick whoever they want, except for one survivor ban. But then, you know, like you said, the choices will start slimming down, and they're gonna start to really dig in deep and try to come up with other strategies aside from the effective meta that we've always been seeing. So as Grizzly mentioned, he lives for these type of moments, and we all do as the matches progress, as the matches go on. So are we going to see like a match number 3 or maybe even extra time? Because again, it's day number 4. All these teams are very hungry to move on to the grand finals. So we're going to find that out in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to head over to the picks and ban phase.
Yes, indeed. And the first map of today is Arms Factory. So this is a bit compact, so this leaves a lot of options, especially for the hunter side. And again, M&Ms, one of the M&Ms won't come into play. Mechanic, I like it how they prioritize the mechanic more, but this opens up the option for the seer and the forward, and then again seer, forward, and the mercenary. And again, like what I've mentioned, forward is gonna come into play because it's been used efficiently. So far, it's not something as it's broken not to be disregarded. So, and we've been like witnessing these forward mercenary tandems that are really, you know, really working pretty well. But looking here, the priestess as their final 2 picks.
So obviously the seer has to be on the table. He's too powerful to be ignored, and the seer being able to just give a lot of movement to the survivors. And now we're gonna see a Dream Witch in Arms Factory, one of the most compact spaces in the area, compact maps in the game. So a seer in that would also be able to, you know, give movement to the survivors. But this Dream Witch can be very harassing in this map.
Indeed, but you know, I love the composition right here because they have the mobility, they have the flexibility, and also they have this added protection and delay time because the forward with his tackles, the seer with his owls, and of course mercenary for his pads as well. And what's good about this is that the priestess complements the mobility that these 3 have with the help of the holy keys. As compact as the map is already, the priestess kind of like gives you a more, you know, nitro boost from one area to another. But you know what? This is the first half of our first match for today between 5HS and MWS. And you know what? The Dream Witch really rocking right now as he has his first target.
Yes, SGG will be the first one. Leech, Magu, again, really wanting to snowball this Leech momentum he has, and he spots Ling right away. And now you rest assured you're going to see a Leech coming from Magu here as he tries to make his presence felt throughout. Gets the hit, and Ling is early injured in the first seconds of this match.
That was beautiful execution for Magu right here. You know, adding some threat levels in the very early game. And now Ling has to really kite his way here. But this is a good choice. This is a good option for him in terms of location. But speaking of location, looks like SGG will be taking a hit from one of Magu's followers onto the other side of the area.
Early damage on. I mean, 5 ciphers are still being worked on here, and Ling and SGG are already injured. Ling, gets hit. Nice blink in there, and look at that. We already have a down survivor in the early onset of this match. It's going pretty well so far, but anything can happen, Sayora.
And did you see that beautiful strategy by Magoo? The follower outside is gonna use it to really taunt the priestess from going in the factory. And now when the priestess went in, he uses the other follower for that.
Yes.
And that was really demonstrated effectively right now. And again, moving forward here, I love it how Magoo is just taking his time, really pinning down the priestess here to secure that survivor. But you know what? 5HS really won't let that happen. The owl's gonna be used. Gonna take a hit, but no injury whatsoever. It's not gonna be incapacitated. The delayed effect won't be, activated. And now this is a good job for. That was a
last
close
effort though. Close call indeed. 3 ciphers left. Ling is gonna try to get some space between her and Magoo right now. And now SGG is on the run. Now Tide Turner has already dwindled and Ling has fallen down. Magoo is still not phased here, still going at it, still applying the pressure on the survivors. As you can see there, the forward is trying to take out the leech, and you can switch over here. Ling being brought back to the chair is the second time in that rocket chair, Sayora.
Yes, indeed, but this is also a good opportunity for to really flex their way to really decode and potential save to the priestess come the 9% of the cooldown. Countdown, rather.
Forward coming in for the save. Just practices some patience here because he knows that Magoo is a constant threat as he tries to unchair the priestess, waiting for the countdown to just really get to the final seconds. And the forward gets the save. Tide Turner is still in effect. An excellent escape so far. Let's see how far Ling can get.
That was a hair away from being hit, but you know what? He won't allow that to happen because the last effort once more will be procced. Ling will be going down anytime soon. And if you look at the lower side of the screen, the Seer is focusing on decoding while the others are removing the leeches that Yu has in him earlier.
Exactly, so Magoo's still going at it, still applying the pressure and the unrelentless smothering offense that this Dream Witch has. We have 2 injured, 1 already ballooned, and this is the 3rd time, I believe, of the priestess on the chair, and you see that Magoo is shifting his priorities to these healing survivors, and he's able to get a leech on SGG.
Yeah, indeed, and you know what? Going back here, we are down to 2 ciphers already, and this is not. This is also a good leeway for 5HS to really distract Magoo, and I think the best strategy here is to.
Big hit coming in from Magoo there. You tried dropping a pallet, but the Blink was able to just circumvent that drop pallet, and now you have a ballooned forward and now chaired.
Yes, indeed, and that is a potential survivor for Magoo right here. But let's see how 5HS would react to this. Take note, SGG is injured, so that's added risk in terms of saving. But then again, it kind of has a various options right here. Oh, I think he used abnormal to destroy that.
Deadly combination, Sayora. Good eye there. But look at this. The mercenary gets hit just so he could save the forward. There's no more Tide Turner, and the countdown is happening for that delayed effect of that mercenary because he had to take that hit. The only healthy survivor now is the Seer, and rest assured that the forward is going to try to get away, but no, 2 fall down, Sayora.
Yes, I get it because he used the football to really burden up the distance, but he was, I think, was stuck in the terrain right there. Hence, he wasn't able to make that initial, escape.
The distance wasn't enough. Magoo is able to swipe down that forward. And now resources are slowly crumbling down. So let's see how 5HS will bounce back from this onslaught of offense from this Dream Witch.
And I think we're looking so good for Magoo. Not really as fast as it is, but I love it how patient that he's going here right now. Really abusing the fact that he used like his football earlier. And speaking of that, looks like the Seer will be having that knockdown once again, preventing from saving the mercenary in the chair.
All eyes are on you right now as he tries to pick up the pieces of what remains. Magoo over here still very smothering, still guarding this mercenary that's on the chair. And now rest assured that this seer is also going to see a rocket chair as you see on the lower left part of the screen. That is you trying to get rid of the leech that Magoo placed on him.
Indeed, and this may be a potential sweep for Magoo. I mean, all he has to do now is just to really be patient because Yu is injured and he has one chair down, and the long as well is also knocked down. So this is more of a patient game for Magoo here. Meanwhile, the forward has to do his best, but unfortunately, he was knocked. Oh wait, he's still alive. He was able to evade that hit, but up to what? It's dead.
Yes, the mercenary is gone, the seer is up, and Yu is down. So once again, it is still all Magoo. He's really practicing a lot of discipline, not overextending himself, still applying the pressure. The long here is still getting away from all this offense that Magoo is just throwing at 5HS. Look at these followers that are just constantly harassing DeLong. We still have a down forward, and now Magoo is just, you know, picking his shots well, just so he can try to get that 5 points for his team.
Meanwhile, DeLong here really has to, you know, utilize everything that he can, the terrains and you know, the transitions from one area to another to prevent him from
and DeLong will fall down. That is GG's. 5 points go to MWS.
Yes, indeed. That was a pretty dominating game, if you ask me. And I don't know, it's really the patience of what do you call this? Of Magoo.
Yes.
To really not go for the rush strategy, but more of utilizing his followers back there, just so he could really pin down one by one the survivors and, you know, make a play of his own.
Exactly. It's that discipline, that just calculated aggression that he displayed to us, that he was really more for the long-term game. He didn't want to chair someone too soon. He was keeping everyone in check. He had eyes on all the survivors, and rest assured his eyes were on the prize, ladies and gentlemen. So that's a 5-0 in the first half of match number 1.
This is a good way to start our final day. Really, the sweep. And I love it. I would love to see how MWS turn this out. I don't know. I mean, this is pretty interesting. I am you know, lost for words in this early day, early morning.
You know what? MWS put the pedal to the metal. They really want to just make a quick. They want to make quick work out of this match, and you have to also account that the one who's going to be moving on is going to play again. So you know you have to think about the mental stack of these players as well as the stamina that they display. So let's check out those match stats, Sayora.
Yes, indeed. And Magoo here, just really getting those hits, those strikes. It was a lot, but you know, it was really worth it because it got him a sweep. But you know what? Still kudos to 5HS right here. Really well coordinated decoding progress. It's just that they were one cipher short because they weren't able to really prime that out, and they were pinned down in a situation wherein they weren't able to heal each other or really reunite to remove the leeches, to go for the heals. And again, this is really more about Magoo's patience, because it's if you really notice that he wasn't going for a way that it has to be rushed. So I really like how Magoo played this dream witch right here, and I'm pretty sure this is gonna be not seen into our boards. It's gonna be bad, I'm pretty sure, alongside with.
I'm sure, yeah, and as you said, the patience of Magoo is really the deciding factor in this game. His blinks were on point. His timed hits were really on point. He was really able to practice that patience and that discipline to go for the calculated shots. And I think he really did try to go for the long game because, as you mentioned, I think he was sporting abnormality. So he really wanted to hamper the decoding of the survivors.
Because he knows that the Dreamwitch is really efficient in this specific map, like the Arms Factory, how compact it is, and this is it just really demonstrated how the followers, especially when dispersed, are utilized in a manner wherein you get to play mind games with your survivors, and that happened just earlier on, and I think for this second half of round number one, it's highly likely we get to see either the Dream Witch again for the side of 5HS or a Bloody Queen. Or
Very
maybe a
true.
Feaster. Well, you may never know.
We will never know. That's a wild card for sure, and it's always on the table. You know, you can never say never in this type of game. We don't know what these teams are thinking. They could just go for a Trump pick and just go, yeah, let's go Feaster, because Feasters have been proven that they can excel pretty well in this map, as well as the meta characters. So you wouldn't be surprised if you see a Queen or another Witch on this map, depending on the ban.
Indeed, and you know what?
Oh wait, no
like
ban. Sorry, there's no ban just yet.
No ban for the hunter. Survivors hunting banning a hunter, hunting a banner.
Yes.
What? Hunting a banner? What? Okay. For this round one, guys, no hunters to be banned. Okay, let's
Only
not get things
survivors,
mixed
yes.
up. Okay. Okay, I mean, like going back, like what you said, the Feaster has this high level of threat enough to have a double Feaster match during yesterday.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was yesterday. And you know, the thing here is that, but I think it's highly likely it's either the Dream Witch or the Bloody Queen to get chosen, since this is still the second half of our round number one. So you really, you know, the hunters really usual go-to is to, like, you know, go for the meta, since there are no ban hunters, like what we've mentioned earlier.
Just maximize it while it's on the table, because in the second round, one of it, they're gonna respect the meta ban and start banning one of them. So might as well go with your comfort meta ban of choice, either the Queen or the Dream Witch. It just so happens that Magoo is very complemented. His style of hunting was very complemented with the style of hunting with the Dream Witch. The very calculated, the very prolonged, long game and patience way of hunting was really to his favor in that matchup. Not to mention, 5HS really tried their darnest to survive. They really tried playing their roles well. The saves were on point. It was just that it was really the hunting IQ of MWS's Magoo is really great in that matchup.
Indeed, and I think looking here, Yang is just really preparing himself to really get that potential sweep as well, because I think this is our signal that we are gonna head on to our draft really shortly once we see that screen below the floor and look at that trophy. Again, this is what they will be rating onto their heads once we determine who is gonna really lift that, you know?
So yeah, this is the signature Yang pose. He wants to get as comfy as possible because he has a big task ahead of him, because MWS set the bar really high with a four survivor takedown. So 5HS versus MWS. Again, probably meta pick on his side, since it's still on the table. MWS, really, they might pick some forwards, they might pick some priestess. It really depends on how they're feeling today. I mean, we might even see a prospector, because we saw a prospector yesterday.
Indeed. You know what, you really have to take into account that Yang is one of the most scariest hunters that we have seen into our previous days, and this is also, you know, added challenge too for MWS. I mean, yes, they made a sweep in our early first half, but you know, you also have to take into account that 5HS has the capacity to do that as well. Did I get that right? Yes, I know.
Yes,
I know I got that right. Okay, I don't want to have some switcheroos on this early day, you know.
Yes.
So this time I wanna, you know, have you correct me.
Oh my goodness. But you're all good, Sylar. Like, I think everyone in chat agrees that yes, you know what? Day number 4, tensions are high as well as our excitement. Let's head into the picks and ban phase.
Indeed. Again, still the same map. that we're gonna have right here, and only Yang can ban for now, and they will be opting for that seer ban. And I kind of get the logic behind it because the seer really delays you in terms of the kiting, and of course added protection as well for the teammates, and it really keep you preoccupied. And this time, like what you said, looks like we'll be seeing a prospector aided with the mercenary and the mechanic.
And a mechanic, probably a priestess, or oh yes, okay, a priestess. So it's duplicating what they did yesterday. This lineup is a pretty formidable lineup on the side of MWS. So let's see what Yang has in store for them with this lineup of a prospector, a mercenary, a coordinator, and GL rocking that priestess.
I'm thinking it's gonna still stick to the meta, but you know what? Looking at him right now, I think he's really
thinking really hard. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, because you know what? I mean, who doesn't want to really aim for that sweep?
Ooh.
Okay, speaking of that, looks like he will be sticking to what he does, you know, best, and into the meta, and that is the Bloody Queen right here. So, pretty swell. We're gonna be seeing one Dream Witch play and one Bloody Queen play. The Dream Witch had a sweep, and let's see if this Bloody Queen from Yang would get that sweep as well.
I think this match would actually display how strong the meta is on the Hunter side if executed well, because we saw how effective the Dream Witch is. I mean, we've been saying this time and time again, it is the time of the witches and the queens, and we're gonna head over to the second match of second half of round number 1. 5HS's Yang with the Bloody Queen, and we're gonna see a prospector, a mercenary, a mechanic, and a priestess.
Yes, indeed, Poch. And from Happy Valley, this is round 1, second half between MWS as the survivor and Yang from 5HS as the Bloody Queen Hunter. And so far, so good. We are here at the shack area right here, Poch. Man, oh man.
Yang with the early mirror to close out that distance, sees the mechanic, wants to get this early down right away. But if you notice, the puppet is out already. Nice hit on the mechanic.
Yes, indeed, and this is looking good for Yang because the fact that he was able to spot out one of the, main targets or preferred targets of hunters, it's kind of a good sign for him right now. And BB is injured, but this is not gonna stop him from really kiting Yang here because he's in an advantageous kiting area, and he could use this and abuse this rather to his potential. But unfortunately, that was a terror shock from Yang, and off to the chair as early as it is goes.
Yes. I mean, he really tried to play his role to the best he could.
Yeah.
The Hunter was already hot on his tail, and this is why the mechanic is so top tier. The puppet is now roaming around and focusing on the objectives. Now Yang, realizing that, really has to swat away some of these survivors as they try to just touch some ciphers here. Yang already with a mirror image, just trying to keep them from going for objectives. Lower left side of the screen shows that the mercenary is coming in for that save though.
Ooh, but in a fair distance to hit the mechanic once again, and all he has to do is just really wait until he goes down. But you know what? BB here just really utilizing his puppet, and will just really continue on decoding until he goes down. And that's a nice strategy because even though mechanic is down, he still has like one shadow that could do the decoding for him. And this also really gives the decodings a boost. Rather.
Yes. That is true. So now Yang has to really try to hamper and gimp the decoding progress. Lower left side of the screen sees the priestess, and you see the puppet as well. But the prospector, though, while Yang was trying to swat away people from survivors from decoding, the prospector comes in for that save, and BB is long gone from that rocket chair. Let's see if Yang can close out that distance and still put BB back on the rocket chair. Prospector gets that magnet stun
in a timely manner, and this leaves BB an opportunity to further the distance. But again, looking here, Yang on to really pinning down BB right now with the mirror image, and unfortunately will take another hit. And that being said, I think this is one survivor for Yang.
That's very true. Yang did play, BB did play the best of her ability as the mechanic, tried to really do as much decoding as possible, went on the rocket chair, and really distracted the Hunter. Because look, Sayora, 2 ciphers left, and now Yang has to get some survivors out back into the manor.
But you know, it's still a really good job for MWS because that was a 3 cipher, you know, to keep the player
Yes.
preoccupied. And what
Exactly.
kind of work was I doing earlier?
No,
What is preoccupation? What? Okay,
that's a
going back
word.
right.
It's a
Yeah,
word.
I guess. But you know what? Going back to our game, Ty is the one onto the bats of Yang right here with Alpha Mirror Image just to pin him down. But I think it was on cooldown already, and he
Yeah.
has to take that magnet. But
Ooh.
it wasn't enough. The hitbox was on point, leaving Ty, you know, to just really go for that knockdown. And I love it how Yang prioritizes this and uses abnormal to destroy that cipher. So this will give an allowance for him to just, you know,
Exactly.
hunt one by one the members of MWS.
Did you see how much decoding that he was able to just decrease? So yes, this Yang really prolonging their stay here in the arms factory as he chairs Ty. Lower left shows the mercenary along with the puppet trying to just keep on pushing these objectives. GL closing out that distance to try to save the prospector, but the mirror image will be used. Yang is trying to just play the keep away game, keep everyone at bay while the countdown on this prospector keeps on rolling.
He really wants to show the members of MWS right here, and this is a bit of a risky play for the if I'm not mistaken, that's AM because injured. And the thing is, even though he has that delayed effect, this also kind of gives Yang the opportunity to knock him down as well. And going back, he uses the teleport onto the mirror image per se. But again, going back right here, Ty will be saved in the blink of an eye. And now look here, Yang is gonna go for the priestess, but I think he would transition back to Ty simply because he was chaired already.
Exactly. So yeah, the priestess doing her job, really getting the hunter's attention here. And abnormal is going to be used again. It's going to be, it's going to be used again just so it'll just keep the survivors here, keep them preoccupied when it comes to decoding, while the hunter still tries to just take them down.
And you know, the thing is, I like it how NWS really disperses here. And while looking on the lower side, the priestess already drops the global holy key, and I think they will be opting for healing right here. But no, I think GL here instead is just going to lure out Yang and, you know, make some kiting right now.
Yeah,
but let's see.
Yang trying to defend the cipher while going for those healing. Lower left part of the screen, you see the priestess being able to use that global that holy key just to move over to the other side of the map to heal, get some resources on their plate. And now we see some healing happening, and Yang still using the mirrors to her advantage, really trying to shove away these survivors to try to hamper the decoding speed. And now you see that Ty is back to full health and still a lot of resources on their table. It could go any which way since there's only one cipher left.
Indeed, and I like it how AM kind of like gives this pressure on Yang that, okay, if you leave this area, I'm gonna be here to decode. And that was a good call. But again, mirror image gonna be used. Let's see if Yang is gonna take down at least the real or the mirrored image. But you know what? GL here is gonna get that switcheroos in terms of the area, while I think the prospector as well is also in the vicinity. And judging by how things are placed, MWS is not gonna take this in a more rapid way. They're gonna go for a more in a pace wherein they could really control it. And distract Bloody Queen. And speaking of distraction, that was a successful hit by Yang, but up to what extent though?
Yeah, they don't want to overextend himself. I think Ty was able to touch a cipher, so that's what he's working on. But Yang, on the hot pursuit of AM right now, still unrelentless with the pursuit here. Let's see if AM will be able to try to work with some structures here for him to be able to preoccupy the hunter. Lower left side shows that the prospector is healing out the priestess. Mirror image will be used. Not quite with the hit movement, though. Oh, he was able to hit the mercenary, and the delayed effect will be propped.
Yes, indeed. But again, this leaves GL and Tai to really go and decode onto the other side of the map, like what we were seeing here right now. But oh no, it looks like no one was able to decode because on the lower side of the screen, the priestess is running onto the aid of the mercenary, and now Tai. If I'm not mistaken, he's also around the area.
Yeah, he's hiding. Did you see that? He was crouching somewhere. And now Yang is trying to look for the Tai, and Yang diverting his attention over to the healing that's happening. And he was able to get up the mercenary. And now he's still on the hot pursuit, gets the hit. Another delayed effect is going to be prompt. And now Yang going back to that spot he was trying to guard that Cypher in. And Tai all the way on the other side of the map. The priestess is getting some movement down. And we're going to see the mercenary fall in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen.
And now Yang placed on some peepers right here to see if there would be survivors nearby onto that Cypher. And again, looks like priority is gonna come into play. I think anytime soon. Yang is gonna pick up mercenary for laters, but right now I think he's gonna focus on GL right here, who's really not yet injured rather, and that was a successful sidestep for him, but. Again, they are dispersed, so this really gives them such a time wherein they can't really decode as much.
It's a back and forth tug of war, Sayora. This is just this one Cypher. If only MWX are really trying their best to touch it, but the defense of Yang is so good. He's able to just shove away these survivors, these pesky survivors on touching the Cypher, and the priestess will fall.
Yes, indeed, and that's the thing. With the help of Yang, with Yang's defense right here, they weren't able to prime that guarded Cypher right here. Really preventing that exit path to be activated right now. And you know what? Yang here, he knows his space. He knows his up to any potential strategies right now, and he's just really taking things patiently in a way that the other survivors will come to him and not the other way around.
Yeah, and kudos to these survivors because they really know their placement. They know how to keep Yang occupied. That's how long it's taking. And Tai going for that Cypher, but no, the mirror image is going to be used and he is injured. And now AM on the vicinity to try to save this priestess. Yang in a pretty good spot now, but Tai again, he has to multitask now. He's defending the Cypher while he's also looking at this mercenary. He teleports and the mercenary is able to make that save. We have 3 running survivors now, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, but 3 injured survivors this time. And you know what? The moment that this is the strategy so far. Okay, fine, sure, they are injured, but they still have the capacity to prime the Cypher. But if ever so that they were able to pop this one, they are in full health, but although this gives Yang the detention. So the thing is, Yang can just, he has this capacity to go for that sweep because they're injured. The risk is really high, and the best thing that MW has to do is to really keep Yang away from the Cypher and, to disperse and go to, let's say, either side of the gate. But the thing is, that is what Yang won't let this thing happen.
Yeah, the mercenary gets struck. Again, the delayed effect is so powerful just so he can just get some distance away from where he got struck. And like Sarah mentioned, this is actually a pretty tough spot for both teams because, again, Cyphers can get popped and people can get recovered. But then again, also, Yang is just so relentless with the defense here. So it's really a game of chicken and who will overextend themselves and who will make the first move. So who will capitalize on the overextension of the hunter or the survivor. You see Tai and GL, they are pretty healthy while AM is down. And now we see Yang still defending, still using the mirror to his advantage. Tai coming to the aid, I believe, of AM, and AM is now up. And you know what, just Yang just doing some cleanup, taking out some holy keys, and still playing defense.
Yes, and this is a very good discipline for Yang because the fact that the defense here, it only means that it's really taking quite some time for the side of survivors to really go for this area. And the thing is, they have really the choice of being dispersed or being spread out. But the thing is, this is to me, I think they have to transition into another cipher, but the thing is the peepers are there. Yang knows how to really provide vision for this remaining ciphers that are, available.
Exactly. So it's really a cat and mouse game right now, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if this is probably one of the most tense matches I've seen and longest as well, because both these players aren't giving each other any room for errors. And you can see that Yang just playing a lot of defense, using the mirrors once again. Excellent movement there from AM to get away from that illusion hit. And now Yang dropping those peepers, keeping eyes on these ciphers just so he can just prolong this and see if these survivors will try to prop anything. And you can see lower left side of the screen, the mercenary is working on a cipher.
Indeed, but you know what? That was the initial strategy. Mercenary will be onto the ciphers. Meanwhile, GL here being all sneaky to get that almost done or almost primed cipher done. But the thing is, Yang is very aware of this. He knows that they will be, distracting him. And, this is just good defense play for him.
Call this a test of endurance from both teams, because this is a really long match. Oh, and the priestess will get hit now, and Yang just marking his territory. He has the mirror image just to swat away and keep away survivors from just progressing the ciphers. And the peepers once again are going to be placed, as well as a mirror image. And now I believe Ty is on hot pursuit, and he gets hit once again.
This is, I don't know, this is really looking good for both sides. And, Yang here was able to really injure 2 members of MWS. And now the thing is, they will be, still sticking to the terrains. This is added protection for them. Exactly. But you know what? Yang here doesn't really want to keep away from this vicinity, simply because this is where what MWS would want. They want this cipher done, but they can't because of how Yang really stood his ground right here, really making a mark here. And if you notice, okay, both GL and Tai were healing, and Mercenary here is just distracting Yang, like come for me. But the thing is, that's not the case. Just taking a hit to and fro, and then goes back to that almost prime cipher.
Yep, Tai and GL looking pretty healthy, and they touch the cipher. But then again, Yang is so close to the vicinity. This is definitely going to be a very risky situation. It's so close to being popped. Oh my goodness, it's a scramble. Detention. We are in the end game, ladies and gentlemen. They popped the last cipher. So here we go. Excellent use of the magnet, Sayora.
Yes, this is gonna be a double-edged sword, if you may. The tension is on the hands of Yang, but the thing is, they are on the other side of the gates. Let's see if he could get that potential 3-man escape. Will he be going there? Because the mercenary, I think, is into the dungeon area, and it looks like the gate. Is the gate open? No. Die here. Will be going
for the dungeon. He gets it.
He gets the 3-1 escape. Oh my goodness. That was... Whoa. It wasn't a sweep, but it was a 3-1. It means that the scores are close, not too far, just a 2-point deficit. And man, oh man, they took their...
take into account that MWS is in a good position because they got 5 points.
Yes.
So the score total is 8-1.
Oh yeah, it's 8-1 because it was Magoo who got the sweep earlier, and now they got it 3-1. And wow, I like. Oh, okay, I'm gonna discuss that for later. But you know what? This is amazing. I mean, to be able to really set the pace. This is the definition of patience and really, determination in as a matter of fact, because both of the teams had that. They had the patience, they had the determination to win this through. This is the thing that I'd like to discuss maybe later after the match stats, because this is pretty interesting. Both of the teams weren't deterred. They weren't in a way they weren't tilted proof. It just so happens that MWS had one step above and really abusing that they still have 3 survivors up on their plate.
Yes, and I love the coordination they had when it was the priestess and the prospector already on the primed cipher, and they were just juking and jiving just to try to get the hits and just try to take the hits just so they can pop that cipher. And they knew the placement of the dungeon. They knew their rotations. I can't wait to see the match stats because that was one of the longest matches I've ever witnessed in competitive Identity 5.
Longest for both Hunter and Survivor because the Hunter was able to defend the turf. He was able to defend that remaining almost primed cipher. And for the Survivor side, they were able to hold it in and really turn the tides into their favor. And this is the match stats that we have right now. Still good job to Yang. 19 hits right there. But look at the Survivors, Poch.
We have AM with 159% decoding, Tai with 132, the Priestess playing the role of the decoder with 236%, and BB 82%. BB tried buying as much time as possible and did the job well. Yang with the defense and the patience was really trying to mark his territory and defend as long as he could. But it was just the patience game of MWS and the coordination, as well as I couldn't even count how many times they were healing each other.
Yeah.
There were so many. They kept healing each other. They knew the spots to exploit. And let's check out the highlights. This was the excellent work done by MWS's Magoo's Dream Witch. It was a very dominant performance. I think Patience is the name of match number 1 because that was displayed by MWS. 5HS were just trying their best to survive here. Excellent Owl over there to just get away. The Seer did fall down. And then it was just, it was GG's on then. And take us back to this match, Sayora.
Yes, indeed. So this is the part where both sides of the team got really patient on this one. It just so happens that the mechanic was really targeted first because he was almost in the same vicinity as the Hunter. So the thing is, that is your usual go-to, which Yang really demonstrated earlier. And now this is where come the mid to the late phases of our game right now. And see, this is the deciding point. You know what? This is what I would like to tackle upon earlier because the thing is, there were 3 survivors, right? And they could really, to be honest, they could go on and on with that defense and offense as long as they want. But this is where the shots call in, Poch. I would like to just really break it down.
Sure.
They were defending. They were dispersed in an area, healing each other out. But this is the call shot. I think what MWS did right here is that this one is gonna be a pretty risky play, but it may be worth it, and that is two is going to really go for that cipher. One will take a hit, probably a knockdown. That would be a sure knockdown, and the other one will be going for that primed cipher, which happened because the prospector took that hit, and Priestess knowing that, and they know that the Hunter has recovery, so the Priestess abuses that remaining second to go and pop that cipher. So when they saw that the cipher was primed, Yang had detention, this was a good time for them to disperse. And disperse is what they did. If you notice that the mirror image was used, Yang hoped that he went to the survivors went for that gate. But seeing it as it made that would be the target, they went for the other side. And I like it how the prospector decides to go to the dungeon instead, because that would be a scattered escape. 2 will be going out of the gate and 1 will be going into the dungeon. And that is, to me, that was one risky calling of the shot. Yeah, that was one risky play. But it really went into their favor. And that kind of shaken things right here.
They rolled the dice and it went in their favor. That could have gone any which way. I mean, 2 going for a cipher rush. It was primed already. You painted the picture well. The prospector took the hit. Once the cipher was popped, he healed up. They dispersed. The prospector threw a magnet in just for good measure. It got stunned, threw another magnet in, but luckily enough, Yang was able to teleport away to not get the effect of that stun, and they just scattered and just dispersed. And I think that was the winning factor, because they really kept the attention of Yang across the map. He had eyes everywhere. You saw how many peepers he was planting. He had eyes everywhere. And when all eyes are everywhere and you disperse in an exit, it's really hard to mark at least one survivor down. So congratulations, MWS. Not to take anything away from Yang, he performed remarkably, and he was very patient. He was so good with his defense. It's MWS was just able to implore and able to really utilize their strategy effectively.
Indeed. And you know what? The fact that Yang was able to keep it that long in hopes of really tiring out or draining out the members of MWS is also one of the good strategies of a hunter. It just so happens that shots were called and it went into the favor that they wanted, because like what you mentioned, the magnets were one of the key factors as well into really furthering the distance between Yang and the company. And that is, this is also one of the notable matches wherein you don't if it deems necessary to really take your time and heal, then you go for it, because that is that's what's really essential, especially facing longer games like this one.
And we talk about healing, we talk about overextending. There was one cipher left. It was a danger zone filled with peepers. You had an active searching Bloody Queen around it. They had to shift their priorities. You know what? We could stay in Arms Factory longer. We need to heal up. We need to get our resources back. We'll try to find a hole in the wall of defense that Yang is trying to defend all of these ciphers in, and that is what they did. They were able to sneak up from behind. Again, you saw that they were playing a bit of tag with the mercenary, the mercenary and the prospector were playing tag with the Bloody Queen, trying to get his attention. Even the priestess, they were trying to play their roles well. I bet they were communicating well enough, like the hunter's on me, go for it. So it's just excellent team communication on MWS's side.
Yes, indeed. And you know what? As long as it is, the fact that both sides were drained out by that and still make an amazing play is something you have to take into account for, because this goes to show that both of them want that spot, Koch. But again, looking at the scores real quick, round one, MWS managed to snag away 8 points. Am I right? Am I right?
Total 8, yes.
Total,
MWS 8. Yeah, total.
8 points. Round one, right? So
match number one. Yeah.
Match one.
The whole, the total, first half, second half, 8 total.
Okay, so I'm right. Yes, improving on my math. Woo! Okay.
High five. High five. Yeah, we did it.
Okay, now going back here. For the MWS to really secure their win conditions here, I think for round two, first and second half, they just really have to have a score of at least 3 or above, right? For both.
For both half. I just think that if we do math, I don't know.
I'm not good at math, okay? I'm just trying.
In total, they just need to reach the 15-ish mark points in total. So, favors with them, because if you look at 5HS, they're only 1 point. So that is a huge, arduous task on their side. While MWS, just needs, probably 3. If they even tie, if they tie one and then they win another one, like they get a first round tie, the next one 3-1, they move on because they win both match 1 and match number 2. So pressure's on 5HS, but you know what? Kudos to MWS. They are the last remaining Japanese team. They're doing their region proud here by going up with one of the juggernauts and one of the potential threats of this entire tournament.
They show progress. I mean, they really came here stronger than ever before, and we are witnessing that right now. I mean, they also demonstrated a good play wherein you don't have to be rushing. You don't have to go all out all the time. Sometimes it's nice to take it easy. It's nice to take it slow, and eventually move it in a pace wherein you're at an advantage. And MWS just did that. But again, focusing on 5HS right now. Stakes are high, like you mentioned. I think the main objective is to just really get sweeps. sweep
Yes,
for
they need
5HS.
to dominate
Hardcore
this
trip.
second
Yes.
match. Mhm.
Because me doing the math is not gonna give us any good thing, you know. This is just gonna confuse us both. Even the viewers, they will be getting mad at me for this right now. And
Okay.
so let's just look at the quick profile right here.
Mhm. 5HS, ladies and gentlemen. They need to win this match number 2. Like it's their tournament's lives depend on it. Imagine the journey they faced MRC, they faced AT, and now MWS they are facing. So you know what, they have to survive and play as they never survived before, because a lot is on the line. And MWS as well, they have the momentum on their side. They can't let it slip through the cracks, because 5HS in the first day was able to pull like awesome stuff against MRC. So, you know what, 5HS as well. They're a team that gets better with time. So is the momentum too much in MWS's favor, or can 5HS steal it away from them?
Yes, indeed. And you know what? For those of you who are watching, this is supposedly the stage for our Call of the Abyss 3 global finals. And you know what? Before anything else, Poch, this is the profile this time for the current momentum taker MWS.
MWS taking the momentum in spectacular fashion, as we mentioned before. Let's see if they'll hold on to that and just punch their ticket to get to grand finals. All eyes are on them, and you know, how can I be sweating? It's so intense now.
Indeed, I agree with you, because come, let's say MWS wins this match, or wins here. It goes to show that they made a Japan region enter one of the top 3 teams.
Yes,
because when you talk about teams, but at the same time, Poch, if 5HS wins this or gets the sweep, this is also one for the history books, right?
Exactly. So again, there are different storylines here. You know, 5HS with a big task. I mean, in day 1, already facing with MRC, and now MWS, the sole Japan team. So you know what? This history is writing itself. Let's see what the next chapter is as we head over to the picks and bans. Back to Arms Factory, Sayora.
Ooh, indeed, back to Arms Factory. So now we are gonna see if the Dream Witch or Bloody Queen out of the map. Ooh, that rhymes. Ooh, that rhymes. I could create a poem.
Sayora with them bars.
Pew, pew, pew. Let me be corner. But you know what? Going back, looks like we won't see any Dream Witch in the light of day. I kind of understand, because Magoo was able to get a sweep during our first round. So
yeah. Respectable ban.
Yeah, indeed. And for the survivors, I think it's the usual M&Ms. Yes, it's gonna be the usual M&Ms right here.
Just respecting the meta, both 5HS and MWS. You know, Magoo is very effective with that Dream Witch, like you said. And now, you know, just the scary tandem of a seer and a mechanic is just too much to have in a team. So now let's check out the composition of 5HS.
Indeed. So again, sticking to the forward, because it was effective, even though they weren't able to really escape as much. But the fact that the forward still has his kit really ready, and you know, can still add that amount of threat, is something that 5HS took into account. So now we'll be mixing it up with the perfumers, mercenary, and priestess, and answering that with another meta hunter, which is the Bloody Queen.
Yes, you know what? This lineup looks pretty formidable. It's good on paper. I can't wait to see how 5HS will be able to bounce back from this. They need to swing for the fences, Sylar. They need to survive as they never survived before. And I'm really excited to see what they're going to bring to the table. And MWS really just wants to secure their spot in the grand final. So a lot is on the line. I believe everyone is at the edge of their seat. Round number 2 of the first half. MWS Magoo with the Bloody Queen, you with the forward, Lel with the Perfumer, Mercenary with Dalong, and Priestess with Ling. Let's go, Sylar.
Yes, indeed. With half defeat, this is going to be round 2, first half. Again, between 5HS onto the Survivor side and MWS on that Bloody Queen. And again, Bloody Queen just really fishing out any near survivors in the vicinity.
Let's see if that patience play will translate to the Bloody Queen as he scouts the area, scouts the ruins. Lel is hot on his tail, so let's see what is going to happen in this exchange. Magoo now on the pursuit. Lel, a formidable perfumer. So let's see how long the containment time would be in this kiting session.
Oh, that was too close for comfort right there. A hair away before actually getting hit, but that was good, sidestepping by Lel. And you know what? That's what he said. A very formidable kiter right here. Goes into the corner, will be taking it, but that is okay because when you go usually in a corner, it kind of gives you that distance and gives you that allowance for your other survivors to really go and decode. And this is good job so far for Lel.
Yep, you're drawing the hunter away from the center of the map. So great job on Lel's side. Let's see how long he can keep this up. As in the lower left side, you see the forward trying to go for some stuff here, and you also see the other survivors going for the decoding rush. And as Lel buys them enough time for them to prioritize those objectives.
And I like the transition of Lel so far in terms of the map. Blink and hit. That was a successful knockdown for Magoo, and off to the rocket chair the Perfumer goes.
Wow, okay, he did his task. He was able to contain the hunter as much as he can. You see that there is a primed Cypher ready, and the Priestess just trying to, get as much as push the objectives as much as she could. And now Magoo still on the defense here. The patience is being put on display as Lel is still in the rocket chair, and Yu makes his approach.
Indeed, and that is like your usual go-to, if not Mercenary, the forward. Okay, the forward majestic tackle goes for save, and we'll be going with the body block. Tight turner is still there and successfully protect Lel to safety, and now this will leave them an opportunity. An open. Oh, that was beautiful sidestepping. Now utilize that tackle recovery. And Magoo just hits that or pops that last effort from him.
Yeah, that was a beautiful sequence of a save, but Magoo again with the side steps to really just avoid that tackle of that forward. You saw the movement. You thought survivors can juke and jive. This priest, this queen has some moves of her own, and now in hot pursuit of Lel, as I believe now the tide is slowly shifting into both their favors because 3 Cyphers are left and he gets the hit. 2 are knocked down now.
Dang, Poch, this is dancing the night away for both sides of the teams, and it just so happens that Magoo is leading this tango right now. But you know what? Still kudos to the forward right there. That was a transition of saves, but again, the priority is on. Magoo will be taking a Perfumer into a chair, settling it down, and to really secure the survivor. But again, this is also a good opportunity or a window for him to really shove away those rescuers.
Okay, now Dalong with the rescue here. With the delayed effect, he was able to get a little distance, able to buy some time for Lel as she tries to get the attention of Magoo. And now we see that Magoo is still on the hot pursuit here. Lel going, just transitioning from area to area. Lower left side of the screen shows that the Mercenary trying to get to a good vantage point here to see what's happening. And Dalong moving over to some Cyphers. And we're going to see another knockdown Perfumer.
Again, this is the final knockdown for the Perfumer because once it's shared, that is 1 survivor for Magoo. And again, that was a blink, but that wasn't a successful hit. But going back right here, I like it how Yu is really keeping Magoo preoccupied so that the other members, the Priestess on the lower side of the screen, will be priming a Cypher right here, and down we go to 1 more. Okay, that is another knockdown Magoo is on fire.
That's true, but she wasn't able to prop that cipher in time. So we have we have a balloon survivor, a knockdown survivor, and an injured survivor. So I believe, yeah, as you said, the perfumer, this is her last chair, and she'll be heading back to the manor. And now Magoo shifting her sights over to you while one cipher remains. Sayora, it's getting intense.
Indeed, because look here, the mercenary and the priestess has the global portal here onto their sides. You know, that could be the potential way to really closing the gap here with you onto the chair. But again, the thing is, mercenary will be going to safety. That is delayed effect. I think this is enough to save the forward, but in exchange, he will be the one to get knocked down.
Is it primed? Is it primed? Watch out! Gets the knockdown, but wait for it. Oh, it gets popped. We're at the end game already. Two injured survivors. Detention is on the table. Priestess is trying to go for the exit gate, and let's see who Magoo will shift his priority to.
Probably the mercenary and the forward as well, because they are the ones that are injured. So if you want to snag around a lot of survivors as much as possible, you go for the ones who are near your vicinity. And that is what Magoo is doing right now. And again, forward here just really trying to open, if I'm not mistaken, that was the shack gate. But man.
Yep, Magoo securing that mercenary. He has a long time in that chair. You going for that exit gate, but Magoo uses the illusion here. Let's see if he'll get a swipe, but already you is out the exit gate. I think he's just waiting for the go signal from Ling. Oh, knockdown! Oh my goodness! Right when he was near, but no, he gets out. Oh, that could have gone any which way, Sayora.
Yes, indeed, and that is a tie. Man, that was too close for comfort.
Whoa, wow. Never sleep on a bloody queen, even though you're at the exit gate. Oh my goodness, that was an intense last seconds there. That could have gone in MWS's favor. A 3-1 that would have hampered the progress of 5HS's comeback. It's really neck and neck. Well, that match was really neck and neck. It was a tie, 2-2. So now the score is 10-3.
But man, that kind of like got me off my chair for a bit. Well, I'm not really literally in a chair, but got me off to where I'm sitting down right now. But again, going back, I kind of understand also the reason why the forward wasn't going out. Because I think he was still going for a potential save, if ever so, that the Bloody Queen decides to teleport, to the priestess. But again, going back, I also get it why they decide not to take any more risks and just go for that tie. Because, like what you mentioned, if they will be having that 3-1, it's gonna be in the favor of MWS. So it's best to like save your cards.
And that forward was really trying to calculate his situation. You know, he was honestly, I thought like whenever a survivor is already out the exit gate and he's really positioned in a good place, he would be safe. But Magoo, again, very relentless, really wants a lot of survivors sent back to the manor. So just a constant threat through and through this match. Excellent stuff on the side of 5HS, playing the roles properly. The forward was a constant harassment on the Bloody Queen. Let's check out those match stats.
Yes, indeed. And for Magoo, that was 12 hits. And, if I'm not mistaken, those are really hits that are very efficient on his way to get 2 survivors down. But for the side of 5HS, though, look at Ling doing most of the decoding, which is good because the attention wasn't really into him. And he really took advantage of that. And DeLong and you just really, took their time in alternating themselves into distracting Magoo. But again, going back, that was too close for comfort play back there. I mean,
very, very intense, very white knuckle, clutching your whatever you're holding and just seeing what's gonna play out. Tensions are really high. Now we're gonna shift the focus over to 5HS's Hunter Yang. He has a huge task ahead of him coming into this second half.
Really, because if they kind of would want to opt for round 3, Yang will have to do some extra work on his turf right now. And like what we've said, this is Arms Factory, so there is an option wherein they could still go for the meta, since either one of Dream, which I was about to say Dream Queen. I'm like, what?
It's
Okay,
fine. We've been.
Dream Witch or Bloody Queen will be out on the board. I'm pretty sure about that, because you have to take both of these meta hunters are very threatening in Arms Factory. So there could be options for, I guess, one of the comfort picks. I mean, I'm not gonna be surprised anymore if there would be a Feaster or let's say another Spider, another Soul Weaver at play. But again, it depends. And you know what, it's something that we have to take into account for, like we did mention that 5HS Yang has to do some work and some effort because simply of the scoreboard, right? So the thing is, the winning conditions for them is just really high, and I mean the stakes are high rather, in terms of 5HS's winning conditions. So the thing is, with the first round and the second round first half came into play, I think it's best if Yang would go into a hunter pick that could really, one is that he's confident with it, and number two, he's really, it really complements the map, uh, because the map is really that compact. So in terms of survivor side, for the side of MWS, all they have to do really is just to maintain in terms of their lead as much as possible, because if they manage to do so, I think that MWS will be taking this game. But again, it depends, because 5HS is known for comebacks as well as MWS is. So, based on the drafts that we had earlier, I think it's necessary to. Okay, the forward earlier was good, but it didn't really show so far in this match a high level threat enough to be banned out. So I think one of the M&Ms will be out into play, and they won't. Ooh, I'm cosplaying Poch, secretly right here, guys. I am Poch right now, but again, Poch will be back in a bit, and so far you guys have to be stuck with me. And again, going back, the drafts right here, both sides, especially for, yeah, both sides are still leaning onto the meta. But the thing is, oh, hi Poch, are you there already? Can you hear me? Can you hear my presence? And you know what? In terms of drafts, I think both sides of the team would be sticking still with the meta. And
Hello.
Yes, Poch, I can hear you right now.
Shoot,
Can you
shoot,
can you
shoot,
can
shoot,
you
shoot,
hear?
shoot, shoot, shoot.
Poch, are you there? Are you with us? Are you in spirit? Poch, Pochu. Okay, while we wait for Poch, again, still be sticking to the meta, but this time, I just really expect, some comfort
Hello.
picks for the side of Yang. Hello, Poch, are you here?
I'm here. Hello, can you hear me?
Yay! Hi, Poch. Why'd you leave me? Where'd you go? Did you have like a potty break or something?
I think the match was too intense that my Wi-Fi couldn't handle it.
Yeah, it
So
says hot.
I apologize, ladies and gentlemen.
You give
What did
me
I
high
miss?
five right now. Yeah.
High
Don't
five.
leave me hanging. Eh.
Pow.
Okay, that is good. Welcome back, Poch. So
What did I miss?
you didn't really miss out a lot. I was just really
Thank God.
discussing.
I thought I missed the match. I was like, oh no, I need to see
Nah.
the match. Mm-hmm.
Nah, you didn't. But you know what? You're all good. And I was just really talking about what the drafts would be. in terms of Yang's side,
Mhm.
and I did mention that it's still going to be sticking into the meta because one of the Dream Witch or the Bloody Queen is going to be out into play. I'm pretty sure because both of them performed really swell, and
Mhm.
for the side of the survivors, still sticking as well as
Mhm.
the fundamentals, but it kind
True.
of depends. How about you? Since you just went back right now, do you have any thoughts on
Um,
any predictions?
I know that Yang tends to delve out of the meta on the third match. So we'll see. He's very effective with his photographer. He's very effective with the spider. But while we still have the meta, I do agree with you that he will probably he has his best chances when he delves into very strong hunters like the Queen or the Witch. So it's not. It's actually pretty sound to say that he will go with the meta or whatever is left of the meta, as we are going to see a ban coming in from the survivor side. So they might respect his Queen, or they might just ban the Dream Witch. So it really depends. And it's Arms Factory once again. They know that they can hang with his Queen, but I don't know if they want to roll that dice again.
Indeed, because you really see the defense game of Yang earlier. So I'm pretty, to me, I'm confident that the Bloody Queen might be out of our boards right now. But
Yes.
let's see, because this is round 2, second half draft between MWS and 5HS. Oh,
Wow.
respecting the photo boy. Hi, Joseph. You
Yep.
won't be seeing the light of day. So this leaves Yang an option to go meta or to go off meta. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I guess MWS really respects his clutch photo boy use, so that's why they're taking it out. So again, we now have 2 of the strongest meta characters available for Yang to use. So now, is he gonna try to duplicate his or try to improve what he did on the side of when he used the Queen, or will he go to the Dream Witch? It really depends. He's really thinking hard. He's banning the Mercenary and he's banning the Seer.
Indeed, and of course, I think Mechanic will be coming into play right here. Kind of depends as well for the side of MWS. But going back, you did mention that there is an open pool for the meta, but you also have to take into account that Yang has some pocket picks of his own. That hence the reason why the photo boy is not gonna come into play. But looking at the quick drafts right here for MWS, Prospector, Gravedigger, Mechanic, and Priestess, looks like they are going hard in terms of decoding and rescuing at the same time.
Yep, switching up the Mercenary for the Gravekeeper, still keeping the Prospector, very pesky Prospector there that hampered the defense of his Queen. And you know what, gotta have all reliable Priestess there to just give the mobility to the rest of the team. And we're gonna see another Queen coming from Yang.
Yes, I understand the logic behind because Yang was able to really defend his way with the usage of the Bloody Queen. So I think he is confident that he would be able to do a similar thing, but this time in a more well played manner. You know?
Yes, adjusting and learning from the match and the tendencies of the survivors of 5H. And MWS. So let's see how he will fare in this second half of the match number 2. Again, it's very tense in this stage of the competition.
Indeed, and again, this is going to be the overall draft for our round 2 second half between 5H's and Yang with the Bloody Queen, Prospector, Gravekeeper, Mechanic, and Priestess come into play with Happy Valley. Again, this is our round 2 second half, ladies and gentlemen. And now, just a quick preview on the locations. They are pretty dispersed. But you know what? Yang here is going into, if I'm not mistaken, this is the north gate of our area. And Tai just being, sneaky.
Oh, watch out, Yang. Has he spotted Tai? He has, and now a kiting session is going to happen here. Excellent movement from Tai. You know what? He's still building up those magnets, and he's able to get a stun as he moves over. Pallet is available. Let's see how he's going to use it. He gets the hit, and he's able to transition to another area in the map.
Which is what he would abuse. I think he's gonna go and progress onto the shack area, then followed by the factory later on. But again, mirror image is gonna be used. Wasn't able to take that hit, but you know what? This is enough to really threaten Tai. He uses magnets, and he shall use it right now. And like I said, transitioning from the shack area to the ruins, and again for the factory.
Exactly. He has one other magnet up in play. He's gonna probably use that effectively, but oh! He was able to, he vaulted and Yang was ready for him, and Yang is gonna make quick work out of Tai, and now GL is in the area, so Yang is trying to look for a rocket chair to sit down this prospector.
So far so good in terms of Yang right here, seating one survivor down, and this adds up to more risks for the side of MWS. But again, BB here coming in, you know, to the rescue. It's really essential because there is one survivor time, and you have to take note of the debuff that goes along with it. But going here, the last effort is going to be prompt.
Yang still going, oh wow, just decreasing that cipher progress completely, and also doing some cleanup of the holy keys. You said it best, the last effort was prompt, and now Tai will be falling down. Yang transitioning over to Tai, just so, I mean, Tai just excellent usage of the map, being able to move away from the center so that the hunter will be away from his teammates.
Yes, but up to what cost, you know, that with the help of the abnormal kit that Yang has, it kind of gives him more time for the to hunt down the other survivors. But again, AM here really stealthily as he's the one to get that hit, will be rescuing Tai, and again priority is on that prospector, basically because he's the one seated, and magnets to be used to burden up the distance. Mirror image, I see there will be a hit. No,
not quite.
Wait, but unfortunately he went down to the basement. The last effort's gonna be prompt, and this is basement party right now.
Yep, this is probably where Yang wants him, back in the manor, and Yang heading back out for blood, wanting to get more survivors taken down. We have 2 injured survivors and 1 healthy priestess left. 4 ciphers remaining, and you know what? That abnormal was really put into effect. That really did stifle the objectives of these survivors, and you can see the effective usage of the mirrors by Yang.
And looking at the lower side of our screens, Priestess just really taking time and goes for the heals. And you know what? BB also doing a good job, you know, just luring in the hunter in also a very cornered area, just so the others can complete the healing and go for the decode. And again, BB will be, you know, not getting himself knocked down, but I'm pretty sure that the Gravekeeper will come to his aid.
As well as the puppet is still out there, so he will be doing some work while he is on this rocket chair. The priestess is over, I believe that is the shack area, just waiting for her mark, waiting to get ready. GL is nearby. BB still has time in this rocket chair since it's her first time, and now Yang trying to look for a cipher to just harass here. And now GL going in for the save, takes the hit just so he can get this mechanic out of it, but the mechanic will be falling back down.
Yes, and off to the rocket chair, the mechanic again goes. This is looking a bit hefty for the side of MWS, because we could say that this could be a potential another survivor on the hands of Yang. But do take note that MWS can still keep this up, because earlier they were able to turn the tides around. Let's just see though if that would be the similar case for our round.
Yeah, I believe Yang was able to swat away the puppet of the mechanic here. The Gravedigger was in the area, but I think he's just still... actually, he's just hightailing it, as same with GL, because this mechanic is heading back to the manor. Now, GL is trying her best to get away from this dangerous Bloody Queen of Yang. Now, AM back on the cipher, trying to push those objectives, but trying to move to a different area, because Yang, I mean, they're across each other, but he knows that there's a constant threat with that mirror image.
Indeed, and of course using that image to really, you know, destroy that cipher that they were working on. Again, on the similar area as our first round. And going back right
Exactly.
Gamekeeper doing a pretty swell job and just abusing the terrains and the movement speed that he has to, you know, really distract Yang. And on the process, if we see that the priestess here injured and is also on a risky plate.
Yeah, it's again, this is what Yang wanted. Like, he wants to defend these ciphers. AM is in the area as the priestess is really far away, and now it's really their turn to move because Yang is defending the ciphers. These survivors really want to open that exit gate and really push their objectives, and as the process, AM will get hit, and now we have 2 injured survivors on our plate.
Indeed, and take note that these are also the remaining survivors into play. So Yang can be a bit of patient in here because of pacing, he has that upper hand. But going back, it looks like the priestess here does a good job in really transitioning himself to the shack area to potentially prime that cipher. But I think Yang would use the abnormal again, or will be just targeting the survivors? Let's see.
Yeah, they have 3 ciphers to worry about, and as well as their resources in terms of health. So it's Yang has the control, but he doesn't want to celebrate just yet because he wants to get those. He wants to secure that 5 points for them to move on to match number 3. GL over here at the shack again, very scary place because the dungeon, the basement is right there.
I love it how GL positioned the portal in a manner where he gets that advantage because he was a hair away from getting hit, but with the help of his portals manages to, you know, really buy some time for the Gravekeeper right here on the lower side of the screen to just go into code. Again, mirror image is put into play and GL will be knocked down. And going back right here, Yang, like I told you, he can be very patient on this one, but looking at that, destroying the pallets and again preventing any more primed ciphers is something that you have to take into account.
Yeah, he's really slowly dissecting the progress of MWS, and AM still trying to sneak around, still trying to push those objectives, trying to play the long game, trying to see what Yang is going to do, probably to overextend and exploit that overextension. Now AM, I believe, trying to make an approach. Yang does not want to pick up GL just yet. Still wants to find out where AM is, just wants to secure, like, put eyes on all the survivors, and AM is going to be heading, AM is still in that area while GL is trying to escape from the clutches of this Bloody Queen.
Oh, but again, utilizing and abusing that vaulting into locate or a direction that was in the favor of Yang, you know, successfully knocks down GL. And the logic behind this, because GL doesn't have any more self-healing ability, so Yang can just really burn out, you know, burn out GL right here when knocked down. So the main target for Yang this time is AM, and I think you would agree with me when I say that Yang has really strong defense right here, and this time doing some great offense on the plate.
Yes, exactly. So AM still on the other side of the map. Yang really pinched him in this tough situation where GL, his only teammate, is down and bleeding out. So let's see how the cards will turn in the favor of 5HS or MWS. I think that slowly but surely GL is losing time here in this map while AM is trying to position himself in a proper position. I think he has to try to go for a dungeon or try to go for him not being detected long enough for Yang to make a move.
But that's the thing. GL here is gonna bleed out, and this takes more time instead of getting into the rocket chair. And this is a bit disadvantageous because Yang teleported in a manner wherein AM is at, and this is a sweep again for Yang. Like what I said, Yang is also known for potential comebacks and, you know, really redeem himself from our first round deficit. And good job for Yang to actually turning the tables around.
And he did, because now the score is 10-8. That is a huge jump in numbers. I mean, still in a 2-point deficit. We are going to see a match number 3, ladies and gentlemen, but Yang was really able to keep 5HS's heart in this competition beating. So we will be going to a match number 3. Congratulations, 5HS, for keeping this train going.
Indeed. But you know what? I think this is also a good opportunity to, go for some switcheroos in terms of Hunter because if you know that Yang made a sweep and yesterday Yotsu was a pacemaker. So
Exactly.
let's see if they would go for some switches in terms of our second half because if ever so, give me the situation right here. What if MWS was able to get a sweep on the second half? Did they win, or do we still proceed to round 3?
We just have to see who's gonna win the majority of the halves. So 10, they are in a 2-point deficit. So you have to really account for that for 5HS. They're still in the losing end, but still it's anyone's game because 2 points isn't that much if you consider the progress of 5HS in terms of being able to put that sweep into play and how 5HS really adjusts to MWS's survivors. So a
Mm-hmm.
really tough call. I mean, 5HS 2-point deficit, but that could just change in a snap of your fingers.
All right. So, again, this is like you mentioned, this is still anyone's game, a 2-point deficit, and just looking at this stats real quick, Yang really finding himself in a good position this time with 14 hits. Again, that was the key to get him that sweep. It wasn't as fast as it usually is, but the thing is, he got the job done. He managed to redeem himself and snag some points for his teams. But looking at MWS as well, it was unfortunate that Tai was, removed in the area as early as it is, but still he was able to contain, which give an allowance for the other 3 survivors to go and decode.
So I did the math, and 5HS has to get above 3 points in this next match for them to move on. So MWS in that 2-point lead. It's really interesting how these cards are going to play out. And as you said in the match stats, just Yang being able to adjust. He rolled the dice once again with they rolled the dice again with this Bloody Queen, but it turned in favor of 5HS. Let's take it back to MWS's Magoo. Excellent tackle here. Excellent sequence here. But if this progresses, you're going to see how the side steps would come in with, look at that. Watch out. Again, another giant of this Queen. And he's going to get that last effort. Excellent stuff on MWS's side. And that was a 2-2. And now another Queen, a blue one by Yang, though.
Yes, indeed. And you know what? Going back right here, like we mentioned, Mechanic was, knocked down early phases of the game during our Yang right here on the first half of round 2. But, seeing it as it is, this is just good patience still for the side of Yang. It wasn't like what I told you. It wasn't as fast. It wasn't as swift or as smooth like it's expected to be. But the thing is, he got the job done. He made an exemplary play. He made it through the mid game, and just did his stuff and goes for that sweep. And so far here on our round 2 second half, I'm excited to see on how things would turn out because this time it's MWS on the Hunter. Let's see if they would be having switcheroos or would they be still sticking to Magoo. And for the side of 5HS, this is also where they also think through on who to ban because as much as I think I'm pretty sure they still will be sticking to the meta bans in terms of hunters, simply because it was used efficiently here for this match. There wasn't any interesting or surprise picks yet, but let's see because they also have to take into consideration that the photo boy they respected that photo boy. So let's see if they would ban it out.
Exactly, because the metas are so powerful. MWS for sure. The 5HS with MWS's Hunter, they may go for the meta bans, but like you said, there might be a switch. We might be seeing Yotsu. That's what happened yesterday, and that's a very valid strategy on MWS's side. Also on 5HS's side, they did respect the photographer so much that they banned him, just so that the Queen came back and just performed so well. So it's really a question of how comfy MWS feels against either the meta or the off-meta picks of Yang.
Indeed, and I like the call there as well. That they banned out the photographer because other than
Mhm.
it's one of Yang's comfortable picks, the fact that it's really efficient onto our map right here is something that you have to take into account. But also, Yang proved that you shouldn't really neglect the potential of the meta hunters, which is the
Mhm.
Bloody Queen, and
Mhm.
for this specific match, in terms of the survivor picks, I think well, for the side of MWS though, they will be banning out still one of the
Mhm.
M&Ms, which is
Mhm.
essential because especially in a compact map, right now you
Mhm.
can't really afford any delays, or you can't
Yep.
keep yourself preoccupied by a specific survivor if you
Right.
were on the hunter area. So you would be, I think the seer is out, and
Mhm.
most likely the mechanic as
Mhm.
well, because as compact as it is, you also don't want that decoding progress to be, sped up. You want it to
Exactly.
be in a way that you have to force out the survivors to pick a more versatile composition so that the hunter as well can have time for him to really pin down the
Mhm.
members of the survivors. But again, yeah, I think that would be my prediction for now.
Mhm.
We won't be seeing mechanic and seer for
And there's one more.
the yeah.
Mhm. For me, yeah, M&Ms are in there, but if ever we're gonna see a switcheroo with one of the M&Ms, you know what? The prospector on MWS's side is pretty strong as well as their forward. So I wouldn't be surprised, but you know what? M&Ms are the likely choice to be banned because again,
Mm-hmm.
how effective they are. In terms of the composition, though, if you do get out the mercenary, you saw the gravekeeper come in. I wonder how else they're gonna play around with the different compositions if they ban out the mechanic as well, because you saw how effective Yang was in sniping out the mechanic, and how effective all these hunters are in sniping out the mechanic just to really gimp the decoding progress. So
Mm-hmm.
it's really an interesting time to think about what the compositions of each team would be.
Indeed, but you know what? Regardless of the results right here, it's still the same with the first 3 days that we had. All first matches really intense. They want to embed their mark. They don't want to, go down without a fight. And
Mm-hmm.
for this specific match, regardless of who wins or loses, the fact that they are included in our top 4 teams of COA 3, man, that
Precisely.
is that is one bragging rights. Like,
Mm-hmm.
hey,
Yeah.
like that. But
Yeah.
again, this is a
Exactly.
battle of the spots. You have to battle out, and have to flex yourself that hey, we deserve this spot better. And
Mm-hmm.
both of our teams are demonstrating just that, because again,
Mm-hmm.
this is the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals, the apex of IDV esports, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the best of the best, again, best of the best across the globe. And
Mm-hmm.
MWS, repping up the Japan. Woo! Yeah,
Woo.
so yeah, and of course,
Unbiased, obviously.
yes,
We love both these teams.
yes.
Unfortunately, one has to go forward, right? And
Mm-hmm,
this is how you find the best of the best. They have to duke it out, and it's just a statement in its own. They made it this far, and the thing is, this is just one step in the door of the finals. You still have to face a best of 5 against the our next match was between Ace and GR, which are no slouches as well. So, they really
yes.
have to come in with guns blazing just to make a statement and show that these two teams have to show that they deserve it and they want that trophy that we always see, that golden, just beautiful looking trophy that Grizzly is petitioning to just get.
Because who wouldn't want to raise that
Exactly.
beautiful
Yeah.
trophy onto their heads and be titled as COA 3 champion? Who doesn't
Hmm.
want that? That's some next level flexing bragging rights, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
and
Hmm.
and every reward that goes along with it. So it's
Hmm.
it's just really amazing. We get to have front row seats on how these matches are coming into play, and I'm really happy
Hmm.
that you know, this day
Mhm.
later on, we get to give that title
Mhm. Yeah,
to
and we were talking about this off stream. Like these 4 days went by so fast. Like we're already on the last day. I know all good things have to come to an end, you know. But I'm so glad you were here with us. To everyone watching at home was with us throughout this entire journey. So do send your support to the Identity 5 community as well as your respective teams because it's an amazing time to be an Identity 5 fan, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness, day 4. This is what it led to, Sayora. This is the final day, and this is why we're having such jaw-dropping and just intense matches.
Yeah, I mean this is the year of the queens, the witches, calamaries as well, if you may, and of course,
Mhm.
Photo Boy was also out in play, and
Mhm.
it's just really exciting. But for the survivor side, a forward doing some flexing as well as gravekeepers, some
Mhm.
digging, and
Mhm.
it's just pretty exciting how these teams create various recipes of strategies and
Mhm.
just demonstrate it here on our battlefield. And my oh
Mhm.
my, but you know what, guys, we will be heading on to the match really shortly. They just have to do
Mhm.
some prepping on their end. And
Of course.
going back to the situation that we have right now,
Mhm.
man,
10-8.
yeah.
10-8. That is the score. MWS up by 2. 5HS making a monumental comeback. It was 8-1 coming into the match number 2. And then after that, they were able to jump up in points. So they really made a lot of work happen there. So 5HS really displaying that they get better as time progresses. And I want to see how they adjust in this match number 3. You see them on stage. They're getting ready. They mean business, ladies and gentlemen. This is Call of the Abyss 3. Sound off in the comment section how excited you are to see this match play
Yes.
out.
Indeed, and this is also the good opportunity, guys, to go support your team. Who is going
Yes.
to win? Is it hashtag MWS win or hashtag 5HS win? Come on, guys, scream it. Or not really scream it, more like type it in capitals. You go and support them because these teams, they really, as much as they're not really showy about it, but they can see. And they would love to see it if you guys, support the teams that you want. So, guys, go ahead and scream it. Scream it in typing in a typing manner. And now
I can imagine a lot of people screaming at their monitors now. Say,
Yeah.
it's 5HS. No, watch it. It's MWS. So just do that in comment in type form because you know what, these teams are gonna look back at this and they're gonna see those love and support and it's gonna fill them with joy. So just support whoever whichever team you're rooting for, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what we're talking about. The prize possession of Call of the Abyss 3. That is what we're going to see be claimed today, May 4th, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final day, Call of the Abyss 3.
You know what? I think the reason why Grizzly loves the trophy is it's because it has the essence of the calamari, and we already know that Grizzly is a die-hard fan of calamaris, feaster in general, and it kind of fits the theme. It kind of fits
Very
the
true.
trophy right now. So Grizz, do mention if I got it right when you're already on here, okay? I am relaying this message to you, so you better watch, okay? But going back here, I think this is 5HS, right? On our tables, and yes, they give us the COA 3 feels right now.
Yeah. Again, it's just an amazing feat that NetEase and Happy Valley did, bringing this match in the craziness of what's happening in the world. So let's get to it. I see MWS flexing Yotsu now in Moonlit River Park. So the switcheroo did happen. We're gonna see the meta bans in place. They're gonna respect the meta, those strong queens and witches. So I want to see now what the bans on the survivors are gonna be.
Basically, so far in predictions, we got the M&Ms, right? Let's see on the last one though. Will they respect the forward pick or what? A great keeper ban? Okay, no. It's gonna be M&Ms. Bye to the table. Yeah, for now.
And I want to see what the composition. You going with the forward here, going to be very harassing. Moonlit River Park, a pretty big map. So let's see how they're gonna compose their team based on the selected map of choice.
I think the priestess would also come into play. Okay, firstly,
Yes.
coordinator. So this is a very versatile composition. Judging by the first 3 picks, and yeah,
there
like
you
what I
go.
told you. To conclude it all, it's gonna be the priestess. You know, it kind of really answers to the question of the distance in terms of the bridge, because Moonlit River Park is bigger than Arms Factory. And again,
Whoa!
that play once more. We are gonna see a Soul Weaver. I told you so. I told you so. If the meta hunters are out into play, you are gonna expect some interesting pocket picks, and that is Yotsu detectives with the Soul Weaver.
The Soul Weaver making his presence felt here in day number 4. We're not going to see some Calamaris yet. I think we were treated too much yesterday with a back-to-back feaster match. So now the Spider is coming out to play over here at Moonlit River Park. Yotsu making that switcheroo, and I want to see how 5HS is going to be able to adjust to this hunter and this player as well.
Yes, because we did mention that 5HS was able to adapt to the pace that 5HS was able to adapt to what MWS offered into the first and second rounds. I mean, first and second first half rounds. And now with this switcheroo, this is a similar image that we witnessed yesterday. So let's see if they could be able to adjust to MWS Yotsu's aggression, or will Yotsu be the one do the adjusting? But you know what? This from Happy Valley again, the round 3, first half rather, of our game between MWS and 5HS.
As you can see here, just a snapshot of where everyone is at. Yotsu just trying to patrol the area. I think he has a scent on Ling now. Ling, being the priestess, I believe, is going to just try to kite as much as she can, going over the roller coaster and taking a ride. Yotsu now on the hot pursuit of this priestess.
Which is a good call, because like what we've said earlier, Ling really, capitalizes on the holy keys that he has, to really further close in this very complex map that we have right now. Okay, Spider has the release for mobility. Let's see. Okay, there won't be any terror shocks that will happen, but you know what? Yotsu's on his tail, and we'll still go back into getting those movement speeds anytime soon.
Exactly, yeah, movement speed. Ling has to be very careful. He gets the hit, but he takes a ride on the roller coaster once again. And yes, Yotsu using the teleport, moving targets over here to the coordinator in the Hullabaloo tent. And Da Long now getting himself off to safety, trying to look for another place to kite.
And I like it how the coordinator would want to lure the Yotsu in, but again, Yotsu knows this discipline, and he wants this pallets destroyed so that later they won't have anything to be utilized.
And DeLong again just setting up the terrain, setting up the game here, that he's gonna try to buy as much time for his teammates. And Yotsu using the speed buffs, oh my gosh, and DeLong gets hit.
Indeed, and so far, Yotsu still on the tails of DeLong, and I understand the logic behind, because the priestess is already far out, and the best thing that you could do is to just, pin down at least one of these survivors so that you can get that, a slight assurance that you're gonna get one here. But okay, this is where the Spider Webs come into play, the mobility of it all, and the confusion will lead to DeLong getting terror shocked.
Yeah, DeLong is the first victim of this very harassing Spider. DeLong, take note, it hasn't used the flare gun just yet, and Yu is in the area, as well as Ling. So could this be a 2-person tandem escape? But you know what? Yu was able to get that escape going on, and DeLong is long out of there with the Tide Turner still in effect, and now he is gaining some distance away from this Spider. But the Spider, not being discouraged, using the speed buffs, chasing him in the carousel, and DeLong is still on the run, and DeLong still has the flare gun, and he's gonna fire his shot. Yotsu is stunned, and he's really gonna buy a lot of time for his teammates, because 3 ciphers remain, Sayora.
Yes, indeed, and they're ringing around a Rosie in this carousel right here. I just love this play. Okay, Power Throw is going to be used, and Yotsu will be utilizing the mobility that he has with the help of the spider webs. And again, with the confusion gaming going on, and I think this is getting a bit intense right now because the Long is doing a pretty good job in containing because we are down to one Cypher and looking at the lower side of the stream watch, the Cypher is primed. So anytime the Long can go down and, you know, have that Cypher pop.
Yes, it just shows the 5HS's The Long is really playing her role as the kiter, right? And they're gonna pop that Cypher. We're at the end game, and now Yotsu really has to get some survivors taken down from here on in. But The Long still playing that ring around the rosy game in this carousel. But no resources for the coordinator, just has to rely on kiting and really juking away from the hunter, and detention will play as a factor because the coordinator is fallen down.
Okay, teleports onto the other side of the gate, and now Lel here has to do the work this time. But then again, Yotsu attempts to go and injure at least the Perfumer with the spit. But going back, this is a good opportunity, a good terrain to go and kite away Yotsu and take note. He manages to knock him down and utilizes that perfume. You know, Yotsu was aware that he was gonna go back. But then again, going back right here, the Long was able to pick himself up. And this is other sides of the map. They have this fair distance. So I think they might be going for a rescue here by you. But take note as well that Yotsu has detention.
Yes, he does. You really trying to make his approach. And look at the lower left side. The coordinator is already up and trying to open this exit gate. And we're going to see 2 exit gates open, ladies and gentlemen, while Yotsu tries to play defense and keep this Perfumer in. But I believe someone is already approaching the Perfumer, and he does. Ling was able to get to the Perfumer. The attention was dragged towards the forward that Ling was able to get. The priestess was able to get the Perfumer out of the chair, and here we go. Ling is still moving, and my goodness, the terror shock is going to play into effect. But my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, what a performance by 5HS.
Wow, that was some splendid performance. That was a sweep, right? That was a sweep as well. So 5 points on the board for the side of 5HS, 5 on the Hunter side, getting a sweep, and as well as the survivors of 5HS. Wow.
So, quick math, it is now 10-13. Just like that, 5HS is back in this competition and now in the lead by 3 points. So, for MWS to move on, they're going to have to get 5 and above. Because if it's 3-1, they're giving them 5HS is going to be 14. It's going to be 13-14. 5HS moves on. So MWS has to get a 5-person escape.
Man, oh man, I like the pace of this matches that we have. So much sweep, so much intensity, and you know, and this is, I think this is one of the matches that are really, really close. You know, in terms of points, and wow, I mean,
just back and forth. First match, you saw that it was MWS setting the pace. Second match comes in, 5HS slowly climbing their way, and now match number 3, 5HS just cementing their lead with 3 points. So pressure now shifted. How funny the tides have turned over to MWS.
And you know what? The great factor about it is that we did mention that Yotsu has this high risk threat levels, you may say, but you know what? 5HS wasn't deterred. They weren't, you know, they were still able to adapt and used the okay, sure, the Soul Weaver is good in terms of speed, becoming speedy. But the thing is, you have to take into consideration that the map is big, so there is also that lacking factor in terms of using Violetta and comes into play. But you know what? This is our round. Round 3, second half. This is going to be maybe the deciding factor of both of our teams. So, like you mentioned, MWS has to get a sweep in order to, be advantageous against 5HS, because 5HS, when we said comeback, they meant it, because they had 2 sweeps, man, 2 sweeps. I couldn't do that, whether it be I'm a Hunter Survivor.
It's 5HS the sequel. They just come back. They come back bigger and better and more effective as survivors or hunter, whichever side they're playing. So they're really posing a threat to the remaining teams that are here. So I think they got the attention of everyone watching now. So
Indeed.
MWS survivor side now. Yang is going to be hunting. For you to get a 4-person out with Yang is a really big task, but it's not impossible. So let's check out the match stats.
Yes, indeed. For Yotsu, he has 8 hits right there, but unfortunately, it wasn't really enough to get any survivors on his plate. But for 5HS this time, man, when you say snagging 5 points, it's in their name. 5HS, 5 headshots, and they got 5 points. 5 points, and to be specific. And look at this, the decoding progress of each and everyone. Perfumer doing a pretty good job despite him, containing in the first few seconds of the game. And look here, DeLong, the containment master, 129 seconds, just, touch, poked the ciphers to and fro, but then really utilizes the map as they rang around the Rosies, played a carousel onto Moonlight River Park. And that's the beauty of it, Hotch.
It just showed how comfy they were in Moonlit and how comfy, I guess, they were in kiting that Soul Weaver. So 5HS really did their homework in terms of preparing for this type of event that happened. So again, with these high-level teams, there's so much variables to take into consideration. You have to take into the map, the player, as well as the character that they're using. And 5HS just computing everything, and they were able to just come out on top there in that match with a consecutive, just before that it was Yang that did a 5-point sweep. So now their survivors also contributing to that pool of points now with 13-10. So now MWS, their survivors are going to have to survive against Yang's pick. Yeah, that's a very big task ahead of them.
Indeed. So it says that MWS has to place themselves in a position wherein they are the survivors, and staying alive.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? They really have to stay alive. And when I meant stay alive, I meant together. I mean, there should be no casualties whatsoever. Just think of it as an apocalypse thing or something, if you may. But going back into our initial predictions in terms of drafts right now, this is round 3, second half. So both of the teams, I'm pretty sure they probably adapt, but in terms of adaptability, 5HS had the upper hand. So the best bet that MWS has to do right now is because we're already seeing a depletion in terms of survivor picks, and the best thing that they could do right here is, I guess, stick to, let's say, having 3 fundamental picks, or the ones that are usually in the meta, or the ones that rise
are left available. Yes.
Yeah, rise in terms of trajectory, and they will be. I'm expecting that they one survivor that is a comfort pick or a situational pick if it deems necessary. So for the side, yeah.
Let's run down.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna run down the survivors of MWS, and let's try to pick out what do you think is gonna be. So they use the Prospector, Mercenary for sure. That might get banned because of M&Ms. Mechanic as well. They've been using the Priestess. They've been using the Gravekeeper. They've been using the Forward. And yesterday they brought out an Enchantress. So it seems like a healthy mix if the M&Ms are banned. But I don't know if we're going to see another comfort pick come in as the third round progresses. But for sure, I think Yang will opt to ban the M&Ms. So that could leave the rest like a Perfumer, a Forward tandem, or you might even see an Enchantress, or come back to the Prospector. So as you said, the survivor, the hunter side now, Yang having that photographer in his back pocket, as well as his exceptional usage of the meta. We also saw yesterday that he did use a Soul Weaver. So there's a lot to consider with banning the hunters, since you only get 2 bans.
Yes, indeed. But you know what? I want to know your perception in terms of Yang using a hunter. Do you have any quick predictions? Because I'm pretty sure that the Dream Witch and the Bloody Queen will be banned. So.
They might be banned because they're so good at Moonlit. So. Again, the only in this competition we did see his photographer and his Soul Weaver, and you know his photographer is really well in those compact maps. So I'm not sure. We might see a Soul Weaver, we might not. Again, it's really hard to tell. I can't really make any predictions at this point because I'm really excited to see this match. Do you have anything? Do you have any thoughts?
To me, like what I said, you can't really disregard the photographer of Yang. But again, this is one of bigger maps that come into play. So I think I am expecting to see one of the most interesting pocket picks, if not a Feaster, because I think we're saturated with Feasters yesterday. So if it's not a Feaster or a Photo Boy, it might be. I don't know. This is just my gut feeling, but
shoot your shot. Let's go. What do you think? Just think. We're just not making predictions. We're just thinking.
I think maybe a Ripper would go out.
Ooh, maybe.
I want to be different. You know, I want to be different right now.
True. Like that's a respectable choice.
Yeah.
For me, I think not predictions because we don't want to make it at this point because it's a lot is on the line. I have a feeling they might still respect the Photo Boy. They might go for a ban of the as well as the Queen. So we might see a Dream Witch if we're gonna go with that meta. But then again, I mean the map is so huge. So will they risk not banning the photographer, the very terrorizing photographer of Yang? Let's get to that picks and bans. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, as much as I don't want to talk anywhere, I just want to, you know, head it on to the game.
Let's go!
We are right now. You know, I say, what are you saying? Stop talking right now. We are going into the drafting phase. And again, Moonlit River Park, everyone. This is round 3, second half between MWS and Yang in the 5HS. So.
Oh, 2 meta bans. All right.
Yes. So I think this goes to show Potch that they might be confident in, you know, facing
the
off
off meta. The off meta picks of Yang. So now Yang, two M's, MS. Let's wait for the other M if it will come out. we're all like, no. It's MSP, ladies and gents.
Or
PMS.
Yeah.
Just have to say it. So back over to the Survivors composition. Let's check out what their cast of characters is going to be. Okay, an Enchantress, little shades of yesterday. Gonna have some stunning in their arsenal. There's gonna be a perfumer as well, and now we're just waiting on BB and GL.
Okay, Gravekeeper come into play, but let's see. Okay. I like this composition right now. It's very versatile. Yeah.
Something to note: they didn't go for the mechanics, so they're going for this versatile comfort picks. I like it. This is what I love about match number 3. They're able to, you know, just really roll with everything. Soul Weaver, let's do this.
Weaver. Looks like we'll be seeing a mirror match, literally. Oh man, I am interested, you know? It looks like Gang wants to make a statement right here, you know, like, you know what, I'm gonna use a Soul Weaver too, and I want to make my ground, and let's see if I could make a sweep, you know? And the thing that's interesting here, Potch, is that Yang has to use the advantage that they have, 3 points ahead, right? So at least, you know, you know, I'm too flabbergasted by the Soul Weaver pick, so I will be sticking to the Survivors this time, okay? Enchantress, forward, Gravekeeper, and what was the other one? That was the Perfumer. Okay, we mentioned they're not gonna go for that mechanic. Okay, that's understandable. And the thing is, they have a lot of things in their kit. They have this kiting priority, they have this mobility from the Gravekeeper in the forward, and they also have stuns too in a very timely manner. So let's see if this pans out, Poch, as we head on to our round 3 second half between MWS and Yang.
Yep, GL is on the radar of Yang, and you can see that Yang does want to make a statement, and they do want to move on in this competition. Now you see over here, over at the Big Tent, the Enchantress just trying to get some ciphers progressed here, and Yang's still looking for his mark, still patrolling the area. I believe he has a sight set on a certain survivor, so let's see how this pans out.
Indeed, and again, this is looking pretty good for this. Pretty good for both actually, because this is still early, and I just like it that with the absence of the priestess, they are now forced to really, walk that bridge. That
exactly.
goes both sides.
Yeah, so it is a very good ban on Yang's side for them to just really gimp the movement of these survivors. Now Yang utilizing the cobwebs here just to get that speed boost, trying to swipe for a hit. AM is in, it's a hot pursuit, and look at that. Uses the pallet to the advantage, and now Yang's still undeterred. He's still he's still encouraged to go after this perfumer and still use the cobwebs to close out that distance as he tries to knock down the perfumer, but excellent usage of that perfume. Yang is still on the hunt, still relentless with his offensive pursuit of this perfumer, but you know what, AM really utilizing the terrain to her advantage as well as her kit, has one perfume left. Lower left side of the screen shows that there's a pop cipher over at the Hullabaloo tent, and now AM really cornering out this perfumer, and excellent use of that perfume, and she's gonna run into these cobwebs to really slow down the speed, and Yang will be able to get a hit in. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it is back and forth with this session against the perfumer. Yang really wants to solidify their lead, wants to make a mark in COA 3 history, and be able to cement their way to the grand finals. 5HS's Yang, ladies and gentlemen, still on the hot pursuit, but look at that. The forward is able to stop the pursuit of Yang, and now AM was able to gain some distance. Now Yang has to be able to pick up the pieces here, be able to try to focus on this perfumer since she is injured. Yang still using those cobwebs, those webs to just get that speed boost. On the kit of the perfumer, she does not have any perfumes left. So this is going to be an arduous task, and Yang will drop the perfumer. And now 3 survivors are still pretty healthy, while Yang is going to be able to chair this perfumer. Excellent pursuit. And you know what, Sylar? That was a 2-cipher kite, and now another cipher is on the way.
Indeed, and that was a splendid job for the perfumer back there. It gave a lot of allowance for the survivors to go and decode. And again, this is the usual play. The Gravekeeper goes to save the day, and was actually spat on by Yang right here. And of course, priority sakes, you really just have to go to the survivor that was shared, Exactly. And that is what Yang is doing right now.
And now still very focused on this perfumer, and the perfumer will fall down as she tries to get as much distance away as possible. This Gravekeeper trying to look for another cipher or someone to heal him up. Enchantress is in the area because, ladies and gentlemen, MWS has to get 4 survivors out to stay alive in this competition.
Indeed, and I think that's what they will be trying to do. Pallet throw, beautifully done, and that wasn't a pallet throw, it's more like a recovery from Yang. And this is what I've been telling you, they have this very prioritization in terms of kiting, and they will be taking that last effort hit.
And 1 cipher remaining. GL really buying his team a lot of time, and the Gravekeeper really just close to popping that cipher. Again, last effort was prompt. GL trying to gain as much distance away, but the attention is garnered by nice body block there just to hamper the speed, and the Gravekeeper is so close to just popping that cipher just to get everyone up. Let's see if he'll be able to do it in time, and he does!
He does indeed, and now the chase is on. AM here will try to attempt on the ring around. Rosie will be spatting on him, and of course that 180 hit will be successful. And I again the perfumer back into the rocket chair, and I'm pretty sure he would progress now to targeting GL, who is injured. Pot.
That is true. GL just trying to gain some distance away from this Soul Weaver, dropping those pallets down. Detention is on deck, so that is another added risk factor in this pursuit. So GL gets hit by that cobweb spit there. My goodness. Yang means business. Ty already out the door. I have eyes on BB as well. So that is a 2-2 GG. 5HS is moving on, ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulations to Yang and 5HS. That was okay. Wait a second. Okay, that was exemplary performance by 5HS. You know, this is the kind of song that goes started from the bottom points. Now we're here. Yay! I had to do that reference. Okay.
Yeah, it was really an uphill climb. You can't deny that they really started from a 8-1. So they were able to climb their way back. So kudos to 5HS. Nothing to take away from MWS. They did the region proud. They performed to their full extent. They really took it to 5HS. But 5HS will be the ones punching their ticket and moving on to face the winner of GR versus Ace.
But you know what? Yeah, like what you said, MWS repping the region proud because they are, they are one of the top 4 teams here in COA 3. But again, that was exemplary from 5HS. It just goes to show, Poch, that a comeback is possible. And Yang and the gang demonstrated that.
I like that.
Okay.
Even dropping those rhymes since a while ago, Sayora.
I can do it right now, huh? Some dab here and there. But going back to what I've been saying earlier, 5HS demonstrated that they can do some awesome comebacks. So other teams have to take this into account and do not sleep in 5HS because they can really tie center where you least expect it.
Yeah, just like fine wine, they age better in time. So that's 5HS. Oh yeah, I got it. I gotta try to rhyme.
You wanna be on my face, huh?
No, you just inspired me to rhyme. So that's a constant threat, like you said, that you mentioned that as the matches go on, they get more dangerous and they do like a diesel engine. They just keep on throttling. I guess the first few rounds or first few halves are just feeling out process. So and especially this is going to be very dangerous in a best of 5 because there's more matches to be played out.
And you have to take note come the finals. For the grand finals, rather, for our COA 3, this is round 5, like you mentioned, and there are lots of factors that are going to come into play. For example, if ever so that we manage to, proceed to round 4 or even 5, even this is where the test of mental capacities come into play, their stamina, their endurance, and how tilt proof that whoever team would be in that is for later, ladies and gents, because you have to stay tuned in to that. But right now, let's have a little recap of what happened earlier. Man, 5HS just rocking on that previous game, and Yang, like what I said, really embedded a mark. Okay, this is how you soul lever, and he did it perfectly. He did it well. He maintained a space.
Yeah, and we mentioned that Moonlit River isn't the most optimal for the Soul Weaver because of how big it is and how distant the structures are. We saw how the survivors of 5HS were able to exploit that with the terrain and the carousel. But you saw that the Soul Weaver of Yang was really able to get the job done. They just needed to get at least one person out there, but they went for that tie. So it's really making a statement how much 5HS really wants this.
Yes, indeed, and you could really feel the hunger. I mean, also MWS has the same amount of hunger that 5HS has. It just goes, and they really did a good performance because really starting off aggressively with the sweep, and it just so happens that 5HS was able to adapt to them more quickly. Even
Yes.
though they had that switch in terms of the hunter side, they weren't deterred. They did their homework, they did the job done, and still kudos to MWS for making Japan representatives proud. Right here, being able to reach one of the top.
Yeah, do sound off in the comment section your support for MWS. They made it this far, ladies and gentlemen. That is no easy feat. They went up against the best of the best to get to this point. 5HS performed to the fullest potential. Let's take it back to the match stats. This Soul Weaver of Yang, another thing to worry about if you're facing against 5HS. If you see the sides of the Survivor, the Perfumer really tried to buy as much time as possible. 3% decoding, 200% decoding goes to the Enchantress, 90% to the Forward, and the Gravekeeper with 205.
So we can get to say that it's pretty dispersed in terms of the coding progress, but Tai really took advantage of him not being the one in the attention at first, and you have to commend, Perfumer right there. 138 containment time really had that 3 cipher kite go on and get going. Really allowed a lot of allowance for the other members of MWS, but still, it comes into clutch play wherein Yang you just made a statement and concluded that okay, as I like it's a good job done, but it just so happens that he did better.
So here are the results, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the progression of this. 8-1 in round number 1 in favor of MWS. 2-7, and then it shifted to Tides to 2-7 once again, with 5HS being the victor. They will be the ones in the grand finals, but we're going to find out as we move on in the day between GR and Ace, the defending champs, and Ace trying to contest them. Who will make that through? We're going to find that out as we move on, ladies and gentlemen.
But of course, this isn't still the end for MWS because they still have a battle for third. And whoever loses our second match for today between GR and Ace, that is what MWS will be facing for later.
Yes, so there's a lot to look forward to, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, Sayora and I have to take a very quick break. Please don't go anywhere. More Call of the Abyss 3 action when we return.
Pew pew.
Stuck here under this curse forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, and trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. It's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, and trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets
我是一名邮差，像千百个奔走在街道上的邮差一样，传递着不同的故事与秘密。我并不擅长与别人交流，也不喜欢，但我却迷恋观看这些收件者拿到信件时的种种表情：惊讶、喜悦、激动万分，又或是怒不可遏。面对面的对话是最虚伪的，人们看着你的脸，根据你的反应而反应， 说着那些附和的假话，而那些字里行间所藏匿的感情，反而才是最真挚的。可能说这些话时无法让人信服，因为从没有人给我寄过信。毕竟，我唯一的朋友威克，也只是只小狗罢了。但当我第一次收到这封寄给自己的信时，我从未如此确信文字所体现出的无尽真挚。
从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，拉兹这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在那里召唤我。
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了它，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，它会让一切继续。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Call of the Abyss 3, day number 4. Intense matchup between MWS and 5HS. Pot Spice and, you know, the very lovely Sayora over here giving you the action. It was just the first series, and I was lost for words with how amazing 5HS performed. Actually, how they both performed, and how 5HS, as you said, started from the bottom. Now they're here, and now we're going to go to the MVPs.
Yes, indeed. And of course, the MVP goes to Yang, of course. You know, really put in some extra work right there with the average score of 11,133. Remaining ciphers, though, 0.7 strikes. He had like 15 Terror Shocks wasn't able to, but gets that knockdown pretty efficiently, as he has that 6.7 ratio. And look at that, just really holding on to the smiley faces rocket right there. He really skyrocketed hit their points come the rounds 2 and 3 of our matches.
Exactly. Skyrocketed indeed, and they skyrocketed their way to the grand finals. They will be facing off against the winner of our next match. And now this is going to be another doozy, Sayora. We got GR versus Ace. Are you ready for this matchup?
I am the same way. Connection is not ready. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because my connections of, I'm gonna admit it, my connection is slightly spiky right now in the area. So that's how my heart is racing. It's not as it's laggy as it is, because we are looking at a match wherein the defendant champion is there alongside with the admirable Ace. So
Yes.
if you notice that Ace has the hunter here, like specifically CC. Correct me if I'm wrong. And during these times, if you notice, CC is already, as much as GR is the defending champions, he is one hunter to really look out for.
Yeah, I CC Xie, I'm not, because he's from China, so he actually did a lot of work in the grand finals. We were just talking to Grizzly offline. They did face the team of GR, so that's a very interesting story to paint. And just to bring it back to day 3, the results that GR and Ace had. So GR actually didn't have to face LBM due to the travel circumstances, right? So GR's first day was actually the 3rd day. And I believe, let's talk about Ace first, since they are on the screen. Ace actually performed pretty well against ALC 18-8. And here they are now. Angel DD, Memory, Blue, Brotang, D, Siese, and Yue. Did I pronounce that right?
Yes.
You have to correct me there. Yay, thank you.
And of course, looking at the preferred characters right here, still sticking to the meta, and of course, at the same time with the go-to picks, if ever so they are banned. And, like what you said, let's talk about Team and you mentioned that they scored 18-1.
18-8.
18-8. Sorry, in 2 our previous matches. And again, Angel DD with these amazing stats right here. Look at the mechanic average decoding progress, 55%. It means that Angel DD is just really given a spun amount of space into the battlefield, to just really go and decode.
Yes, that's true. Angel DD playing his role right, and knowing that you can also rely on him to contain the hunters, because 56 seconds is a long time in this game. Moving over to Blue, average decoding process through the roof with 163% on average. Duration 51 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. That's averaging out almost a minute. Average rescues 1.2, so this guy is all around.
Indeed, and I just cannot unsee how these players have their eyebrows on fleek. More fleekier than mine. I mean, mine is a mess, but going back to the stats.
That's a requirement, I think, for these pro players. They're just all on fleek, even their poses and their plays. So yes, to Brotang.
Yeah, the Brotang right here again, one of the fleeky players, because look at that, the forwards rocket chair rescues is only one, but it means that it shows prowess. And for Ace's D right here, I'm liking that here, and with the average score of 11,000, with the knockdowns of 10 and eliminations of 4. And look at the Bloody Queen mirror image attacks that he inflicts. It's 5, and it means that he manages to strike it in a timely manner. And of course, for Memory, look at this. Decoding progress is a shabam, 270% on average. Potch, it means he's given a lot of allowance. And with the Priestess, escapes that he had, it's something that, GR has to look out for as well.
Yeah, these numbers are really something to commend with everyone. And this is the punter we're talking about, Xie, with 5.5 knockdowns, average eliminations 2.25, average terror shocks is 2.25%, Bloody Queen 5.3. This is the story. They have an insight to GR because they faced them on the big stage last year. Xie did. So coming into that does put a that does give him an advantage. On the same side, it also gives GR an advantage because they know the habits of Siese.
Indeed. So this is like again another clash, similar to what we have during COA 2. And again, this is Ace detectives. You know, just walking into our battlefield right here, so fresh and prepared for this day's match. And yeah, like what you mentioned, I mean, that they already know the habits of each other. So this could be a make or break, or this is like another, you know, what do you call this? Another image of what we witnessed during COA 2 matches.
And just to give context to the road to get here, they had to face IMT and ALC, two top teams. Actually, everyone here is a top team. And now Ace is at this moment against the defending champs, which is GR. Now, we've said this before, GR was supposed to face LBM at the start, but due to travel restrictions and the craziness of what's happening in the world, LBM decided not to push through with the travel. And you know what? Health is wealth, ladies and gentlemen. They are well compensated, and I'm pretty sure we'll see them again. They had to face GR, so GR immediately moved on. So here they are, LPZ, MKK, 567, PPX, F, and Mousy.
Yes, indeed. Looking pretty good right here. And let's look at the stats real quick. 567 with a beautiful... You know, the stats really speak for themselves. The containment time, look at that. It's a stunning 81 seconds. And it means that in every game that he plays, he is bound to really pin down this hunter. And you know what? The decoding progress as well, 87%. Meaning he could, you know, be flexible if deemed necessary.
They're defending champs for a reason, and the numbers really tell a story with how rounded their game plan is. Decoding progress 172% for F, containment time 23%, but do look at the forward stuns. One in a game is already hampering enough for the hunter. So this is a player that these hunters have, Ace's hunter has to worry about if he chooses that forward pick.
Because it could be pretty hefty and, you know, kind of will keep you for sure preoccupied. And LPZ right here with the decoding progress and average at that 192%. And it's the containment as well is something above average. And you have to take note, Gravekeeper, one of the most recent survivors here, he has that potential rescue. You know, it could really, you will be expecting that there is a guarantee save from him. And on to MKK right here, the containment is real because you just get to see a majority of these stats. The reason why they are the defending champions that we have right now.
MKK not messing around when it comes to containment, and he is he does prefer using the seer. So I'm pretty sure Ace is gonna ban that right off the gate, or one of the M&Ms. We did see some mechanic preference as well, so they have to pick their poison. Would they want to see the seer early on in the match or the mechanic? Because you know GR is a very formidable foe, and PPX, one of the most deadliest hunters in this game. Look at that average score. Knockdowns 10, 4 eliminations on average. That's average. How many survivors are in the game? 4. Exactly. That's how crazy this guy plays. Bloody Queen, mirror image attacks 8.5. Those are some scary numbers, Sayora.
Indeed, because PPX really proved himself right here way back COA 2, and you know, it's just really embedding his mark right here alongside with his members. And like what we've been saying, we saw earlier that Ace is into our stage as well as GR, so we are getting the COA 3 hype right here. And you know, going back to PPX, he is, you know, noted as one of the best hunters known to IDV esports in general. And you guys, this is the face of the defending champions that we have right now. So let's see if they could still, you know, be able to sit on the throne once again.
Yeah, and just to take it back to GR's performance yesterday against BZY. BZY is an off-meta team. They're very good. They're very good under pressure. They have really good survivors. PPX spawns into the map. 5 seconds in, already gets a hit in with that mirror image. So that is something to worry about when you're against PPX. And right now, Ace is the one on the survivor side. So you know, most probably PPX will be the one rocking the hunter side.
Definitely. And you know what? This is the thing that I don't know. I'm having shivers because the duration of the matches from day one to now, this is the first time for me that I get to cast a game between a game of GR. So
Yes, same here, and I feel the shivers with you as well, because these are the defending champs. They have a target on their back, but you know that they thrive under pressure, and this is PPX, ladies and gentlemen, a very dangerous hunter. Dangerous with a capital D, so do not sleep on this player.
I like it. I like it that you placed that, And again,
yeah.
I mean, I can't blame you because he really is hunter that anyone could have faced. And you know what? Let's see if they are still the same team to reign this beautiful trophy once again as we head on to the drafting phase, Podge, between round 1 first half between Ace and GR.
So Lakeside Village is where we're gonna settle this first tango. PPX on the hunter side. Well, we have Blue, Angel DD, Brotang, and Memory. The Seer is going to be banned right away. Top ban, very respectable ban. We do not want to see any Seer in this Lakeside Village, which is a very huge map.
Indeed, and so far, once one of the M&Ms are out into play, comes the other two that is going to be chosen by our survivors. And like what we're witnessing right now, the Mercenary and the Mechanic, followed by the Forward. Of course, we've been seeing a lot of Forward Mercenary plays, and I'm not going to be surprised if the Strippers will be going at them. But again, going back right here into our, draft, the Priestess as for Ace. Take note, Lakeside Village, a bit more, one of the largest maps as well into our tournament. So let's see what PPX winning onto the table.
Yep. He has a cast of hunters to really use here. All cards are still on the table. Let's see who he will lock in with, as at this first round really just sets the pace, it sets the tone, but it could switch it could switch to anyone's favor. So again, we have the Mercenary as well as the Forward tandem. You have the Mechanic as well as a Priestess to really close out that distance for survivors to really move around the terrains of this Lakeside Village.
Definitely. And you know what? I like it how PPX is really taking his time right here, just to add a little more suspense on us. But yes, sticking to the meta comes
Yas
Bloody
Queen.
Yas Queen. PPX
Yeah, there we go.
Queen, King. I'm sorry, but you know what? This Bloody Queen is in the meta for a reason, and it's kind of like a common strategy that you really would stick to a hunter meta, and that is what PPX will be will let us see. That's what he wants to show us right now.
He will be letting loose with that Bloody Queen in Lakeside Village, a huge map. Those mirror image will come into play, as well as the teleportations, just to really keep the survivors on their toes and keep them wondering what the next move would be. So I know Ace already has they're really coming into this match prepared, because they know that they have a killer right across the stage from them, which is the name of PPX. So Lakeside Village, ladies and gentlemen.
I
don't know. Stuff that could happen.
I don't know, Poch. You have this sort of aura, like in terms of I don't know. I'm just placing references right here. That when you see, like, let's say a protagonist, the tension is really high. That is what I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling a lot of weight. It's as if that everything around me is just suddenly bam. Here we go, and you imagine PPX walking in a very JoJo-ish reference, like I am here, and already
you're approaching me.
Yeah, you're
approaching me.
Yeah, and when he does get the sweep, he might go, Omae wa Moshinderu kind of, context. But again, this is one of the best teams, and Ace also really made their mark. So I'm pretty sure that they won't go down without a fight, even though that PPX already made its name.
Exactly. Tensions are. How can we build this match anymore? Ace is facing against the defending champs of Call of the Abyss 2. So they realize it. They know the stakes are high, because if they're able to put a hole in the armor of GR, you know what? They could steal that momentum away. That is a very big task they have ahead of them, and they know that they have to come into this strong, guns blazing, while still making sure that they have something ready for the late game, because again, as effective as GR is as a surviving team as well as a hunting team, no one has yet to take them really into scary waters, or like those rough waters. So could Ace be that team to really take GR to the limit before they even reach grand finals?
Yes, and I like it how PPX is just really meditating right here, and getting the focus and game on right here. And you saw earlier you state that Ace is really strategizing and talking about what they once the games begin.
Exactly. It's the first half. It's the first of the half in match number 1. They need to dictate how this dance is going to go. They can't give any room for error for PPX to exploit, because you saw the stats. Those numbers are very scary numbers, and 4 survivors on average. That's average.
And we all witnessed yesterday's match. PPX just sweeping off survivors in charts, and
yes,
I am really shivering right now. I am getting goosebumps. It's
calling back from yesterday. It was, just to put context and maybe to add more shivers in you.
No.
It was 16-2 in favor of GR. 16-2 against BZY, one of the top teams.
If I'm not mistaken, just a quick match right there during yesterday's match, that was PPX with all the sweeps, and the survivors had 3 1s. Am I right?
Yes, that's true. That is what happened yesterday.
It's very good at bat. It's good. Not good. I mean, man, oh man. I am. You know what? I don't wanna. I wanna talk less, and let's just head it on to the match, because I'm getting goosebumps. I mean, I wanna see if GR will be taking the lead once more, or will Ace be the ace of this specific round in our match, and pretty exciting. Woo.
Exactly. It's exciting times. I think they're just getting ready. You know what? They want the most optimal situations and the optimal performance of this match. So we don't want to just jump the gun and start things off and then just have to go for that pause. So that is what they're doing now, ladies and gentlemen. I believe they're just going through the motions and just getting ready for this epic clash between these 2 juggernauts of teams. That's Ace and it's Ace and GR. So you see them on stage, you see the tensions are high, and just the constant threat of the momentum being shifted is very real with these 2 teams as we head to Lakeside Village. Again, Lakeside Village, we're gonna see a Bloody Queen on PPX's side, Ace with the team of the Mercenary, the Mechanic, the Forward, and the Priestess.
Yes, sir. And you know what? All of this, waiting is giving me the tensions, and I just.
You're not alone, Sayora. Yeah. I think everyone at home too is just like, all right, when is this gonna like? It's anticipation as well as expectation that people are feeling now. So they want to see this epic clash of these 2 big Goliaths of teams from the China region.
And I'm pretty sure that the viewers as well would really go nuts if ever, after all of these that we are presenting on our screens, and then come a sudden break. They would go mad. I mean, I would be mad as well, as much as but you know what? Things are needed to be prepping up and going so that we all get to witness an intense match. And okay, let's just go back a quick second onto the draft that you mentioned earlier. Okay, this could be a potential, survivor side. I think they will be. How do you call this?
So here we have the just the wrap up of the drafting phase. GR's PPX with a Bloody Queen, and we have the Mercenary by Blue, Angel DD with a Mechanic. The forward will be by Brotang, and the Priestess will be rocked by Memory. Happy Valley presents this awesome round number 1 in the first half. You see GR's PPX here, an early mirror on start, and now he already has Memory on his scent, and like blood in the water, he is going after this Priestess.
This is such a very fast eye for the side of PPX. Well, of course, that's already to be stated. Okay, that was a beautiful hit. Taking advantage of the wrong direction that Memory had in that vaulting. And again, going back, this is really going smoothly for PPX. But that was a good portal for Memory, really on time. But the mirror image is going to be used. Will be vaulting once again, and will be cornering it for a knockdown.
Did you see that sandwich of the mirror image and the queen there? Just excellent positioning on PPX's side. The Priestess tried to buy as much time as she could, and now PPX shifting his attention to the terrain just so he can just give less resources to the survivors of Ace.
Indeed, and again, I like it how PPX here is not really going from the vicinity. Because the Brotang is right here to potentially rescue.
Yes, a successful rescue. He had to take the hit, and now Tide Turner is prompt. PPX still focused on this Priestess, wants to chair her once again. Very focused hunting on display by PPX. Hits the Holy Key just so she won't have any more portals to go to. Memory really playing with the terrain in this side of Lakeside Village. Now the mirror image is gonna try to strike. Memory's still out of the way though.
That was a hair away. But again, the mirror image is a good factor to really pin down your survivor. And again, Memory for the second time around will get knocked down, and off the rocket chair he goes. Now take note, Poch, that Brotang is injured. So the best bet that could really go is either to heal himself up first or let another survivor go for the aid. But looking at the lower side of the screen, they are healing right now.
Yes, they are. 3 ciphers remain. You saw that the Mechanic is in play as well as the puppets. And now PPX still wanting to garner this chaired Priestess. And now the Mechanic going for the save, gonna take that hit just to buy more time for this Priestess to stay in this map. Go back to the structures of, excellent Holy Key. The structures of Lakeside Village. Ace's Memory is still on the run away from GR's relentless PPX's relentless Bloody Queen here, and the last effort is going to be prompt here.
Yes, and knock down again for Memory goes. And I like it how PPX is really securing the survivor take here, because I can understand the logic behind it, because this is one complex map. It's a big map, so you really want to, the moment that you get your eyes on a survivor, you really want that survivor out. And that is what PPX is doing right now. And then will be transitioning onto another survivor, which I think could be the forward or the Mechanic.
True. Resources are pretty good on the side of the 3 survivors left, 3 ciphers left, and now, he was able to swipe away, I believe, at the puppet. You see the Mercenary focusing on decoding. Angel DD and Brotang are really dispersed in this map, as well as Blue.
Indeed, and PPX just utilizing the mirror images to just really go and closen the gap that he has against the survivors. And it looks like PPX has his vision now, like what I said, onto the forward, uses the mirror image, will be taking that hit, and I think will be using to transport himself near Brotang. Yes, and now Brotang here will be utilizing the terrains that he has in the area.
Yes, it's Brotang's turn to try to contain this hunter as they try to push for those ciphers to be primed and popped as well. Brotang just setting up those pallets so it'll just hamper the speed of this chase here. PPX still relentless with this hunt. Uses the mirror image, an excellent usage of that football to gain some distance, but PPX still hot on the pursuit. Brotang moving over to the shack area, uses the teleport to try to confuse Brotang. Brotang uses the the football, but gets a little has that cooldown part of after using that football, and PPX is still on the pursuit.
Oh, will this be a terror shock? No, it's still a hair away to safety. But again, this is a good transition because this is also one of the kiting airs. Mirror image going to be used. Will PPX get him? Yes, indeed. And that was a good strategy to really close the distance by, teleporting on the mirror image. And down will Brotang go. But take note, Poch, this is one cipher remaining. It bought enough time for them to decode the remaining two. So,
Right.
man.
I mean, Brotang had the right idea. He was really containing the Hunter as much as he could. And now we're over at Big Boat. Blue using the Iron Dash just to really get away from PPX's sight. And now the chase is on for Blue. Brotang is saved now. And the mirror image is used. An excellent usage once again of the kit of the Mercenary. PPX is still on the hunt of this Mercenary as this chase goes on.
Indeed, and again, he is targeting the mirror images right now, and he teleports in a timely manner, and now this time Blue will be doing the containment this time, and the mechanic onto the lower side of the screen was able to rescue the forward earlier, and again, this will be in a bit of a pinch for PPX, but you know what? This is a good thing because you know what? Blue is having this hair away moments, utilizing all of his pads.
Exactly. PPX, though, gets the swipe at the Mercenary. The delayed effect will be timed now, and one cipher remains. PPX now just scouting the area, sees that the mechanic placed her doll right there at the exit, doesn't want anyone to have a heads up on popping that exit gate. Angel DD over at the Big Boat, while you see Blue there over there at the shore area of this map, and he's transitioning probably to touch a cipher. PPX is still scouting the area, trying to look for survivors to take down.
Indeed, and look at this Angel DD just tiptoeing his way, just to be, for that stealthy capacity that he could try and bring. Okay, he's going to hide, but let's see if PPX spots him. Oh no, he won't be able
Not
to
quite,
see
not
him.
just yet.
Uses a teleport and goes into the cornfield area, and that was some stealthily moves done by Angel DD. But again, will this stop PPX? Because he will be inflicting another hit for Blue, and in short while he'll get knocked down.
Yes, and all eyes are on the lower left part of the screen. The mechanic is trying her best to get that cipher primed, because once Blue falls, he has to get that cipher ready and primed. Excellent use of the pallet for the Queen to go the other way, and look at that, the cipher has been popped, Sayora.
Yes, indeed, and that was a good, vaulting capacities for the Mercenary, but the mirror image will be used, and down goes Blue. And take note that PPX now has the detention, but first, really locking in Blue into the rocket chair. That I'm pretty sure that he'll proceed to the survivors. But again, Mechanic and Angel DD onto the other side as well. So let's see if Angel DD would go for a rescue, or would they just stick to a tie?
Yeah, this is a very scary situation. I mean, aside from a meta hunter hunting you down, she has detention. And you know what? She already has one person chaired. You see the mechanic trying to make her approach to the probably the exit, or as well as go to...
Yeah, and I think Brotang as well will be targeting for that potential save, but you have to take note that PPX has detention, Poch, and just looking at here, I like it that PPX just roam around and did not leave fully the vicinity where in Blue is at, but I think he has his eyes on Brotang right now.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. The mechanic was able to open that other exit gate. And Brotang is going to be in the receiving end of that swipe. Brotang will be falling down. And Angel DD will probably try to rush for that chair, or will she try to go out? Oh, she is approaching the Mercenary.
He goes for the save, Poch, and then will be pinning down the forward at first, but I think she will be going for that teleport. Let's see if they could still go to the forward, but I guess not, because it's quite risky. Blue is injured. Angel DD is really standing by, and again with the stealthiness that he inflicts right now, man.
Yep. They really want to go for broke. They really want to set the pace of this match. They want to take the fight to PPX as this match goes on. Aces Blue on...
Yeah, And the thing is, I like it when he guards it down, goes to the seaside gate, but still not yet open. And they will be transitioning now to here, and the mechanic is gonna get into the dungeon. Will it be open? Will the forward go in time? Yes, yes,
Oh!
he will. And goes for the tie.
Wow.
Oh man.
A 2-2.
Okay. Okay,
Uh-huh.
let's absorb everything, right?
Mhm.
So far so good. It was going on both sides of the team. And
Yes.
Ace decided to just take their time in terms of the coding. And I like it how Angel DT really stealth enough to hide himself and just proceeded bring the cipher onto the boat area. Now, PPX could have had that potential 3-1, but then again, you have to take into consideration the discipline that was well performed by Ace. Simply because they took that risk in saving the mercenary first. And although the exchange was the forward, but the fact that they were still able to make it to a tie and, just really went out. The mercenary went out onto the cornfield gates in time so that the dungeon would be open and the mechanic just really escaped a hair away from
Yes, that
getting
was so close. And yes, you mentioned risk. It was a very calculated risk as well. They were really trying to position themselves in a way that they had an exit strategy. And they did try to go for the 3-1, but 2-2 isn't so bad, especially if you're going up against the champs.
Yeah, definitely. And that's something usually we already have this tension, especially like what you said, this is these are the defending champs, but you having that tie, it means that you have that firepower. You can
Yes.
do
That ace
you
up their
yes,
sleeve.
yes, yes, definitely. You have it means that Ace did their homework as well. I mean, you becoming a defending champion would also mean you giving references, or the other teams would really do some homework on you.
Yes.
And I think for this case, Ace did it and manages to take a tie, so this could be a good stepping stone for them. But this is the match stats real quick, Potch.
PPX, again, very efficient and very effective hunter, really not overextending himself to take his eyes off the chaired opponent here. So we have Ace's Angel DD 218%, Brotang with 118%. Ace's Memory, the Priestess, really tried to contain as much as she could at the start, 77 seconds, and now Blue with 248%, the Mercenary. Let's talk about that Mercenary too. He was able to really weave his way around the map and really utilize the Mercenary's kit to his advantage. And now also PP, he was early mirror at the start, early aggression, and then he knew that he wanted to just secure some takedowns. He didn't want to overextend himself, especially in a big map like Lakeside Village. So again, yes, it's a great start for Ace. Not to take anything away from GR, and GR are champs for a reason. So you have to understand they're also studying as the
Indeed.
matches progress.
Indeed, and of course, this is also a battle of adaptability. And again, this is just round one, first half, and both ended up in a tie. So let's see if early come round one, second half, will someone really shaken up this current tie, or
Exactly.
will be just another reset, and
Mm-hmm.
um, it depends really, because here we did mention that all of the teams came back strong, and they
Yeah.
are showing it right now, because Ace is being on the same level of performances in terms of our defending champions. And usually when that kind of impression happens, it kind of gives you that certain amount of intimidation. But you know what, Ace wasn't deterred. They stuck to what they could do best, and that was giving GR a tie. So let's see if the GR hunters could uh embed the mark, or will Ace's hunter CC do something about this?
Yes, so all eyes are on CC's Ace as well as GR's Survivors because their Survivors are pretty strong. They did get 3 1s yesterday against BZY, so they're pretty well coordinated. I think CSA has a lot on his plate, especially now since it's a tie. Momentum is still nullified. No one has the momentum at all, so it was a good pace to set the match because it shows that they can run with the best of them, and they're really giving GR a contest for their championship if they're able to continue and even ramp up their performance in this high level match.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. And you know what? You have to
Mm-hmm.
take into account as well that this is Lakeside Village. So there are various
Mm-hmm.
options. And I'm not going to be surprised if there could be, pocket picks in terms of hunters and survivors.
True.
Because, like what I said, how big the map is how versatile you could be in terms of strategy. So I
Mm-hmm.
it's but still sticking with the meta and not really
Yes.
neglecting anything onto the top tier sides. It just
Mm-hmm.
so happens that with this complex of a map, there are also open opportunities for
Mm-hmm.
you to choose in terms of survivor and hunter selections. But
Mm-hmm.
sticking to what we know best, GR is gonna come into play. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm expecting another, the fundamental still. One of the
Mm-hmm.
M&Ms is gonna be banned for sure, and
Mm-hmm.
I think I most highly think it's the Seer, simply
Yes.
because with the big map that you have, you can't really afford to add more kiting abilities for the survivor, and
Very
on the
true.
yeah, since the survivors won't be able to ban out for the first round, I think they would be opting for, I guess, the forward mercenary once again.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say, I'm kind of thinking between if the mechanic would also come into play, since the
Mm-hmm.
mechanic is used efficiently, though it was tight. The fact that stealthiness and the cross was showing prowess earlier is
Mm-hmm.
something that you have to take into account. So I think a mechanic could also come into play, especially
Mm-hmm.
GR is gonna use this. So
Mm-hmm.
uh and for the final one, I am thinking in between. I don't know. I hate to say, it, but I think if it's not a priestess, it may be. I think a
Mm-hmm.
gravekeeper. I
If
guess. I
yeah,
guess.
if they choose a gravekeeper, they're really leaning towards that rescue heavy meta. And I agree with you completely when it comes to the probably a forward mercenary tandem. They will not sleep on the mechanic if one of the M&Ms is available, or if both of them are available, they will definitely choose that. But yes, a seer ban is very likely on the side of the hunter of Ace. So we're gonna see that happen. I do think that they might lean towards that priestess because you saw how effective the kiting was in that early part. So the priestess can really utilize the structures and can give that buff for survivors to move around the map. But also,
Mm-hmm.
if not the priestess, you could look at a perfumer as well. I mean, perfumer is one of the top tier characters, but the M&Ms are just so prioritized when it comes to bans. But to
Yeah.
compensate for that, the perfumer is always there just in case.
Mm-hmm. Of course, I mean it's just a matter of your go tos. If one
Yes.
is banned out, you have this sort of options. It's like your sugar salt, in every
Mm-hmm.
recipe. That if you feel that
Mm-hmm.
this certain type of survivor would be more beneficial or useful, specifically for Lakeside, because you have to take note again, Lakeside is one of the complex maps that we have. So if it's not a priestess, I think it's either a perfumer. So I would agree with you on that, because perfumer um really has a lot of kiting abilities, and
Mm-hmm.
we witnessed that
And
all throughout our matches.
And like you mentioned, the hunters can't afford to have longer kiting times. That's why the seer ban was so respectable. So a perfumer adding to the kiting time to the hunter would really dampen the plan of Ace to try to get more than to try to break away from the tie that they started.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. The perfumer also is a thing to complement to whatever Seer could have brought
Mm.
into the table. But again, I'm pretty sure it's a good feeling. I feel that Seer is not gonna be
Yes.
chosen.
It's
Mm-hmm.
gonna be
Yeah,
banned, and
it's gonna be respected
yeah.
and banned for
Mm-hmm,
sure.
mm-hmm.
And
Really.
I'm just wondering between the two, like Bloody Queen or Dream Witch, who is Ace gonna start this second half with? Because both of them could shine. Both of them have their strengths in Lakeside Village. It's just a matter of executing how you disperse the kits of the Bloody Queen as well as the Dream Witch.
To me, I think it's gonna be the Bloody Queen who is
Mm.
going to be used by CC. Oh, yeah, you did mention they have different strengths, but
Mhm.
in terms of like again, to me, the map is really a big factor. So,
Mhm.
um, Bloody Queen here has her kit to really close in the gap, and that kind of counters what the
Mhm.
complexity of the map. Second, the Dream Witch, you have to take into account they have followers, and you have to be really fast in terms of dispersing them and making
Mhm.
sure that they are in a certain type of area. And to compare it with the Bloody Queen, that adds a little more work. And we
Yes.
did mention that you can't afford that kiting time, and I think to compensate it all, it's just Bloody Queen that could really
Mhm.
answer that. And the fact that Bloody Queen is again the meta, really showing some prowess right here.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure that to me, I'll be sticking with Bloody Queen as well.
Mhm. Yeah, the effectiveness of the Bloody Queen is there.
Mhm.
The attack
Mhm.
first among the different survivors, and it may not be as effective because again the map is a huge factor in this matchup because you saw how big it was, you saw how some survivors were able to sneak around the terrains of the map. So maybe CS's plan is to really focus on one survivor at a time instead of having that Dream Witch shotgun blast of just her presence everywhere, since it's such a
Mhm.
wide area of this map.
Yeah, definitely. And you just looking at the arena that we have right now, GR just really taking things to prepare themselves, and for that potential sweep, or maybe Ace could prevent that from happening and
Mm-hmm.
turn the tides into their favor. But I'm pretty excited because of them also both being into our COA 3 stage. Yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
all the more as the intensity and the tension.
Yep, it's ramping up. It's ramping up to the grand finals. These guys know that this is just the first. I mean, this is the first step. If they secure this one, they have to worry about the grand finals, and they're trying to conserve their mental stack. They're
Mm-hmm.
trying to just conserve as much of their energy as possible because this is going to be a long day for the team that moves on.
Indeed. And without further ado, we are now heading into our drafting phase between GR and Ace. And CC is gonna be the hunter. And this is round 1, second half. So let's see who will he be. Yes, see? I told you. I told you. Potch, that seer won't be seeing a light of a day. And you know what? This is something very interesting for us because, like what I said, you can't really afford to give them that kiting ability. And so let's see how GR is going to compose their overall draft.
Yes, indeed. Yes, the seer is not going to see the light of day. You were right there, and it adds to the kiting time of these survivors. So a very logical and very
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And just looking here again, if one of the M&Ms are banned out, I'm pretty sure one or two will come into play, and that is mechanic that we are seeing right now. I think I'll be
Mhm.
still sticking to my predictions. Come the mercenarian forward, and finally either perfumer or priestess.
Yeah. While it's still on the table, they'd really have to take advantage of that mechanic. And going with that forward, we're probably going to see that the tag team of doom here with the mercenary and the forward just being able to harass and rescue. So the predictions might come to fruition here, Sayora.
So far, I'm getting 3 right. And going here, LPZ, let's see what you will be bringing onto our table right now. I like it how they're really taking their time, not really rushing in
A
terms
lot is
of
on the line, so
yeah,
yeah, they definitely have to think about. It's very important decisions coming into this second half, especially how the momentum is still up for grabs for any of these teams. Going with the tag team of the forward, we're gonna see that tandem, the mercenary and the forward, as well as the mechanic. So we're looking at the lower part of the screen. Could be a priestess, could be a perfumer. Both are very valid choices in this matchup.
Or they could shake things up a bit by having an enchantress or a prospector. You can never know. But yeah.
Oh!
Okay. Okay. When I say shaking things up, there you go. The Gravekeeper. Well, I did mention that earlier, but
yes,
you know.
if they were gonna go for that rescue heavy lineup,
Yes.
and here it is. Look at these brawny, this brawny lineup here. Forward, a mercenary, and a Gravekeeper to keep the mercenary, to keep the mechanic safe.
Ha! And for CC right here, really heard me. And of course, sticking to the meta, will be facing that Bloody Queen. Because like I said, both Dream Witch and the, like you said as well, but we both said that, you know, I'm gonna give the credit to where credit is due. We mentioned that Dream Witch and Bloody Queen have the strengths of their own. But again, the map is one of the things that you have to consider. And in terms of effort, Bloody Queen is more flexible and convenient to use in this certain type of area. So
yeah, also it shows the type of game plan that CSA wants to probably implore. So he does want to not really have his attention too scattered the way if you play with Dream Witch, you really need to leech different survivors and have your attention just sparsed out with whoever is in the vicinity. So with the Bloody Queen, you could definitely focus on the area where her real body is and still be a threat where you project that mirror image.
yes, and with Happy Valley Detectives, this is our round 1 second half and is already in motion. GR onto the Survivor and Ace on the Hunter side, and that was a beautiful early injury done by CC right now. But you know what? This is a mercenary, so the best thing that you could do is to, you know, either pin this down. But I don't think that he would. Oh, okay. Maybe I am corrected. I stand corrected. It's a forward right now, and it's one of the kiters for this game, and he is doing a pretty good job. But was on the wall preventing that injury, and I like it how he's really abusing the terrains right here.
He is, and he's going to utilize that football. Again, that cooldown is really dangerous, especially if he's near, but look at that excellent movement there. Just really dodged that blink on the nick of time. We're still seeing an awesome containment time by GR's F. And how long can he keep this up for his team to keep on focusing on decoding? He's still on the big boat, ladies and gentlemen, buying a lot of time for his teammates.
Understood that he is opting for a seaside boat area because this is one of the best kiting areas that you would really opt to if you are the kiter. So again, going back here, CC doing a splendid job and pinpointing him out with the help of the mirror images. But again, going back right here forward, just is doing swell with a hair away onto that blink hit earlier. Still manages to keep him alive, Hotch.
Wow, and this is the survivors of GR. This forward was really able to contain a lot because look at the ciphers that are left. 2 ciphers left, Sayora.
This is the one of the matches that we've seen that the cipher rush is coming at play, and this is good containment time like you mentioned with forward. And take note, he is injured, but he is disregarding that because he's just doing a swell job. And look at him, he's still luring CC in right here to the corners of the map.
Exactly, so really buying a lot of time. Lower left side was all cipher rushing. They're all focusing on those objectives of pushing those ciphers just so that exit gate will be ready to open. And CC is really punching in a date with this forward and really focusing his attention on bringing down this survivor.
Indeed, and mirror image gonna be used to try and pin him down. Will he get that attempted? That was a beautiful body block by LP right there to further protect the forward and abusing that delayed hit. But you know what? CC is not gonna be deterred. Will be going to the forward and onto that potential knockdown. Will he get that knockdown that he wants? Let's see. I'm getting the shivers.
CC looking for the takedown of this forward, not quite. Again, just by the hair on his chin, just misses that, teleports, but my goodness, finally gets the forward knockdown. And that was a 3 Cypher containment time, about to be 4, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the mercenary. He was prompting that Cypher already. We have 1 Cypher left. This forward bought so much time for this team.
I have to correct you. That was an almost 5 Cypher rush because the other 2
Yes.
were already primed. And
Oh
look
my
at
goodness.
the save. Oh my goodness. This is just looking too good for GR right now. And CC will be keeping up the pace. The Cypher's been popped. We are coming into the end game right now, Pod.
And look at that. Yes, the Gravekeeper just waiting for his turn to pop that Cypher. 567 is in hot. CC's in hot pursuit of 567. He's gonna get that knockdown. But now you look at the exit gates. There are already survivors that are trying to prompt the opening of the of Lakeside Village. CC shifting his attention over to the mechanic, and now this mechanic is gonna see a rocket share. Will they go for that rescue though?
It depends, because if they are confident enough for that risky rescue, then I guess they would. But seeing the position as they are, I think LPZ is just gonna opt for a 3-1. And because look, they're already on the seaside area. Mirror image is gonna be used. He spotted it out and manages to actually go to really evade it. And I think this is gonna be a 3-1, depending. Will she teleport in time? Will he hit it in a convenient way? Yes or no? No.
Not quite yet. You see the mercenary just right there near the exit gate, uses the rocket dash, and there's going to be a 3-1. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, excellent performance by your defending champions of COA 2.
Yes. Indeed, and that was a swell job for our defending champs, like you mentioned. And wow, I mean, I initially thought that they would go for that rescue, but you know, I think it was safe to say that they went for that 3-1 because it gave them the advantage that they have. But take note, it's still a close one, you know. We still have round
5-3. 5-3. So yeah, 2-point difference heading into match number 2. Ace was still able, at least it wasn't a 5-point lead. So Ace was still able to secure at least 1 takedown of a survivor. So it's getting really heated up coming into match number 2.
Indeed, and again, I'm just happy that my predictions are, above average. That's right. I should get a stats for myself, and you too. You should get a stats for yourselves.
Well,
But
with a game like Identity 5, it's so
Yeah.
it's hard to make predictions. Even I understand why Grizzly is avoiding it, because you could get surprise moments where you could get like an acrobat or an off meta hunter. So especially in the early onset, you could predict this type of high level performance and just awesome surviving by GR. Just an effective usage of that forward. I can't wait to see the stats.
Indeed, this is like, GR proving themselves once again that they deserve this title again. And this is like making the statement that you are not, if you're gonna try to bring us down, you're not gonna do that very easily. But I
Yes.
love it how Ace is getting, in that first round, they managed to adapt themselves in a manner wherein it could be on par with our defending champs right now. But this is still round 1, too early to conclude. And
Yes.
as our game progresses, this time around, the survivors get to ban 1 hunter, and for the hunter gets to ban 2. So we are now showing some signs of depletion. Well, not as impactful as much just yet, but it's there. We're seeing maybe off pick or comfort pick. We'll see.
Yeah, and just to take it back to the matchup, you know what? the plan of CSA was really on point. He really wanted to focus on taking down that forward, but the forward was just so relentless with just really getting away with sidestepping and dodging all the hits that he threw. So look at the time, 138. My goodness, this forward just touched the Cypher, and just the entire game was all him containing the Hunter. You see here 195% decoding progress by the Gravekeeper, 164 by the Mechanic, and the Mercenary with 197%.
Yes, so this goes to show that GR is really versatile and flexible in terms of the decoding progress. And you have to highlight as well LPZ earlier for really
Yes.
doing that body block earlier to buy more time against CC. But you know what? This isn't over yet for Team Ace, because this come round number 2, I'm pretty sure that they will be getting their footing, but it could be a bit of they will be doing some extra work. But you know what? Let's head on to our replay real quick.
Yep, PPX showing some effective hunting here, really focusing on some survivors. This was really really a tied game. If once it leads to the end game, it was such a clutch escape by the Mechanic. The Priestess saw the early out in this first half, but then you saw how conservative they were in terms of trying to go for the approaches and going for those rescues. Because again, this is PPX. He is part of the defending champs team. So this was the amazing movement from the forward by Team Ace's Brotang. But PPX was still able to get that knockdown, and the Cyphers were not primed just yet. And as we look on to this match, PPX just showing why he is one of the best hunters in the world.
Indeed, and just looking at the quick highlights right here, PPX was really on to the tails of the Mercenary. It was more of a trade-off, you know, football for the Mercenary survivor. And here comes the end game, where the Mercenary went out in a timely manner, ahead of him getting struck.
Yes, and this was the effective kiting of the forward. GR's F. Look at that. Just excellent use of the terrain, excellent use of the football, and the cooldown time was really scary on the side of the forward, but he was really able to juke and jive away from the hitbox of that bloody queen. Excellent performance by GR. Can't wait for match number 2.
Indeed, and you know what? I'm just so excited on how round number 2 is gonna go, because yesterday we mentioned that GR had that dominating performance, but this time right now it's a different story, because Ace really wants to really go against the defending champs that we have right now, and they are showing it. They just, I think for this round number 2, they just need to really find the footing to turn the tides into their favor.
Find their footing, find the right strategy for both hunters and survivors. It's 5-3. The difference isn't too far off. Match number 2 is really how we're gonna set this pace. If GR is very relentless with keeping that momentum, it can be a quick day for Ace. But let's see, because Ace again has that ace in the hole. We're gonna see how they're gonna be able to adjust to GR. And like you said, GR has that huge target on their back. They've been one of the top teams for a long time already. They have some footage out there. I'm pretty sure Ace has done their homework.
Indeed, and you know, anything can happen right here. So many unexpected plays, so many clutches, and really good demonstration on how our survivors and hunters are used. And you know what? Regardless of whoever wins or loses here, the one who won't be able to make it could still battle out against MWS later for the battle of the third. But now let's focus on our second match for, you know, second match, round number 2, second half. There, I finally got that right. Dang.
Yeah, it's a mouthful. So as you were mentioning, the next match we're about to witness, the map of Lakeside Village played a heavy factor into this, into the picks and bans. And now that we're gonna add an additional survivor as well as one hunter ban, I'm really interested to see where we're going to go with this first half of the second match.
Yeah, indeed. And based on the movement that we have during round one, um,
Mhm.
both of them used Bloody Queen,
Mhm.
both effective. So to me, I think it's going to be the Bloody Queen who's going to be bloodied
Mm.
out or benched out
Mm.
so far because the thing is, you want to deny that hunter pick as much as possible for both
Right.
sides of the team, and they witnessed it just right now. But
Mhm.
at the same time, if it deemed necessary, because again, the map is one of the large factors on the overall draft, because you can't just choose a hunter that
Mhm.
won't be able to complement the complexity of the map right here. So
True.
to me, um, if the map calls for it, we won't be seeing the Bloody Queen. So there would be the
Mhm.
option that Dream Witch
Mhm.
is open, or
Mhm.
a comfort pick for both sides of the team. But it depends, like what I said. For the survivors this time,
Mhm.
there won't be much of change because
Right.
it's still the usual. M&Ms are out. What,
Mhm.
two, I'm pretty sure, and
Mhm.
one will still be able to go in, and it's just a matter of hmm, for this specific match, I think the perfumer would still be out, or the forward mercenary tandem is still going to be
Mhm.
seen, because the thing that you want to prioritize on banning on M&Ms is mostly your decoder, which is mechanic, and your
Yes.
kite, your boost on the kiting and protecting ability, which is the seer. You can't neglect that potential, especially you're facing with one of the two best teams. So you know how well they use this certain type of meta here, meta
Mhm.
survivors. So it's already a given that it would be banned out. But how about
Yeah,
you, Poch? I mean, I want to know your insights as well.
well, I agree with you in those points, and I do want to see where the map is going to take us. And I'm sure that both these teams do respect the efforts of the hunters, especially the hunting ability of that Bloody Queen. So we could see that Bloody Queen get
Oh.
taken out the bench. But right now, let's check out this package from GR.
Bam.
Your defending champs. They were the
Yes.
winners of COA 2, and they want to duplicate that success as they enter
Yes.
into this next match. They will be on the survivor side, I believe. Yes, they will be.
Uh-huh. Yes, they
Mhm.
are, and that was picture perfect. You don't need no filter. But again, going back right now, I just feel really excited. Yeah. I mean, with all these song references right now, I won't be surprised that the viewers would think that I am creating an album or something. But going back right here, yeah, I just want to put a bit of icebreakers, because the matches are really intense. It has this heavy weight, it has this tension, and you know what, guys, the viewers out there, I'm pretty sure that you'd agree with me when I say you go ahead and support the teams that you want. But first, this is the profile of Ace.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Ace contesting
And
against GR to, just get that slot in the grand finals to go up against 5HS, and the one that will fall will be fighting for third place against MWS. So again, as I said, that this coming into this next match, the map really plays into the favor. It really is going to influence the choices that they are going to make in terms of picks and bans. So I really can't wait. And you're mentioning that the tension is high, and we got to break that tension some way or another. So just got to take out those shivers and the just that tension away as we head into this really stacked match.
Indeed. And to me, when after COA 3, I'm just excited to create, some fan arts of my own with, some of the conclusions of COA 3. But you know what? That's going to be for later. This isn't about us. This isn't about me. This is about GR versus Ace right now into our round number 2, first half. And this is the drafting phase and Arms Factory, Poch.
This has been a recurring map, I have to say. So this really opens up a lot of options due to its compact nature. So the Dream Witch will be banned. Interesting choice. Again, she can be very terrorizing in this very small map. Compared to Lakeside Village and the other bigger maps.
So, Dream Witch is out into play. So, I guess Bloody Queen is still open, up for grabs. And take note, this is a more, like what you said, compact in nature. So, we'll get to see it. Interesting. Oh, Jinx, you owe me a soda.
How many sodas do I owe you now?
Probably 3. But you know what? Give me a rundown for this.
Okay, so we have a seer and a forward. Probably CSA realizing that forward had so much containment potential, wants to take it out of the mix. And now over at the pick side, we have 5, 6, 7 with that Gravekeeper. Mechanic is going to be displayed by F and LPZ with one of the M&Ms with that Mercenary. And we're going to see a Perfumer by MKK.
Interesting shakeup on GR right here. We did mention that them being the defending champions, but before that, okay, Ace would still be sticking to the Bloody Queen because Bloody with this compact map, he could really utilize the mirror teleportations even more. So let me go back here real quick onto the draft of GR. So we mentioned that GR being the defending champs, lots of footages so that Ace could do their homework. But you know what? GR here stirring up interesting mixes of the meta picks and situational picks as well. So this, I think, is another lesson, potentially if they get a beautiful sweep on escaping or at least taking the advantage or taking the pace. But I'm pretty sure that CC will give them that hard time since, take note, Bloody Queen, check. Compact map, Arms Factory, check-a-rooney. So this is really an intense battle, Poch. I want to know what your insights on this one is.
Yeah, it's Bloody Queen on Arms is very dangerous, but you have a very versatile pick here. You have the Mercenary, you have the Kiter, the Perfumer, you have the Mechanic to push that decoding, and you also have a Gravekeeper for good measure if you need to go for that rescue as well as contain the Hunter. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, round number 2 of the first half, Ace versus GR. Spots the dummy right away, and CSA is going to knock that one down, and he's going to change his sight probably over onto the ruins area, and Spots probably smells the fear in F's character here. CSA is still on the hunt. Can he contain this Cypher Rush if they are going to go for it?
Indeed, and looks like F right here will be the first one to get fished out, but you know what? He's in a good position to go into range. Oh! If I'm not mistaken, that
Puppet
was
block.
Puppet block rather. And that was beautiful, very timely. And unfortunately wasn't able to get him, but teleports and just go near the distance. And F right now, I'm pretty sure he's gonna go and transition to the shack area momentarily.
And we were looking at the numbers of GR. They really have a well-rounded game. So even though the Mechanic is containing, this containment time is pretty impressive. And then F will fall down. Shesha had enough of the Mechanic's antics, and this Bloody Queen wants to chair this Mechanic.
Down to F goes into the rocket chair right now, and you know what? this is the call for the mercenary to really go into the aid of the mechanic.
Right.
But then again, this gives the allowance for the other survivors to go into code. And look at the perfumer right here. We'll be popping up one cipher at a time. So this is looking great for both sides. But let's see how would LPZ react to this.
LPZ making his approach, Sessa wanting to go for that. Oh, nice hit, but then he will get that save, and Tide Turner is now in effect. But wow, last effort caught the mechanic while she was vaulting, and now Shesha still on the prowl, still wanting, still aiming for that chaired mechanic. And now we're looking around the map. We see on the lower left side, the Perfumer and the Gravedigger are still pushing those objectives, ladies and gentlemen.
Which is the best thing to do, because take note, this is compact. They have a wide variety of rescuers and kiters as well. So take note, this is going to be a second time into the rocket chair. So I think they would be doing some, tweaks and switcheroos in terms of who's gonna rescue, and it's gonna be 567 tiptoeing his way to the mechanic right here, but they might collide. Mirror Image is gonna be used to shove away the Gravekeeper with a successful injury.
Shove away he did, Session now on the hunt of this Gravedigger. And as you can see at the lower left side, the mercenary is all healed up. Now that it's the Perfumer's turn to try to go into another area, but the mechanic will be going back to the manor. 567 is still containing this hunter as he's burrowing down into these structures, and Sesha just looking for the right timing to swipe this Gravedigger.
Indeed, and I love it how 567 goes to and fro, really confusing CC into the terrains right now. But you know what? CC's on the trails and really respecting and taking his time before getting
there it is.
There it is. This game that we've been waiting for, and that splendid job by CC. But you know what? The exchange is good, because the Perfumer is underway to decode here. The Sniper's almost prime, but the Mirror Image is still retaking the Perfumer with the help of the illusion, who goes back into full state once more.
Excellent perfume there by MKK, and now you see LPZ in the area of rescue for this Gravekeeper. LPZ making his approach, nice use of that dash, gets to close the distance, but there is no Tide Turner, ladies and gentlemen. And look at this, the burrowing is going to happen. 567 still containing the hunter named CC, and look at that, 567 getting out of the way, transitioning to the structures of the factory, and still undeterred, we see CC using the mirror image, probably gonna teleport, and he does. Oh my goodness, the basement is in this area. Oh wow!
Gets that terror shock in a very timely manner. CC really showing some prowess right now, and you have to take note that the mercenary is injured. They are down to one survivor now, and think, I like. Boomer is really focused on decoding, but this time I think she is needed onto our battlefield right now. MKK is gonna get injured in the long run.
Yes, resources are slowly dwindling in terms of health for the survivors. He's gonna use the teleport. MKK in the radar, and we see the clutch save by the mercenary. There's still 3 survivors on the playing field, Sayora.
Yes, indeed. And if you saw earlier, there was a cipher that was about to be primed, primarily onto the tri-palette area. And going back right here, really utilizing that mirror images. And actually, he got the Perfumer one. And now, again, this is the time for MKK to go to the chair. But this is the first time. So this would give, again, another allowance for GR. And take note, GR is well known to really come back things. So let's see if they are ever or
And just to note, 567's already healed up, so they can definitely go for that save while CC is really on the hunt for some targets here. So the Perfumer, again, buying a lot of time for the teammates. You can see at the lower left side that the Perfumer is secure while CC is trying to swat away anyone that tries to make their approach. We still have 1 Iron Dash left and 1 Perfume now rocked by 567. No more shovels for the Gravedigger. We're going to see how the approach is going to be made. Probably once the Cypher is primed, they're going to think of their exit strategy as they move along in this matchup.
Indeed, and so far it's already above half to the countdown of MKK, so I think their best bet would be going for that 90%. But again, up to what cost? 567 was able to evade. Let's see if they would go using the mirror images to pin him down. Again, gets the hit and then goes for the save successfully. But again, looks like it's gonna be 567 who's gonna be the target instead. And proceeds now to the shack area.
Wow, and the Cypher is almost primed. Look at the Mercenary, and he pops the Cypher just in time for everyone to heal up. Tide Turner is still a factor, while Detention is being rocked by CC. Sees MKK and swipes MKK down.
Indeed, and that is going to be another survivor for CC. Meanwhile, the transition of the Gravekeeper to the other side of the gate is what is evident right now. And you know what? I think CC's gonna go and teleport his way there. See? Just like that. And then the exit gate's gonna be used. But they are on the other side, though. They are on the other side of the area.
And just like you said, they're probably scattered around. CC realizing that the dungeon is there. He needs to really focus on the exit strategies of these survivors. LPZ trying to sneak past her, but CC, the better to the wise here. He is on the hunt of this mercenary while Detention is still in. Gets the swipe, but no, the pallet was just in time for him to just get that separation. LPZ once again buying so much time for this Gravekeeper to just prime that exit gate.
Indeed, and looks like CC realizing this will be into, if I'm not mistaken, this is the north gate rather. And just looking at it, I love it how CC defends the two gates, because with this they can't really open up the dungeon without getting one. Oh, but that was a beautiful pallet throw. Done by the mercenary. And again, take note, Detention time is ticking, and all it needs is to really delay, buy some time so that the Detention won't be as much of a threat anymore. Mirror image is gonna be used, and the remaining pads will be used to burden up the distance, but the mirror image is still there. Will he get it? Yes, he will. But where is the mercenary though?
The Gravekeeper was able to open things up. The dungeon, though! Oh my goodness! That was amazing by GR! Wow!
Oh, the clutch escape! The clutch escape by GR right here, not really being phased. And look at this. It's oh my goodness. That was one for the books. That deserves a replay. That deserves a montage, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that was too close for comfort, similar to our round number 1. And wow,
yeah, just something to highlight with this match. Dungeon escapes are just so clutch. So the score on that match was a 2-2. That was a 2-person escape and a 2-person takedown. The score moved from 5-7.
5-7. Yes,
so
my
it's
math
still,
is taking it.
Yay! Look at you.
There.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So 5-7, not the worst situation, but right now the pressure is on Ace's side, because they do have to, you know what, GR took match 1. So they really need to secure match number 2. The second half of match number 2 for them to head over to match number 3.
Indeed, but I'm pretty sure this time around it's gonna be GR's PPX onto the Hunter side. And take note, take note. Arms Factory, compact. Bloody Queen might not come into play, but this will leave him a lot of options for a potential Dream Witch. Or will we get to see some of interesting hunters? Take note again that there are survivors that will be banned, and you know what? Here, it's all good on paper, but these clutch plays, it's what makes you shiver, you know? But you know what, before anything else, let's have this quick rundown of the stats, Poch.
You can see here GR's F, the mechanic, really contained as long as he could. She didn't even touch a Cypher, but you know what? Those highlights from them was that puppet block. Just excellent stuff. Ace's CC was able to get 17 hits, very effective play by the Bloody Queen, but that clutch escape from the Mercenary as well as the Gravekeeper were really one of the highlighted moments in this exchange. The Perfumer and the Mechanic were sent back to the Manor, leading to a 2-2 score, and now we are at 5-7, heading into the second half of match number 2.
You know what? The shivers are too heavy for me to get,
Yeah.
my energy, the energy that I have is being transformed into something that would make me feel a bit more not my usual self because the tension is really heavy.
Yes.
I feel it really, and I'm pretty sure the viewers feel it as well. But guys, why don't you go ahead and scream in typing form who you support? Is it Team GR or Team Ace? And well, I was about to say
Yeah.
Team PPX. Like what? What?
Yeah, well,
What?
PPX is going to be hunting, so I
Yeah.
think that's what we were about to talk about. Yeah, but do alleviate your tension by typing in the comments, what do you think is going to happen? Who do you support? Are we going to see some surprise picks? Just sound it off. This is GR, ladies and gentlemen. They won COA 2. That is a statement on its own, and they're looking to duplicate that performance as they head to the grand finals. And so far, they aren't disappointing, giving us some clutch moments, as well as Ace putting up a valiant fight against the defending champs.
Yes, also give some love to my fellow casters right here, Podge. And later on, Articuno and Grizzly will be taking the battlefield right now as the game progresses. But you know what? Let's stick to match 2, round 2, second half right here. And man, oh man, this is Identity v COA 3 Global Finals once again, ladies and gents. This is the apex of IDV esports, and I can really feel it. Do you feel it? Because I feel it.
How do we paint this match and coming into the second half of match number 2? Arms Factory, one hunter ban and 2 survivor bans. You're obviously going to see a meta ban, so that leaves a coin toss between Witch and Queen.
Yeah,
and on PPX's side, that's so scary.
I want make or break. I want you to take over this prediction. I know I've been getting predictions right now, and I want you to take this floor. I want to know your thoughts.
Again, it's really hard to make predictions. I can only have a conversation with myself with what I think is going to happen. I don't have the time stone of Doctor Strange to try to look into how many realities that this is going to play out. But I do think that the logical thing would to be ban out one of the meta picks. It's just that I think Ace has to figure out which of the meta hunters they are more comfy facing when the M&Ms are taken out. So are they more comfy facing a very harassing Bloody Queen that would just hunt down one at a time, or a very dispersed a spread shot of Dream Witch in a very compact map where mobility may be your best friend or your worst enemy due to this very scary meta hunters, which are very top tier? Indeed. A lot of factors to consider. You know what? Also with the composition side, you know what? The forward has been seeing the light of day a lot. We've been seeing a lot of perfumers, a lot of priestess as well. You know what? GR showing some love to the Gravekeeper and showing them how viable it is in competition. So again, I don't want to say anything that cements a prediction, because this can go any which way, and Ace might have another ace up their sleeve and just probably shock PPX, because that's what they have to do if they want to stay alive in this competition.
I agree with you, and if they have an ace up their sleeve, now is the time to really show it, because as far as we're concerned, the more that GR is ahead, the more that they have the chance of winning this. But you know what? Going back, I'm pretty sure that they really do have some aces up on their sleeve, and I'm just saying that this is the best time to really dish it out, you know, because to me, if you were gonna ask, I also don't have a very solid predictions on this one. I'm just sure that it would be a coin toss between one of the metas to be banned, and
Yes.
Yeah, I still feel the sugar's too much to really get it on, but you know, this is the thing. Do the maths for me real quick right here, Poch.
So
Onto yeah.
Here's the math. If GR gets 3-1, they win. They move on. So Ace has to prevent that. Ace has to go for at least a tie for it to keep going to match number 3. At best, go for a sweep. The 3-1 is still pretty good because they secure match number 2. But if they go for that tie, they'll be moving over to match number 3.
All right. So main objective for the Hunter side, PPX, is to just go for a 3-1 at best, or yeah?
3-1 at least.
3-1 at least. So, and for the side, and you already mentioned the winning conditions for Ace. And without further ado, let's just really head on to the draft. Round 2, second half, because I can't really compose myself anymore because I just really want this on the way the viewers and everyone wants to see this. This is Arms Factory, ladies and gents. And this is between Ace onto the Survivor side and PPX GR onto the Hunter. And again, Dream Witch won't be seeing the light of day, so I'm pretty sure it could be a Bloody Queen or someone of comfort for PPX. And like what you said, you are correct. M&M's, 2 of them won't be out on the stage. And of course, Mercenary would still be
Gravekeeper, wow. Gravekeeper in the mix, as well as the Mercenary. Let's see Brotang and Memory as the forward. The deadly tandem of the Mercenary forward will be showing themselves in the Arms Factory. And now in Memory's side, will he be going for the... He will be going for the Perfumer. So very interesting lineup. Very rescue heavy. And again, with the Mechanic band, the Perfumer is probably the best way to go. And we're going to see another Bloody Queen by PPX. Just to set the stage, ladies and gentlemen, Ace was able to tie the Bloody Queen of PPX over at Lakeside Village. If they do tie this next match, we're going to see a match number 3, which the stakes are still there.
Indeed. And you know what? This is pretty intense because I like it how PPX sticks to the meta still. And I mean, he has the option of choosing a bit more comfortable character, but you know what? Let's just go and stick to the meta. You really can't underestimate a Bloody Queen potential, especially at an Arms Factory. And to agree with you, all the more with the overall composition that Ace has. It's very versatile, flexible, and convenient even because of how compact the map is. They could take turns in preoccupying PPX, but at the same time though, this would mean that they will be taking some time in terms of the decoding progress, but that's not an issue, really. It is not an issue. It's just to notify because that things would be in a not so rapid pace, unless of course, you know, they really contain PPX in a timely manner.
Yeah, versatility is what they're looking for with a Hunter like PPX that can just ramp up the aggression as well as play defense. So let's see. I mean, it's good on paper. We can predict how many ways this match plays out, but there will only be one outcome, ladies and gentlemen. So please do tune in and do sound off in the comment section below in the chat. We have GR versus Ace, PPX with the Bloody Queen. We have Blue with the Mercenary, Gravekeeper with Angel DD, Brotang with the forward, and Perfumer by Memory. This is brought to you by Happy Valley. Let's go, Sayora.
Yes, indeed, and this is the round 2 second half between Ace once more and GR's PPX. And just a quick snapshot rather of where the locations would be. It looks like Blue is the one to be spotted out, but you know what, that's a Mercenary and you really would want to go for the Perfumer instead, and that is what PPX is doing right now with the mirror image.
Lower left side of the screen, just for that split second, saw that the Perfumer was in that hit range of this Bloody Queen and still on the hunt. Memory is trying her darnest to get out of the area or just the constant threat of this Bloody Queen. The illusion is able to go away and Memory kiting around the factory area. And now
Okay.
Memory's still moving on and still containing this hunter, while PPX putting another illusion down, Memory juking and jiving, trying to find an advantageous position and still sticking with what is best for her, which is the structures around the factory.
And yes, indeed. And of course, the mirror image to really pin down Memory right here. But with the use of the perfume, this is a bit of a dancing. But the blink will be used and successfully getting that injury. You know, really waited for the time before the perfume is going to be used and, you know, to really secure that hit from Memory. We'll be using that mirror image and again using and utilizing that perfume. But take note, this means that the resources won't be out anymore, and now goes for that knockdown.
Yep, Memory is down. The forward is in the area. Oh, gets the stun, and that's gonna buy a lot of time for this decoding rush. And now Memory is still down. And look at that. That was a long stun. Excellent stuff by Brotang. Excellent movement as well, and just kinetic skills on the side of Ace. And now Memory is gonna see this rocket chair, but Blue in the area just in case the save will be made. And you saw there was a primed cipher in that vicinity.
Yes, indeed. And I'm pretty sure PPX will just stay in the area, not to get too far, just so that the other kiters of Ace won't be able to save, or if ever save, will get, you know, compensated by having that injury and knockdown for PPX.
Yep, you see Blue there really calculating his approach to save this perfumer. And just on the right side of that screen, there was a Cypher Prime. He's gonna eat that hit just so that he can save the life of this perfumer. Memory heading over to the ruins area, but tried to do 180, but no. The last effort will be prompt, and Memory is trying to gain as much distance from this Bloody Queen.
Yes, indeed. Really going away from the center of the map to, you know, just buy some time in terms of walking towards the chair. And this gives the survivors a leeway or an allowance to really go and focus on decoding, which is what the Gravekeeper is doing right now.
So I wonder who's going to try to attempt for the save at this time, Sayora. You see the Gravekeeper really focusing on that decoding. Will it be the forward or will it be the Mercenary once again? The Mercenary, very risky because he is injured.
Yeah, but it's gonna be the forward probably this time because he was underway and utilizes that recovery from the football. But you know what? Takes a hit, will be saving. But again, PPX strategy will be going to Memory first. Will be having that knockdown, putting him probably on a rocket chair, and proceeds to Brotang afterwards. But that will conclude because look at that, one Cypher remaining on the side of Ace.
Yes, this perfumer is going to see her last life in that chair, but she has done her job well. One Cypher left. You see the Gravekeeper there just trying to look for a new position to go to. And Angel DD, Brotang, and Blue are still in this map. GR's PPX is shifting positions, is going to shift priorities to try to down more survivors.
Indeed, and if you look at that, the left side of the screen, they are healing. It means that they are really taking the time, not really rushing, because that is what's essential right now, because you can't really, you know, give away more points for PPX. And looks like PPX, though, has their tails going in.
Yep. He has his eyes set on someone, but trying to shift priorities to see who is touching a Cypher. I believe he's going to set a mirror down for Blue just to swat him away from stopping his decoding. But Blue, once again, I mean, the Mercenary, he is injured, so he is prone to being knocked down, even though he does have that delayed effect. So PPX probably shifting his targets just so he can see the Cypher and probably hunt down Blue is a pretty good strategy.
Yes, indeed. And of course, you know what? Him realizing that there weren't survivors there. And it looks like the mirror image is going to be targeted by PPX, but was able to escape a hair away. And now PPX right here just doing a splendorous job and just really taking out the mirror images. Will he be able to hit it? No! It was a hair away.
Wow, Angel DD should count his 9 lives. That was so close. PPX is still on the hunt. One Cypher remaining. So again, just practicing the patience game. Don't want to overextend. Don't want to leave ourselves in a bad situation. Angel DD in the close vicinity. PPX is still on the hunt, trying to look for targets to hit, trying to look for survivors to down, just so that they can move on to the grand finals. A lot is on the line, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Another mirror image, another mirror illusion by PPX.
Indeed, and looks like it's gonna be Brotang to be eyed out. That was a successful hit done by PPX, and you know what? Mirror image is gonna be used. Will be transporting himself or to closing up the distance. Now Brotang here trying his best to really escape. Will be able to go for the blues, and now looking here, I like the transition from forward to blue real quick, and let's see if there would be some knockdowns.
Watch out. Okay, this mercenary still has some utility to work with. Nice elbow pad usage to just get away from that mirror image of the Bloody Queen. Gravedigger on the left side, ladies and gentlemen, almost close to being primed, is that Cypher he is working on. Brotang in the corner of the map, and PPX slowly but surely closing the distance between them, trying to look for another survivor to down. He's going to use a mirror image here, and wipes. The forward will fall.
Will the Cypher be popped? Yes, he will. But no, it was not enough to really use the exit path onto the forward. And now he will be seated onto the rocket chair. And I'm pretty sure with the detention at hand... Oh, again, I'm sorry. The Cypher wasn't propped yet in a manner... But still, it goes the same way. They weren't able to pop the Cypher. But still, it was enough to give them that, you know, opportunity to have that life once again.
Fiora, check it out. The Mercury is in position here. They're gonna buy enough time, and they're gonna be able to pop that Cypher. Tide Turner is still in effect, and now we are at the end game, ladies and gentlemen. Detention is on PPX's favor. Brotang trying to fight for his life and survive as much as he could, as this mirror illusion will knock him down, though.
Yes, indeed, and he would pin him into the rocket chair. And I'm pretty sure the teleport is ready for PPX onto the other side of the gate. But will they take that save, though? I don't think they would just, you know, go for this tie.
Oh, and you predicted it right. The teleport is going to be used, and Angel DD in the vicinity. PPX is gonna get a survivor knocked down. Angel DD is going down.
Indeed, and you know what? To really secure the survivors, you know, off to the rocket chair he goes, and this is not gonna be stopped because Brotang was rescued by Blue over there, and let's see, they are in the other sides of the map. So this leaves to PPX the option to really, you know, go for that chase.
Oh my goodness, and the mirror illusion is going to be a factor here as Tide Turner is is not in effect anymore. And look at that, the detention is still real. We still have Angel DD on the rocket chair. Blue, again, they're dispersing. They want their attention, they want PPX's attention scattered as he tries to scramble for more survivors to be sent back to the manor.
Indeed, let's see if the defense of PPX will be on point as he secures Angel DD. Right now, mirror image is going to be used, but the pads will be used to bring up the distance. Let's see, though, if PPX will be taking that hit, yes or no. Yes, it will. But with the help of the delay...
Oh my goodness, watch out. The dungeon is right there. We're going to see another dungeon exit. Oh my goodness, it's so close. We got to get it in. No! Wait for it. The dungeon's not open yet. It is. Oh no! He wasn't able to make it.
He wasn't able to make it, and that is 3 survivors down. And congratulations to PPX right here. That was very close. We were mentioning that the dungeon escapes were so clutch, but this time around, PPX prevented that from happening. Clutch!
PPX, ladies and gentlemen. This is the reason why GR is such a big threat. PPX being able to just, you know, practice the discipline of focusing on that aggression, as well as really being able to change up the game plan when he needed to, and it was so close. That mercenary was ready. The delayed effect was a factor, and he was so ready to jump into that dungeon, but you know what? The dungeon does take some time for it to open up, and PPX was ready for that. And congratulations to GR, because they have a date with destiny as they go on to the grand finals.
Congratulations to GR. But you know what? That was a heart-throbbing moment. It only goes to show that Ace had they had the potential to win it. It just so happens that the dungeon escape wasn't really, I'm still stuttering right now. The dungeon escape was a second. Yeah, it was a second late.
Yeah, Ace was up to par. It was so close. We could have actually seen match number 3. But you know what? Just PPX. This is how talented they are. But you know what? Kudos to Ace for being able to stick with them. It's just a second away, a heart-stopping second. This was so intense. Now, ladies and gentlemen, 5HS has booked its date with GR in the grand finals, but not to, discount MWS and Ace because they will be battling it out for 3rd place. Wow, what an amazing day so far, and it's not over yet, Sayora.
This COA 3 is giving me the goosebumps because this is the final day of Dungeon Escape. So guys, when you guys are playing, never give up, okay? The dungeon is there. All you have to do is just go in a timely manner. But you know what? I want you guys to see how things would roll up once the highlights came, and let's further explain on how for the first few rounds the dungeon escapes were a-okay, but this time we'll be giving you like a short description as to why this time it didn't really work. But I'm really excited to have those match stats. And man, you know that my camera earlier was really shaking into the intensity of what's happening right now. And still, congratulations to GR, really proving their point right here that they are the defending champs and they are having that spot, a date like what you said, a date with 5HS for that title. But then again, kudos to Ace. You guys really proved yourselves as well that you can be on par with our defending champions. It just so happens that you were a millisecond away.
A dungeon crawl away. A dungeon.
Yes.
Oh, so close. And that was that's how neck and neck it was. It came down to the wire for Ace. And that's the talent they bring to the table. So do support them, ladies and gentlemen. These teams are only getting better as they play each other. So do support the Identity 5 community. And yeah, we'll talk about that in just a bit. I want to see those match stats because it was a really back and forth battle. You know what? It just proves that GR has a very formidable and a very threatening hunter, and his name is PPX with that bloody queen. Wow.
Yes, indeed. These are the moments where I usually have a lot to say, but for now, I need this time to really absorb myself first, and then come the highlights. Maybe I could really
break it down.
We'll be breaking that down in a bit. But you know what? Again, congratulations to actually both of our teams for doing a splendid job, and of course. GR will be proceeding on to our brackets alongside with 5HS and MWS versus Ace. But you know what?
Let's talk about that real quick. Let's talk about that real quick because it's going to be best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. We can't stress enough how intense that match would be. 5HS, a team that gets better as the time progresses. And you know what? In Call of the Abyss 3, I just have to set the stage right. GR has never made it to match number 3 because they are so dominant. So... when is this going to happen? But we have to see the match stats as we break this down, Sayora.
Yes, indeed. So let's go ahead with Ace first. 142 for Brotang. Angel DD doing a splendid job in just really decoding the ciphers. And of course, followed by Blue. And based on the stats, unfortunately, Memory was taken out, but still compensated it with a large amount of containment time. So that's still a pretty swell job. But again, PPX with that 14 hits manages to get 3 survivors down. And you know what? Proceeding with the highlights later, let's get to see how those 14 hits really went on the road. But before that, this is the today's match results. GR will be having that win with that beautiful 5 points with a total of 10 and 6 points for Team Ace.
And 5HS, the ones we saw a while ago, will be heading to the grand finals, and GR will be waiting for them. So do tune in for that. But we will also have a battle for third place with Ace and MWS. So let's talk about that match.
Hey, okay.
Look, to start things off, the Perfumer did a great job containing, and they did get a lot of ciphers down. Once that happened, though, like PPX just turned up the heat and really just harassed the entire cast of survivors, right?
Indeed. But you know what? I think we need to tone things a little bit down as we, we'll be heading for a quick break, guys. So don't go away. This is the Identity V Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals. This are your casters. My name is Siora, and with me is Poch. Don't go away.
High five.
Stuck here under this curse forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can disguise it's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, and trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets
我是一名邮差，像千百个奔走在街道上的邮差一样，传递着不同的故事与秘密。我并不擅长与别人交流，也不喜欢，但我却迷恋观看这些收件者拿到信件时的种种表情：惊讶、喜悦、激动万分，又或是怒不可遏。面对面的对话是最虚伪的，人们看着你的脸，根据你的反应而反应，说着那些附和的假话，而那些字里行间所藏匿的感情，反而才是最真挚的。可能说这些话时无法让人信服，因为从没有人给我寄过信。毕竟我唯一的朋友威克也只是只小狗罢了。但当我第一次收到这封寄给自己的信时，我从未如此确信文字所体现出的无尽真挚。
从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，拉兹这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱， 竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在那里召唤我。
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了他，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，他会让一切继续。
Welcome back. We are here in the finals, the final day, day 4, in which we see the top 4 teams competing against each other. I am your caster for the day, the Gaming Grizzly, and today again on my side right here, I guess, yes, we have Arcticuno. Did you see these first matches? Absolutely outstanding. Oh.
Yeah, oh man, especially that last one. I was really expecting that we were going to have in round 3 during the second semifinals, but I guess I was proven wrong. GR's resolve just proved to be the much more stronger in that case, and we ultimately have our 2 finalists. But we'll be talking about our finalists a little later on. What really matters right now is going to be our battle for third, where we will have it once again be a Japan versus China scenario.
Yes, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. You already said it. We have the final right there, GR versus 5HS. And next up, we are jumping into the fight for the 3rd and the 4th place, which is MWS versus Ace. And I couldn't agree more. I thought that we would definitely see that Ace is putting up with GR in round number 3. That was just GR again coming in and closing the deal within 2 rounds. It proves again that they are one of the best teams in the entire world, still defending their champion title. Super excited to see that match. But let's talk about MWS and Ace. They did a fantastic job too. Ace going against GR. The first match, dude, they did not fear PPX. They did not fear PPX. But let's concentrate on the 2 teams right here. You can see they are getting ready to compete against each other.
Yeah, here we have Sese shown on your screens right now, ladies and gents. Fortunately for him, didn't quite find the vengeance that he was looking for as a result of falling 1 match short of becoming champions of the last COA 2. Now heading into COA 3, this is at least a little bit of relief in a way, where They might have missed out on reaching top 2, but this will grant them the opportunity to maybe end their run on a high note should they be able to win this third place spot. Same goes for the Japanese team here, MWS. You gotta be really proud of them, especially for the Japanese players. I mean, there's just so many regions that came in to this tournament. We've come from 16 teams, and the fact that we have one Japanese team standing amidst all these giants that we have from the Chinese region, they've done us very, very proud. Even more proud if they could topple down such a powerhouse like Team Ace.
Right, I think so too. Being here in the final 4 teams, that is absolutely outstanding. They were really proving us that they are worth it to be here, to be on the stage with the last 4 teams. And we can see we are jumping into the matchmaking right away. We have Ace, Sese on the Hunter side again, about to ban one survivor, which might most likely be the Seer, as we have seen it several times before. There comes the Seer ban, and MWS on the survivor side, picking the survivors right now.
Yeah, with Seer banned out, likely going to be seeing a lot more of that mechanic. Maybe some grave, my boy from the grave.
Maybe some priestess.
Yeah, oh, there you go. Actually, mercenary as well. Okay. Oh man, last 2 slots though, still up in the air. I would. Of course, yeah.
You think? What do you think? Forward? Yeah, forward it is. Forward it is. We have seen the forward as a really dangerous survivor throughout the entire tournament, and probably, not really giving Sese the chance to bring down their teammates. But Sese is definitely coming in with a really strong hunter right here. It is the Dream Witch. Since Dream Witch is not banned, this is the first round, no hunter ban. We can see the meta pick Dream Witch.
Yeah, interesting that we're seeing a Dream Witch right off the bat from Sese, in which case a lot of the trends that we've been seeing from Ace has been leaning towards an earlier Bloody Queen. But yeah, I mean, considering it is a battle for third, why not bring the Dream Witch first to the table? And I would love to see how well Sese will be able to control the map going up against MWS with this particular pick, especially since I have really high expectations of all hunters that go Dream Witch here at the Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals, because we had some impeccable Dream Witch games throughout the course of this tournament. And I'm really hoping that, considering this is a top 4 team that we're looking at, Sese will find just the same success, if not even show us an even better showing than the other Dream Witches that we've seen in the past days so far.
Very right. Dream Witch always has been a very dangerous, very scary hunter during this tournament, and we are jumping straight up into the action. We have the Tommy skin right here, and Sese going straight up to find the first survivors. Is he going to find the survivors he wants to find? Seeing the forward, but passing the forward, not really wanting to deal with that first. Most likely going to try to find the mechanic first, or maybe the priestess, because both of these survivors are crucial to bring down early game. Priestess, one of the more easier targets, and mechanic, obviously the one who has the strongest decoding power. But as you can see, we have Tai already in the chase right here. That's gonna be good. That's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, and we go once again. Common trend, just running this patroller when you're rocking the Dream Witch in a game just grants you easy access for that follower to get an easy hit onto the survivor you're chasing before he can get out of the radius of the Dream Witch's followers' reaches. So this is, again,
And
just very
there
standard
comes
stuff.
that hit.
Yeah, oh, okay. Hit comes in right there. That should be good. We'll slow down Ty's progress here, in which case follower really caught on the trail. And there you go. Finally, that will be the hit that takes Ty down.
That was absolutely great. Again, Patroller with the Dream Witch is extremely powerful, since every single leech as well as the Dream Witch herself can bring up that Patroller, and that is putting a lot of pressure on the survivor that is trying to kite around, that is trying to give the team more time to decode. As we just saw it right here, Tai doing a fantastic job, but thanks to the Patroller, we had the Dream Witch having Tai downed and on the chair. Tai getting rescued, but might get the power of 2 servants to see in a few seconds right here, trying to get away as good as possible. But again, Dreamwitch with all these leeches is just putting so much pressure on the survivor that is getting kited around, especially if we see these top hunters that know exactly about their location of each and every single leech. And right here you can see straight up bringing down the priestess again and bring the priestess to the rocket chair, making this the second time for the priestess to get on the rocket chair.
Exactly, and a lot of time utilized by Sese, in which case here we already have the forward spot and now gonna go charge in for the rescue. Follower already making his way, a doll actually within that vicinity now that we spotted out.
You can also see the decoding progress is going pretty fast. We are down to 3 Cypher machines. The Cypher machine in the middle of the map was pretty well decoded, and we have to mention the mechanic is still on the field. The mechanic is in play, probably bringing down a lot of decoding progress right here. You can see Mercenary in the bottom left corner popping that Cypher machine, which means 2 Cypher machines remaining, and the Priestess is up and running again. Fantastic rescue right here. Good job from MWS right here. But Ace obviously going to concentrate on the survivors, really giving them a hard time as well.
Yeah, it's been really tricky here, even with Sese's resolve chasing all these survivors. The fact that you still have 4 survivors up and kicking for MWS, this later part in the game where there's only 2 ciphers remaining, it's MWS pretty much on the right track in this first half. It does seem that Sese will be still focused on Tai here though. That's a little bit of a slowdown, but yeah, in which case, probably at most, Tai wants to try to keep distance. Still feasible to get those 4 numbers, but very crucial. They can't lose out on Tai anymore, because 1 more and Tai is out of the game.
You can also see that Ace was actually changing the trait to Blink, now trying to get closer to these survivors with Blink. Actually did not make the Blink hit happen on Tai right here, but is still concentrating on Tai, which just makes a lot of sense since Tai will get out of the game as soon as she hits the chair, as soon as he hits the chair again. And that might be the first survivor out of there, still protecting the Cypher machines right there from being decoded, putting a little bit of pressure on the survivors. But we can also see bottom left, 1 Cypher machine is already primed inside the arms factory with the doll. The mechanic brings a lot of decoding speed to the team right here. And we have a great portal right here, giving Tai the chance to get away from the servant. Fantastic job, really close hit. We have to consider, we have to keep in mind, as soon as Tai is going down, as soon as Tai is going to the rocket chair again, that is the first survivor out of there. Again, we saw this Cypher machine being primed, we saw a Cypher machine inside the arms factory being primed. The mechanic is on standby. This is putting Sese in actually quite a difficult spot.
Oof. And this is perfect for MWS. Popping that final Cypher, Sese is still, of course, gonna bank on trying to get Tai, in which case. But overall, I wouldn't be surprised. What this is essentially leading to is a 3 survivor out of the gate. Follower will be propped to see if he could try to find 1 more, but for now he will be working on securing Tai. At least 1 survivor for sure going to be out of the game and back to the mana.
But we can also see that there was the protection of the gate with the second leech that is on the field, which could actually lead to another survivor down. The forward GL is trying to get away, he's trying to make his way across the entire map. But again, on the other side, at the gate, we already have 1 leech waiting for GL. So that's gonna be difficult. Having a leech in front of you, having a leech behind you. But since all survivors were escaping, there is still the option for a dungeon. But it actually seems like we can see that GL is trying to get to the gate, trying to get out this survivor at all costs. That was fantastic play, a tie, a well-deserved tie from both sides. Survivors were coming in with a really good decoding progress right there, but the leeches is with the patroller. We're putting a lot of pressure on the priestess, on the team MWS in general.
Exactly, and at the end of the day, I am actually quite surprised. This once again, as expected of Sese right there, was initially really hell-bent with Sai. Luckily, as soon as the Cypher dropped, that's the beauty of having a Dream Witch. So long as you're in the proper position and have those followers in the radius where you could exert pressure towards one of those gates, it proved to be quite the essential move for him because he was able to secure that other survivor, effectively granting him that tie for this first half. Again, could have gone worse, where only one survivor could have been secured, but luckily followers' defense was solid for Sese towards guarding that gate, and Allswell and Swell, in which case, so far, we're on a pretty even playing field here, Grizzly.
2 points for each team's fantastic job from MWS on the survivor side. We had Sese, Ace on the hunter side. Player sides will switch, so we will see MWS on the hunter chair this time and Ace on the survivor side. Really gonna be interesting to see if they are going to play it safe. If they are getting a tie, we will have a round 3. If we are having one team actually getting 3 survivors out, either out of the game or through the gate, we will see one team with a little bit of an advantage in round 2.
Definitely. And I guess we will have to let the results speak for itself as we head into that second half. Is it just going to go a full-on draw in our round 1, or will somebody at least get that one little extra survivor back to the manor or out the gate to at least tilt a round win towards any of these teams' favor? But yeah, just a very safe start here that we're seeing from both sides. Again, I was also expecting Sese almost to bank on an early Bloody Queen during round 1, but he did decide to go for that switch on the Dream Witch. It was pretty okay. I would also give kudos to Ty for buying so much time for MWS to just work on those ciphers, and that really minimized the control that Sese could have pushed on that Dream Witch as a result, since he was so preoccupied on trying to nail that one survivor alone. And that survivor was crucial to have just granted a little bit more breathing room for the rest of the team to just focus on decoding. And yeah, worked out really well in the end. Could have been better, sure. But given the circumstances, I would definitely prefer to just rock a tie earlier on than having to deal with something that's consequentially going to probably put myself in a tougher position as these halves go along.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the tie is well deserved on both sides. Again, you just said it, Ty was doing absolutely amazing with the priestess right there, giving so much time to the team. And again, they had the mechanic. This time was very well used. Mechanic was bringing down a lot of cipher machines, was getting the progress really a head start right here. But then we had these patrollers coming in, just giving such a difficult time for Ty to get away from these leeches. But still, we can see it right here. The stats don't lie. 130 seconds kiting time for Ty when it comes to the Dream Witch. This is an outstanding performance right here. Absolutely fantastic job.
I'd have to agree, and it really shows. Another thing that kind of became a detriment to Sese here is that since he was so preoccupied with trying to nail this priestess, it just allowed MWS the free voyage of maximizing the mechanic here. Look at that, 289% on those stats. It just pretty much goes to show how BB had free reign, no care in the world about being deterred by any of these followers, because Sese wasn't able to exert the level of control that we'd see in the other games, where survivors are just forced to respond to the movement of this follower on the map because of how efficient this Dream Witch is. But I couldn't really blame Sese. A lot of those games where we did see Dream Witch excel was because of survivors not being able to respond properly, not to mention probably early takedowns on survivors as well, which does grant easier control for the Dream Witch. In this case, because of the time that Ty bought, we keep on going back to that. It's such a singular thing, but that singular thing alone really proved to be the benefit for MWS to make sure that they had the better numbers. In fact, just making sure that it could have just landed in a tie, because if Sese got somebody earlier on, that could have spelled trouble and could have made things much worse for MWS than the situation was at the time of that half.
Yes, and we can't say that Sese did anything wrong right there. You have to consider that early game, you want to find a survivor, you want to bring a survivor to the chair right away to put pressure on the survivor side. He found the forward first. Good call to not go for the forward, try to find another survivor. But at some point, it's it's not really good to just run across the map to find the mechanic at all costs. Therefore, going for the Priestess, which is a pretty good target early game as well, since the portals are not charged up yet, was the right call from Sese, but Tai was just not giving it to Sese, really making it a little bit more difficult than Sese might have expected.
Yeah, that Priestess was really, really slippery. I'll give him that. And that's why it became such a hard task for Cess. I couldn't really blame him. That's just how the cookie crumbled during that first half. But that was only just the first half of round one. We have a full best of three for this battle for third place. And there's just still a lot more room that these players can work it to ensure that they get the maximum points they can to get that second runner-up / third place spot in the COA 3. We'll see how it goes, Grizzly. Really excited.
We will see how it goes. MWS this time on the Hunter side in round one, the second half. Definitely trying to get at least 3 survivors out of the game. And on the other side, we have Ace on the survivor side. They want to get 3 survivors out of there. And the thing is, it's pretty much unpredictable at this point to say, okay, this will be a 3 survivor escape or a 3 survivor elimination, because both teams, we saw them competing in the tournament earlier and they are on the same level. We have the top 4 teams right now. This time MWS versus Ace. They are on the same level. You can't really predict how the outcome of the matches will be. And therefore it's going to be a surprise for all of us.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to how this is going to go along. I mean, we're in top 4 right now. I mean, sure, these guys fell short of being able to qualify for that top 2 into a potential champion title. However, I mean, these guys throughout the tournament have shown some amazing promise, which eventually translated to the position that they are in right now. Over the days they've been battling from the very start of this tournament into the quarterfinals, into that semifinals, and there is just no slowing down for either of these teams. And as you can see, ladies and gents, survivors from Ace taking the stage at our live venue at Happy Valley, Shanghai for COA 3. And the Japan region, of course, as an update once again for those that have just tuned in wondering why we only have the majority of the Chinese regions playing at the venue. Unfortunately, for safety concerns, the teams that are outside mainland China were allowed to play within the comfort of their own region as a result of different factors, whether it be travel bans or just for general safety. But nonetheless, perfect opportunity. We were still able to push for the tournament, and me and Grizzly are glad to be with y'all on this lovely, whatever time it is in your zone right now, morning, evening, afternoon. If you're outside the planet for some reason, watching from Mars, then welcome to the broadcast too.
Yeah, and again, we're gonna see Ace versus MWS. Both teams 2 points so far, thanks to the tie in the first round, first half, and they definitely want to secure at least the tie right there on both sides. Even 3 points would be more better. There is a lot of pressure on their shoulder, because this is still the chance to get into the top 3, right? Like, even if you are already in the top 4, it's crazy to be here. It's such a milestone for all of these teams to compete in this tournament. Making it to top 4 is just absolutely outstanding. And now we are seeing the survivor bands from MWS side. Yotsu most likely going for the Seer ban, since we have seen Seer is just giving so much time to the team. It is a mechanic ban, okay, trying to counter that Cypher Rush.
Oh gosh, I am all for this mechanic ban. We already saw how potent the mechanic is if left unchecked. If you're not able to nail that mechanic earlier on as a hunter, 200, near 300%, as we saw during that last game. So I'm glad to see that MW is not going to have it, but looks like what Ace will bring to the table, Mercenary and Forward, no surprises right there, but I am so looking forward to see the shakeup in the form of a barmaid coming into play.
That is absolutely fantastic. I'm really curious to see the Seer gameplay right there. I'm really looking forward to Pro Tank's Forward. Forward is just throughout the entire tournament, Brotang was doing absolutely fantastic. We can also see Yotsu's Dream Witch right here. Absolutely looking forward to this Dream Witch. Will give the survivors a very, very tough time, but I can tell you, no one will give the opponent's team anything for free. They will put up a great fight. That's gonna be exciting. Exciting to see the Dream Witch as well as the forward and the seer gameplay right there.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see
also.
Yeah.
Sorry, Barmaid. I completely overlooked the Barmaid right there. That's also a really interesting pick to see during the first round.
Yeah, I am really excited to see a barmaid coming in this early, especially. But you know what, Grizzly? We'll let the action unfold right before our audience's eyes as we head into the second half of round 1 between Ace versus MWS. Yotsu now taking the stage. Hunter that's shown great promise throughout the duration of this tournament. Let's go ahead and see if that promise leads to a third place finish for MWS in the Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals.
We can see Yotsu already found the Barmaid early game. Barmaid can be an extremely strong kiter if she can drink her drink during the kite and heal up again, which means she could take another hit. We can still see Yotsu trying to get to Angel right here. Was spotting out a few other survivors, is still trying to find someone else. But finds the forward. Alright, putting down the Patroller on the forward, giving him a little bit of a difficult time to get away. There is the leech, and there comes the hit. Use the football to get a little bit of distance. Wasn't enough thanks to the Patroller. Patroller in these matches just, they are so strong. And we saw that there was a leech just, you know, protecting the Cypher machine right there. Not really hitting Angel, but protecting the Cypher machine. Angel is playing it really risky right there. Taking the hit, drinking her drink, and now trying to kite around to give the team more time. That's gonna be dangerous. Oh, the owl is coming in. Fantastic timed owl. Good job from both sides. Yotsu still trying to bring down the Barmaid, but we can see the drink is slowly getting into effect, healing her up mid-kite. Ooh.
Oh my goodness. So far, not bad for Ace, in which case, like you mentioned, Grizzly, good timing on that owl. Ooh, okay, pallet drop will come in once again. And not bad utilization from Ace, in which case, trying to make every second count here with what they can buy against this Dream Witch. Although, as we can see, Dream Witch gonna need to relocate here to make sure that he gets a better signal off of these followers as he can continue to ensue these chases. Looks like won't be committing onto Brotang. We'll just try to focus out, but interestingly enough, this did buy enough time for Ace to get a heal. So everybody is back to full health. Let's go ahead and see how Yotsu goes about the situation now.
As you just mentioned, everyone is back to full health. We have 4 Cypher machines remaining, which means they were also able to bring down 1. That's actually a really good play from Ace right here. That Seer rescuing the Barmaid, we had an absolutely clutch rescue. We see now Blue is taking the first hit, can still take another hit and, you know, continue the kite for a little bit longer thanks to the delayed damage of the Mercenary. Might happen quite soon right here thanks to the Patroller. There comes the hit for Blue, and this might be the first survivor that goes on the rocket chair.
And yes, indeed, Grizzly, and just like that, looks like Blue just trying to establish enough of a distance between himself and these followers. And yeah, just again, additional time being brought out here. Good move, in which case Brotang as well, suffering his first hit. Gonna want to try to... Ace really needs to try to manage their survivors here. The more survivors that go down, the more control this Dream Witch gets. That's kind of where Sessa struggled earlier, where he couldn't take down Tai right off the bat. But in this case, Yotsu does seem to be making efficient use of his time by being able to mill survivors back in. It isn't as speedy as the other matches that we've seen earlier on, but still fantastic thus far for MWS's Hunter.
Exactly, and it really doesn't have to be speedy. We saw a lot of matches which took quite some time and they turned out good for either side, either the Hunter, either the survivors. And here we see Blues taking another hit, will now slowly go down, most likely getting on the chair for the second time if Brotang is not rescuing with the forward. we have to say both teams, they are doing absolutely great. The coordination of the survivors, the timing of the survivors rescue of the owl right there, fantastic job. But also Yotsu just really having an eye on the survivors, really has a lot of things to keep in mind at the same time, and just shows us a great gameplay right here as well. Crowd control is strong. We can see that the Cypher machines, they are going down slow. We have all these leeches protecting Cypher machines, trying to get to survivors. But again, both teams don't give each other anything.
Yeah, this is the beauty of the situation, though. I mean, Yotsu has been constantly proactive throughout this game. Followers always on the tail of a survivor, but I love the patience Ace is playing on the flip side. Like you mentioned, Grizzly, it doesn't have to necessarily be the fast-paced game where you have to constantly just go for the rush, go for the sprayer. You could control the pace of your survivors. Take time. If you need to heal, if you need to rotate, reposition, do so. And that's exactly what Ace has been doing, which is why it hasn't been the easiest task for Yotsu to get somebody back to the manor right off the bat. Ace has been playing this very systematically, just taking their time to go by Cypher bit by bit, and it's been working out for them. 4 survivors still up, 2 Cyphers remaining. Brotang has fallen though. Let's go ahead and see how this proceeds to be.
That was a great rescue from Protein right there, trying to stun the leech. Couldn't really make it, therefore taking the hit, rescuing Blue. It was crucial to take that hit right there for Blue, because Blue cannot get on the rocket chair again. And we can see Brotang is now the survivor that goes to the rocket chair, but we can also see that one Cypher machine is almost primed. The Seer really focusing on that Cypher machine. What Yotsu wants to do right now is Yotsu wants to bring down Blue. Blue might get out of the game right away. But then, on the other side, we can see it right here. Cypher machine is primed. We got Brotang off the chair, rescued. That's putting a lot of pressure on Yotsu right here. All survivors are up and running. The Cypher machine is primed right here. Seer is trying to, give the team more time, make this happening. But, that might be, yeah, there comes the blink. There comes the mercenary in for the Cypher pop. Getting up the mercenary. Every survivor is now on their feet, and they are trying to get out of here. Yotsu is not making this easy for them, but we have to say Ace is coming in with a really, really strong team coordination right here.
Yeah, and for Yotsu's sake, hopefully that detention will prove to be the key to at least ensure that he gets 1 or even 2 of these survivors to draw this match. Clearly, given the circumstances, I don't think it's gonna be a possibility. It is, but it's a very narrow possibility for Yotsu to try to push for a round win for MWS. The most that he can do is at least get that 1 point, or even better, try to force it into a draw. Question is, can he land one of these survivors? Ace is already starting to make their way towards the gate. It's already open. Everybody already making their way out. Ladies and gents, that's not going to be a single one down with a BEA beautiful round win for Ace in the first battle of the day.
What a great job right there. Really fantastic team coordination against a Dream Witch. 5-point game, 4 survivors through the gate. Great job. We have to give it to Ace. That was a fantastic match. The last hit right there could have been lethal for one of the survivors, the barmaid, because she was, I think it was the barmaid, at least for one of the survivors right there. But Mercenary was taking the hit with the delayed damage, with the delayed go down of the survivor. It was an absolute clutch for Ace right there, which leads us to the first round, giving MWS 2 points, Ace 7 points. That was crazy.
It was, Grizzly. It really was. And I think what I love about these matches as they've been proceeding over the next days, we really start to get those highlights on why Mercenary is such a contested pick here at COA 3, to the point that some teams would actually prefer to ban Mercenary over the usual mechanics and seers that we've been seeing in some of the times where you do lead up to those double survivor bans. It's because of not only the distance that you're able to play around with those pads, but also the damage you could take as a body block, which could make or break the number of survivors at times that you can get out of the gate. And in this case, it really proved to be a huge asset when you're dealing with a hunter with detention. Overall, just great job for Ace. 4 survivors out of the gate, Grizzly. Great job by Yotsu. He was definitely proactive throughout that game, but Ace definitely played it substantially better. That led them to those better results and into a round win, as I mentioned.
Yotsu did an absolutely fantastic job right there. We can't say that Yotsu did anything wrong. The coordination of these leeches going back and forth between the leeches, trying to make the hits happening on the survivors on Ace's team, really was strong right there. But again, we have to say that the coordination of this team, especially at the end right there, Seer was kiting around the leech, around the pallet, right next to the Cypher machine that was primed. So that was pretty good for Yotsu, protecting the Cypher machine that is primed and also trying to bring down the survivor at the same time. But the team coordination, obviously fantastic. The Mercenary got the call. Mercenary said, I'm coming in while you were going down or while you were kiting around. I am going to pop that Cypher machine right behind you, and we're gonna get 4 survivors up. We're gonna try to make the 4 survivor escape. Right here, you can see it. You can see the stats. They are absolutely outstanding, especially for Ace coming in with the Owl early game and then really focused on decoding. 325% on the Cypher machines.
And do you sear what I sear? 325% Grizzly. That's crazy. Memory was just fully on these ciphers throughout the game. And yeah, good job in which case from Ace. It really goes to show how effective communication can really help your cause, even when you're dealing with somebody as pressure inducing as a Dream Witch. So that said, that concludes our round one. The stats speak for itself. And at the end of the day, Ace will be one leg up towards getting closer to clinching that third place spot in this tournament. But you know what, Grizzly? Let's go ahead and check out these highlights. 2 Dream Witches that we got first half and second half, but yielding very different results.
These Dream Witches right here, absolutely dangerous. We can see the survivors on both teams. Great coordination, really making it difficult for the hunters. Yotsu right there. Look at this. That was the highlight. Early game. The barmaid getting rescued by the Seer's Owl, making it happening to drink the drink, heating up mid-kite. We have all these dangerous blades right there, but Ace was coming through. We can see it right there, taking the hit. You can clearly tell Mercenary is making his way to the Cypher machine, is waiting, is ready for the hit. Blink, hit, Cypher's up thanks to the Cypher pop, and there comes the block. Barmaid would have been the preferred survivor to hit for Yotsu, but unfortunately hit the Mercenary, and with the delayed damage was able to get out of there with 4 survivors. Whew, what a match. Really deciding the first round for them after this really good tie. And now moving forward into round 2 with a little bit of a heads up of 7-2 for Ace.
Yeah, 7-2. That's gonna be an interesting 5-point lead start for Ace. It's still fairly manageable though, so long as MWS not only wins the second round, but also, I mean, even more so, that's gonna be the more crucial factor. They have to win the second round or at least force a draw. If not that, then the better scenario would be to just completely dominate second round, just so that that 5 point of a lead that Ace established in round 1 becomes a non-factor moving forward.
Yes, but if someone can do it, I think MW is the right one to actually make a great comeback in round 2 and maybe even deciding this entire round, this entire match for them in round 3 right there. We saw this already. We saw that there was a team points-wise a little bit in a disadvantage in round 1, but then just completely coming back in round 2 and making it into a fantastic round 3. So everything is still on the table, even if it looks really good for Ace already, you know, taking a little bit of pressure off Ace's team's shoulders right there.
Yeah, just oh gosh. What kind of makes me curious now, Grizzly, is moving forward. We saw Dream Witch priority, with a likely Dream Witch ban. I'm wondering if we'll be seeing some more of that Bloody Queen, especially from Sessa. But another question is that, if you guys recall yesterday during the quarterfinals match that Ace played, Sessa only played the first 2 rounds, and then eventually it did need to push into a round 3 where they fielded their hunter. I believe I believe it was D, and
Yes.
D found substantially huge success during the game that he played, getting the 4 survivor elimination, and that was huge. Whether or not Ace will need to pull that trump card out once again, that's something I'm actually heavily wondering right now, especially since we're not really sure of what the logic is behind pulling in D at the moment they did to replace Sese. Was it because of Sese just generally losing out as the rounds went by? Because player stamina is also a thing. Stamina and mental is something you want to take into consideration in these best of threes. Not to mention, it could also be a strategic element where I believe I discussed this yesterday, where if you're going to be taking away all these meta picks that your Prime Hunter might be efficient on, and if you want to switch over to other picks available in the bag, then you might want to switch over to a other hunter who has gotten better practice on those particular hunters, but can still get the job done similar to the hunter you would primarily and normally field in the tournament.
Exactly. As you said it, player stamina, being on the stage right there, being on the spot to take part to compete against these other top teams, that can really take a toll on you. And I think either it's player stamina or maybe even, just switching it out because they are having a little bit of a different approach to the Bloody Queen. And I mean, if you played Bloody Queen in round 1, if you played Bloody Queen in round 2, you might be a little bit predictable because the opponent's team already faced you twice, so might now know which tricks you have up your sleeve, and coming up with a different player that plays the same hunter again might surprise the opponent's team as well. So that's an interesting thing to mention, really good thing to mention, to say that it might be happen again, that we will see D in the last round switching out for Sese.
Sese.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if it'll come to a point where they save it for round 3, or will they bring it on a little bit earlier, because Sese managed to land a tie in the first round. I would say that, sure, Sese has had some better moments in this tournament, but yeah, it was very interesting how it was a struggle for him to land tie within that first half of round 1. So at the end of the day, I guess it really is up to the team strategy on what they decide to go for. We'll probably dig into that if that actually happens. I'll hold that thought and pin that in the air for now, for when it does. Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about MWS though. Yotsu, on the other hand, that was quite the struggle for him. Even with the proactivity, as I mentioned, he wasn't able to land a single survivor. And it really goes back to the topic of how a lot of these teams that manage to advance in this tournament know how to play the patience game when dealing with a dream, which to an extent we've seen a similar scenario. I believe it was against one of the Feaster games that we were casting, where teams would take time to rotate, heal up, just not feel the need to rush if they feel that they are still fully in control of the game, where they're working around the hunter and not really succumbing to the pressure of the hunter on the flip side, where they just feel they need to rush everything. And that's really refreshing to see in this tournament, teams that are able to just play towards tempo as opposed for going for the heavy rush that is, I guess, a common thing that we see in even the other tournaments that we see. But that's the global finals for you. Just different strats, different mindsets coming into the field when you're going up against the top teams and as exhibited by the top teams.
I totally agree, especially on the Cypher Rush part, where you said some teams are just taking their time. And we have seen this before. Some teams are really taking their time. Some matches were surprisingly extremely long, but that wasn't necessarily a disadvantage for the survivors, because, I mean, of course, as Hunter, you have more time to bring down the survivors. But these survivors constantly healing up, getting into corners that the Hunter didn't expect them to heal up, was really, really serving a fantastic gameplay to watch, because it's something different. Of course, if there's a Cypher Rush, that is putting a lot of pressure on the Hunter. But if you're slowly making your way through the entire game without a Cypher Rush, and in the end you still have 4 survivors in the game, Hunter wasn't able to get you, that is just, that is exhausting for the hunter, doing the same things over and over again, hitting these hunters, hitting these survivors, and you just see them heal and heal and heal. It can be extremely
frustrating.
Frustrating. It can be good for the hunter, of course, because again you get more time to hit these survivors and bring them to the chair, but it can be extremely frustrating.
Yeah, especially since if you're able to buy time, just that minimal moments where, for the survivor side at least, reach the accelerated decoding pace, then sure, that works better for you than feeling the need to pressure yourself to go for fast decodes at a time where that advantage isn't up yet. But you know what, Grizzly? Let's go ahead and see how things will go down. As we already mentioned, Dreamwitch gonna be the ban for the Hunter, along with Mechanic and Seer, pretty much up to standard. Let's go ahead and see. Will Ace shake things up a little bit with what they did earlier? And furthermore, what's Yotsu gonna bring to play to hopefully make up for lost ground in the second half of round one?
Exactly. Dreamwitch ban, not really surprising, but considering that Yotsu was just facing Ace and basically didn't get a single survivor, it is maybe, you could be on Ace's team and say, hey, let's ban someone else, let's face this Dreamwitch again. But then we had the map change, we have Lakeside Village this time, a little bit of a bigger map, which would be absolutely fantastic for a Dreamwitch, because you can just put down these leeches and you can coordinate and go to spots faster thanks to several leeches on the map. But that's not gonna happen. We have a Dreamwitch ban, as you already mentioned. We have the expected Seer ban. Mechanic is also going to ban, is also getting the ban right here to bring down the decoding speed on Ace's side. And therefore we have Ace with a Mercenary, Priestess, Forward, and Memory. Let's see what he is bringing to the table.
Yeah, what is it going to be though? Quite tricky. Looks like they're really thinking about it, in which case, I mean, probably something that'll help. Yeah? What do you think?
Yeah, sorry, I just want to say, could be a Priestess, could be a Coordinator, and there we actually have the Priestess. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
No worries, because I was kind of wondering myself. And it does look like Memory will just up for the Perfumer at the end of the day. So lots of slippery targets from this side of Ace. That's just going to give a monumental headache for Yotsu. It was already a struggle for him from round one. Of course, the question is whether or not he could get his bearings back heading into round two. Is he going to tilt towards a Bloody Queen, or will he shake it up something else?
Would love to see something else, but I think we can expect a Bloody Queen, especially on the Lakeside Village map. Really, really large terrain, and you can just get so close to the survivors with the mirror image right away and get closing the gaps. There we go. We have Yotsu coming in with the Bloody Queen. We have to say this. Yotsu needs to come in with a fantastic play. MWS needs at least a tie right here. At least a tie. Else it's going to be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to catch up.
Indeed. I'm wondering how that's gonna go for him though. I like the logic though that you brought up as a reason for bringing Bloody Queen forward, especially on Lakeside Village. It will give a little bit more ease for Yotsu to maneuver across the map, not to mention that mirror image as is, just giving you that additional reach, in which case. But we'll just have to see how that ultimately goes down once we head into our game. Again, ladies and gents, this is round two of the first half for our battle for third between Ace and MWS. Two teams unfortunately falling short of qualifying for our finals that could have granted them a chance at the title of COA 3 champion. But the opportunity to end this tournament on a high note at least is still up in the air for these two. Now the big question is, with a 5-point lead, not to mention a round one win in favor of Ace, can MWS rebound going into round two? It is coming down to the wire, and it's really up to Yotsu to step up his game to make up for the grounds that he did miss out on during the second half of round 1, where 4 survivors, the very survivors that you see here on your screen, coming in from Ace, just making that full escape, getting the full 5 points. It's gonna be a crazy, crazy match that we're looking at here, Grizzly. A lot of questions in which case, especially on the side of MWS, that need answers to. Can they accomplish it? We'll find out as we head into that game. I am so excited, Grizzly.
Gonna be extremely intense, so there is absolutely reason to be excited. And again, we have Ace right there in an advantage. Ace only needs to get, it's still a quite tough task against Yotsu, but needs to get 3 survivors out of there to actually decide this entire match for them and to end it in round 2. That's something that they are most likely pushing to do. So I guess if they are having, for example, 1 survivor on the rocket chair and they could rescue, but they could also go with 3 survivors through the gate, they will definitely decide to take this 3 survivor escape. It's gonna be extremely interesting to see the Bloody Queen from Yotsu. He also knows that there is a little bit of pressure right there because he doesn't want to have anything below a tie. Gonna be, as you already said, gonna be interesting, intense, and I'm excited too.
Oh my gosh, I am just feeling this game right now, Grizzly, and just really looking. At the end of the day, I'm all for these storylines, and it's really MWS that needs to step up to the plate given the circumstances of round 1. And of course, later on, guys, we will be having our finals, which both Grizzly and I will be casting as well, but it does look like our players are ready to head into the game. Here you have a quick recap of all the picks heading into Lakeside Village for MWS and Ace. This is finally it, Grizzly. I am so ready for some Identity 5 action to hit the fan, and let's get on to it. MWS, Ace, it's gonna be a close game.
It's going to be a very close game. Round 2, first half, we are jumping right into it. Yotsu on the Hunter side on Lakeside Village with the Bloody Queen, and we have Ace on the Survivor side, now trying to get the 3 survivor escape done to decide this match for themselves. Let's see. Straight up going to find the first survivor. It is Angel. Did not find Angel, maybe decided to go for a different survivor right here because can be difficult to find the strong Kiters early game. Really concentrating on another survivor with finding Blue right there, which is the Mercenary. Can also be quite a pain. Yotsu realizes it and tries to find the 3rd survivor in the game. Really taking his time to make sure to find one of the easier targets at the beginning of the match.
Yeah, definitely doesn't want to waste too much time to invest on the Mercenary. Wants to switch out, is struggling. Looks like we'll actually spot out DD after starting to see these wiggles come in from Ace as they work on the ciphers. The transition has been made though. Looks like Angel DD gonna start working with these portals to work around. Wow! Still great catch coming in from Yotsu.
Really good catch coming from Yotsu. Destroying the global portal was really close to be done right there, but destroying it and giving the hit to Angel DD, making that the first survivor that is on the rocket chair, cheering the first Cypher machines, which means 5 Cypher machines are still remaining. That is extremely crucial. We can also see that it's pretty much in the corner of the map, forcing the survivors to transition to a rescue. We have the forward, tried to stun, did not miss, but didn't stun Yotsu either. Taking a hit and coming in for the rescue. Now trying to protect or trying to at least not take another hit. So Yotsu is having... Oh, there comes the hit, there comes the hit. Angel is having a tough time against Yotsu this time right here. And this is giving Yotsu a really, really good chance to catch up points-wise.
Yeah, this is really, really good This in a completely different tune that we're seeing from Yotsu, in which case to be able to land a survivor this earlier on, whilst Ace just laser focusing on these ciphers. Now we're at a point where of course somebody will naturally need to respond to try to go for the save. As far as movement that we're seeing, it does look like Blue is in the vicinity and on the case. Let's go ahead and see to what success it will lead to.
Taking the hit right here, making the rescue happening again. Angel can't really get on the chair yet again. Oh, very nice portal, getting away from the hit. Yotsu destroyed the portal yet again. Oh, that's extremely good for Angel, making a good use of the kite right here, but still taking it against the mirror. Extremely difficult situation right here, and actually getting on the chair for the third time. There are still 4 Cypher machines up. That's gonna be putting a lot of pressure on the survivor side. We can see that Memory is trying to... No, Protang is actually trying to sneak around a little bit, trying to not get the attention of Yotsu because he don't want to take the hit. He doesn't want to take the hit.
Definitely, you know? Stealth tactics, Grizzly. Stealth tactics coming in right now. But based on what we're seeing here, it does look like Yotsu is leering towards Blue, in which case mirror image will be popped up, in which case starts going for those slashes, switches positions just so that he is in the actual vicinity of this mercenary. Question is, how is Blue going to deal with this? Take note, use another pad once again to establish some distance. Only one pad remaining for him, in which case Yotsu still on the prowl, already has a good start. Whether or not he can keep up the momentum, that is something that he's looking to do in this case. Chase is still ensuing. There you go, the whack comes in, and it's only a matter of time. Blue just need to establish some distance, but that's going to be another survivor down for Yotsu.
Great shot right there. Now slowly going down. Blue will be the next survivor on the chair, but we can also see that the Priestess and the Fort, who were previously a little bit more sneaky, they were actually hoping for for Yotsu right here to find the mercenary, enabling them to bring down the 2 Cypher machines that they were working on. We can see the Forward at the shack right there is slowly bringing down another Cypher machine. Fantastic job, and Memory is getting ready to rescue, because they want Yotsu to go for Protang, because we can clearly tell Yotsu knows that someone is at this Cypher machine over there. Memory extremely sneaky. Are they going to rescue right there? They have to go in really soon. There she comes. Perfumer rescuing, trying to body block. Oh! Patience of Yotsu is paying off, giving Blue another hit.
Yeah, unfortunately for Blue, here we go. Yotsu looks like gonna try to maximize the time, but great use of perfume coming in from Memory. Still gonna be in full health and spirits. The chase is still on. Take note, Protang is trying to maximize the time that is being bought out here, but nonetheless, Yotsu, question is, what is the priority gonna lean towards? He's still actually committing to Memory here. Blue already down in the distance, just working around these structures here. Memory trying to buy as much time as he can, whilst Protang just rushing to make sure that he grants that advantage to Ace as soon as they pop that last cipher.
Not going for Blue can be a really good technique. You have to consider Blue can still sit on the rocket chair, which might be extremely dangerous endgame if he is getting rescued, and he's actually getting up. So concentrating on a survivor that cannot take another hit after getting rescued can be extremely good. But there we see, we have Perfume actually taking a hit, but the Cypher machine was ready. The Cypher pop wasn't coming in. Is now coming in though. We have the Cypher pop right here. Blue is already at the gate, but Yotsu is not dealing with that. Straight up going into Blue's direction, trying to put pressure on him, trying to protect the gate.
definitely. Yotsu, you know what? He's not gonna fall for the trick of committing to that perfumer. He knows what's up. The timing, that wide window that Ace had to position towards the gates, Yotsu knew that that was gonna be a forethought. Already switching over, trying to figure out where does he commit towards. It does look like he's gonna backtrack over to blue here. He's already sniffed out the trail. Mirror image will be popped towards that gate. Won't find his target though. Good transition coming in from blue, switching back here. Let's go ahead and see if Yotsu can get back on his trail. But this is definitely gonna be enough time here to rendezvous with Rotang, should they be able to get that. Actually, now that we look at it, gate is starting to get worked on right now.
That is extremely dangerous for MWS. We said it early game, we said it before the match started. If Ace is able to get 3 survivors out of there, there's no way to catch up points-wise to the... Or is there? Maybe I'm confused right now. But I think it's going to be very difficult at least. You can see that the mercenary blue is really doing a fantastic job taking a hit. We have the survivors escaping right now. Blue is making a run for the dungeon, and that could be the 3 survivor escape if Yotsu is not catching up in time, and that is exactly what is happening. Blue jumping through the dungeon, making this a 3 survivor escape.
Good on Ace right there. In all fairness, Yotsu stepped up to the challenge monumentally. I would say his performance is significantly better than what we saw during the first round. And till the end though, towards the end, still Ace that will prevail, allowing them that 1 win in the first half, 3-1 in points, effectively pushing the points to, if my math is correctly, that is going to be a 10 to 3. Yes, 10-3.
It is a 10-3, exactly. I think I was mistaken. They can still make it. I want to apologize. I'm sometimes not really good with points, as you can clearly tell. Still, it's putting more pressure on MW's team MWS's team right here, because they are points-wise in quite a huge disadvantage. Curious to see what they're coming up as survivors in the next round, and I'm also curious to see Ace, what they are coming up. We have Sese on the Hunter side. Are they going to switch to D again, or are they giving Sese the Hunter spot for another round right here?
I am actually very interested in seeing, because at this point, like I was saying, you want to try to win every single half as much. I mean, duh. That's the ideal scenario. But in this case, let's talk about the circumstances that Ace is working with, in which case, by securing the 3-1, by winning that first half, all they need to do is, in fact, even a tie in the second half already gives them the win and ultimately gives their placement as second runner-up / third place in this tournament. So it's not really as much pressure, I would say, so long as Ace's Hunter performs. Sese has proven to be able to pull off at least a 2 Hunter back to the manor during the first round. Whether or not he can consistently do that going into the second round is something that we will see. I will say though, if it is going to be a Dream Witch band, and so long as Sese brings the success that he's seen on him sporting a Bloody Queen, should that be the pick, should he be able to pull off those more successful times where he's played the Hunter, then I think Ace should be fine, in which case. That goes to still say, though, MWS still working with opportunities to stay in the game, but as these halves have been going, the more advantages Ace has been pulling off, first during that second half of round 1, now during this first half of round 2, it's not really looking good for them. But as you mentioned, Grizzly, faith is still on the Japanese team. They're the sole Japanese team remaining in this tournament, having made the top 4 against all these Chinese regions teams. So, why not make the rest of the regions proud and show that we are still pretty much as competitive and worthy as these other Chinese region teams?
Exactly. And I'm really excited to see the team on the Survivor side for the next round. This time we can see right here Yotsu, 11 hits, actually was putting a lot of pressure on the Survivors. But again, Ace's teamwork, Ace's coordination in the Survivors, absolutely outstanding, making the 3 Survivor escape happening. We can see it right here. Angel D was the Survivor that had the lowest decoding time, but also was just taking so much time off the Hunter's hand with the Perfumer as well. Right here we can see the trophy yet again. The trophy, they are showing it into our faces all the time, but this trophy will get a new owner after this tournament. We are in the finals today, final day. We will see GR later on against 5HS, and one of these teams will actually get this trophy.
Exactly. And we have much more that awaits you guys. What that is going to be, we're not going to be spoiling anything just yet, but definitely I would recommend all of you tune into our stream for something well worth that we've been saying for day 4, I would say. And I'm not just talking about the finals. What it is, patience, my friends, patience.
You're teasing everyone right now, and I like that. I like that. I'm super excited to see it for myself. Looks absolutely fantastic. But for now, we have to concentrate on the next match. Again, Ace really coming in with a lot of good plays right here and having a huge advantage points-wise over MWS. Will they come back? I really hope so. I really want to see them in round 3. But again, Ace just putting a lot of pressure with these points on MWS.
Yeah, oh gosh. And then again, that's what you'd expect of Ace. Take note, these guys came so close to forcing a round 3 against GR during the semifinals match. Unfortunately, that's super close. I think that moment where they lost to GR is going to go down in history as one of the most intense moments at the Call of the Abyss across the board. 1, 2, 3. So expect Ace to show up in moments like this where it's their last moment to really shine on the stage. But as we were discussing earlier, Grizzly, in speculation of what Hunter will be coming in to play for Ace, looks like it will still be Sese for round 2. I mean, they still have some great round to work with. All Sese again needs to do as a win condition is at least get a tie in the second half, and that solidifies Ace's spot is the 3rd placer in this tournament. Now, MWS, it's all on them at this point. A lot is riding on the second half. Let's go ahead and see how this will go down once we head into the drafting phase. But looks like things are really getting intense there. Sese just really trying to get in the zone, focus, as you can see on your monitors at the live venue in Shanghai, Happy Valley.
Oh man, just a tie is needed for Ace right here. This is so much pressure on MWS's side. Just a tie can decide this round for Ace. And to be fair, we have seen Ace before. You said when we saw them going against GR, fantastic gameplay. They were not afraid of the Hunter right there. And this, again, if someone can come in with at least a tie, it is Ace. But if someone can, show that they can prevent this from happening, it is MWS. So these matches, they are extremely unpredictable, extremely intense. Whew, excited to see if MWS can turn the tables right here, or if Ace will decide this match for themselves.
Yeah, gosh, Chris, I mean, can't believe it. We're already on our last day, and we're seeing these intense matches. I mean, what a great way to end Call of the Abyss 3 on such a high note heading into this day 4. But you know what? Wait no further. We're heading into the drafting phase. Once again, this is round 2 of the second half between the already up in advantage Ace versus a team that needs to catch up, Japan's MWS.
And there comes the bans. We can see Dream, which is getting banned for Ace's CC right here. Sese. I'm bad with names. We can also see that the Seer is getting out of the game, and we can expect either a mechanic or a mercenary as well. Maybe another 4th ban. We have seen this before, but no, it's going to be the mercenary, enabling MWS to bring the mechanic on the field.
I am glad to see a mercenary ban right here. And I guess it's a calculated risk, in which case we've already seen how high value the mercenary has been over these past rounds, and I think Sese has had enough of that. Doesn't want to give MWS that precaution. He just wants to make it much more straightforward in dealing with these survivors. Sure, it's a risk that if he can't spout out that mechanic right away, he might be left with that super duper solid Cypher Rush from MWS. But you know what? He's willing to take the risk. They have great footing already. Looks like no mechanic even needed. Take note, they're actually going to wrap up the composition with a forward MWS.
It's gonna be interesting. We also can see that there is a Gravekeeper compensating the Mercenary right here. Fantastic choice of survivors, but the question is, can they make a 3-survivor escape with this composition against Sese right here? Coming in again with the Bloody Queen on Lakeside Village. We already said it, we need to, on Lakeside Village, which is just a huge map, you can use the Bloody Queen to get to close these gaps in between you and the survivors. 3 survivors out of there for MWS is needed to continue in this tournament. Continue to round 3. That is a lot of pressure.
Oh my gosh, Grizzly, I almost slipped out of my seat actually. Good thing you guys can't see me on camera right now, because I am fully worried for MWS in this case. I'm trying to be optimistic, but at the end of the day, it's going to be all up to them. Here you have it, ladies and gents. Both sides locking in their picks. Let us know in chat who you're rooting for. Do you want this to be the official wrap-up that grants Ace their 3rd place spot in COA? Or do you want to see MWS rebound and force it all the way into a round 3? We'll find out as we head into the Lakeside Village for all the action. Let's go, my boy Grizzly.
Sese straight up finding the Gravekeeper, giving BB the first hit right here. Gravekeeper just trying to make a little bit more distance happening, throwing down the pellets. Fantastic for a Gravekeeper since he can just go underneath these pellets, but that is something that Sese is not dealing with, destroying the pellets straight up and now moving after BB. Again, BB already took the first hit extremely early in the game, is now trying to give MW more time to decode. We can see that there might be a little bit of a technical issue on MWS's AM side. This will give the team a little bit more time to, re-coordinate. They can set everything up again. They are working, the team, the Identify team is working on fixing the technical issues right away. Whew, that was an intense start already from what we have seen.
Indeed, Grizzly. I mean, like, we just loaded in and then already the action ensues. Fortunately, we do have a little bit of a hold up, but like you mentioned, things will be ironed out and smoothed out, especially with a match so crucial as the battle for 3rd. We're going to make sure that the team is on it right now. Actually, they are on it right now, so don't worry, ladies and gents. As soon as we head back into the game, none of your favorite teams will be affected. Everybody will be proceeding as normal, and yeah, that's just how it'll roll.
Yeah, exactly. That can absolutely happen. It happens. It is a live event, a live tournament. Technical issues are something that we have to prepare for, and this is absolutely not a big deal. We just have to wait for a few minutes and everything will be fine. We're gonna get back into this game. You said it, extremely crucial, extremely important match for MWS right here, as well as Ace. It's gonna be interesting to see. It's gonna be interesting to see if MWS can come back from the point deficit that they are having right now.
Oh gosh. This is it, guys.
And there we go. You go ahead, please.
Okay. I was like, okay, no, you go ahead. You're the man, Grizzly. You're the man. okay. I'll go for it then. But yeah, as we can see here already, as soon as we head back in, BP found in an awkward spot as he is brought straight to the rocket chair. Looks like Sese playing no games, in which case he is on a Bloody Queen. It's been seemed to have a lot of success for him, so I'm glad to see this particular pick heading into round 2. I'm actually surprised that it got through in which case, let's see, MWS, of course, going to be committing a member right away to go for that save onto him, and it will be GL. GL already trying to deter the Bloody Queen, but will actually get a hit himself, just allowing a bit of distance for BB to get away from BQ, but that's really not going to deter BQ, already back on BB's tail.
Great job from GL though. Actually going for the rescue when Sissy was trying to destroy the global portal right there. Oh, fantastic blink trying to get to BB, but didn't quite get it. Now having a little bit of a trouble getting BB at the pallet, hitting with the mirror image, and now is on BB's tail again. BB does not have the ability anymore, cannot dig a grave anymore, which is a little bit of a tough situation. BB going down while throwing down that pallet. You can see that BB is going to the rocket chair for the second time right there. There are still 3 Cypher machines up and running, but we can also see that GL is working on one of them. Again, MWS needs to get 3 survivors out of there. AM coming in for the rescue with the perfumer. Insta perfume is getting the damage reversed, and not any damage, but taking a hit right there. BB needs to get out of there. They need to make BB difficult, but actually managed to get down BB right there. Sese is bringing the first survivor to the rocket chair, but we can see GL is preparing himself to rescue.
Yeah, oh gosh.
Ooh, dropped BB!
That is interesting. BB will... Okay, wait a minute. Nope, looks like Sese has had enough. You know what? You've been such a pain. I'm gonna try to take you down. Actually, we'll just try to threaten him away first, I guess. Go straight back to BB. Rocket chair is nearby, so things should be fine. Straps him on quite securely. And yeah, it's been a long time coming, but finally sends BB back to the manor.
Great job from Sese, really scaring off GL right there, making him use almost his entire football and disabling him from rescuing BB from the balloons again. Now, after already giving GL a hit, going for him as well, and nice, really good job from GL. Outplaying that mirror image right here, but Sese switching the position, giving GL the strike that he needs to go down. Now, putting GL on the rocket chair, and again, if Sese can come in with a tie, they have decided this game for themselves.
Right, and here you have it. GL strapped to that rocket chair now. This is such a dire win condition that MWS is working with. They're at a point where they can't afford to lose any more of their numbers. Just losing out on a single one back to the manor spells defeat for them. That's the win condition that Sese is working with. All he needs to do is land that tie. Looks like, speaking of tie, no pun intended, getting the rescue onto GL, of course, that isn't going to be deterring our Bloody Queen here. And GL falls back down and will be back to the rocket chair. This is so unfortunate for MWS. GL already halfway through the time spent. This is going to be something that MWS has no choice but to respond to. Once again, as we can see, it does look like they will be committing AM towards the cause of going for the save. AM is still healthy, can spare the health here, in which case let's go ahead and see if it will lead to fruition for him.
It's gonna be very intense because there are still 2 Cypher machines remaining. That's a lot of pressure on MW as is GL, especially since he cannot hit the rocket chair one more time. He's already damaged. He needs one more hit, he needs to sit one more time on the chair, and that seems to be the case. Sese really focusing on bringing down GL yet again, and there is literally no chance for the survivor at this point to make a rescue happen. GL will get on the chair, and this is it for GL getting sent back to the manor. This will be at least the tie. We already said it. They couldn't allow Sese to get the tie, but that is unfortunately for MWS happening. Still putting up a great fight, but you have to consider 2 Cypher machines remaining. It's just an extremely tough situation for MWS.
Yes, the game will continue, in which case, Grizzly, even with MWS technically already out of this tournament with 2 survivors back to the manor, looks like Sese wants to go for the full throttle finish here, already on the tail of Tai. AM is down, so it's going to be Tai that needs to fend for himself. He only has 1 portal left, so it's going to be interesting.
It's gonna be intense. It's gonna be intense. Tai actually seems to try to get to AM to rescue AM, but you have to consider Sese with the mirrors can easily just teleport over to AM, and that could be it for Tai as well. Or on the other side, Tai could be able to get AM up because they only need 1 more cipher, and that could actually help the survivor team out as well. But I'm not really sure if there's a prime cipher machine anywhere around. Even if there was, this entire situation is just extremely dangerous, extremely difficult for MWS.
Yeah, oh gosh, here we go. Sese gonna make the transition into looking for his prey. A little bit far off from Tai though. Tai just trying to run this out here. It's really a chase of cat and mouse at this point. Tom and Jerry, if you will. But yeah, looks like mirror image will be popped, trying to close in onto Tai. Tai might actually get pincered here, just walking back and forth, trying to confuse, but unfortunately it's not going to happen. That's both survivors down right now, and I think it's a good done deal. The surrender comes in. Ladies and gents, ending this battle for third with a bang. It's going to be Sese securing 5 points and the win for Ace as they officially become our 3rd place team to finish at the Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals.
Fantastic job. Congratulations to the entire team Ace for coming in the 3rd position during the entire Call of the Abyss 3 tournament. Fantastic job. They have shown us an absolutely outstanding performance, well-deserved 3rd place right here, but also MWS coming in the 4th position. Whew, that was an intense match, but again, we can clearly say that Ace was putting a lot of pressure on MWS and deserves the 3rd spot in this tournament.
Absolutely, Grizzly, and gotta be happy for them. They might not be going home with the champion title, but at least they are ending this tournament with a bang, I would say. Well, not really a bang, to be honest. The bang would be finishing champion, but at least they're leaving with a better placement than what could have been. MWS, though, still making Japan proud. They made top 4 in comparison to all the rest of the regions, a lot of which fell out earlier on during the top 16 phase. So I think that in itself is a victory as well. Skill gap, as far as Japan is concerned, to the Chinese region, I would definitely say they've stepped up in comparison to what we saw during COA 2, and I can't wait to see how further they progress once we see them on the global stage once again. It's still another year ahead before COA 4, but I am nonetheless very happy that we're seeing that growth.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more, and I am absolutely excited after we already saw a fantastic match for spot number 3 and spot number 4 during the tournament. We will go over to the grand finals to fight for the 1st place. We will see 1 champion. It will either be GR or 5HS, but before that happens, there will be something that everyone can absolutely look forward to. So if you're watching right now, you stay tuned. Stay tuned. It's going to be extremely, extremely interesting. And as you already said, not only because of the final match of the final day. Am I alone?
Oh, yeah. No, no, I thought you were still going to continue your statement there. But yeah, we'll be heading into the finals, as well as a little thing that the Identity 5 team prepared for you guys. What that is, I don't want to spoil anything because you don't really have to wait any longer. It's going to be happening in a few minutes, so you don't really want to leave the stream yet, guys, as me and Grizzly will be with you until the very end, bringing you not only the action but all of the fun surprises that the IDV team has ready for y'all.
I mean, we can spoil something. It will be the game producer's speech that is up next. The game producer Sylar will come on stage. Oh, I'm excited for that. Dude, the rest of the day will be so exciting, especially with GR going against 5HS. We saw that team composition, 5HS against GR, during last year's, I think, semifinals. They were actually fighting. No, wait. During the finals as well. And that was an absolutely intense match. We saw both teams already competing against each other. We saw what they can bring to the table. Again, they both have proven that they are the top teams in this tournament. But let's circle back real quick. Here we have the stats from the last match. Aces Sese coming in with the 4 Survivor clutch. And MWS on the other side tried to stay in the tournament, but sadly couldn't make it happen.
Oh gosh. I am so happy for Ace. I mean, again, I've been saying how I'm really an avid fan of Sese as a hunter. Sad that we're not going to be seeing him in the finals. In fact, the game that they played in semis was nearly finals worthy, I would say, but we'll still be getting an explosive finals nonetheless with the matchup that we have. Great job as well to MWS, as you can see, based on the standings or what we have had so far. Earlier on during our semifinals, as a recap, we've had 5HS as well as GR toppling both MWS and Ace respectively to cement their slot into the finals. Meanwhile, we've already played our battle for third, which Ace won quite fashionably, round 1, round 2, not even needing to go into a round 3, just proving their dominance against MWS, effectively pushing them into the 4th place slot in this tournament. Like we said, Grizzly, we still have the epic conclusion, which will be the best of 5 between 5HS and GR. Super duper exciting, and it's coming down to the wire, Grizz. It's almost done, the broadcast.
Best of 5. You just said it. This is something I was excited for the best of 5 match from the very beginning, because the best of 5 means that there can be more hunter bans, more survivor bans, really pushing both teams out of meta, really pushing them towards hunters and even survivors that we might haven't seen yet, team constellations that might be new. And that is something I told this before. I'm extremely excited to see this, because I'm extremely excited to see survivors like maybe the cowboy, maybe it's going to happen. I really hope so. We just have to be a little bit more patient before the showdown between the two giants, GR and 5HS, is coming to us.
Oh gosh. I am so excited. But you know what, Grizzly? For now, we are going to be taking a quick break so that we can pump ourselves up in preparation for that finals, as well as the game producer's speech. When we come back, it's going to be the thing that everyone has been waiting for. What is in store for Identity 5 and who will ultimately become a champion? We'll find out in just a bit. We've been your casters. I'm Mark Takuno, and joining me is the Gaming Grizzly. You are watching the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals. The epic conclusion happens today. We'll catch you guys in a bit, as this stream is brought to you by Happy Valley. See you guys.
just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here. Been locked away, all the secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness. Been locked away, all the secrets here. I will find all the answers here. Been locked away, all the secrets here in this madness. Trapped in darkness. Been locked away, all the secrets here. I will find all the answers here. Been locked away, all the secrets here in this madness. Trapped in darkness. Been locked away, all the secrets
我是一名邮差，像千百个奔走在街道上的邮差一样，传递着不同的故事与秘密。我并不擅长与别人交流，也不喜欢，但我却迷恋观看这些收件者拿到信件时的种种表情：惊讶、喜悦、激动万分，又或是怒不可遏。面对面的对话是最虚伪的。人们看着你的脸，根据你的反应而反应，说着那些附和的假话，而那些字里行间所藏匿的感情，反而才是最真挚的。可能说这些话时，无法让人信服，因为从没有人给我寄过信。毕竟，我唯一的朋友威克，也只是只小狗罢了。但当我第一次收到这封寄给自己的信时，我从未如此确信。文字所体现出的无尽真挚。
kings were always in charge of the dominion in history. Wars, trade, and alliances were no more than their fingertip manipulated games. They were respected and paramount. But someone thought it was a joke.
心中昔时白发，牧童将巨人击溃倒下，轻声传递律法，惹红了少女的面颊。罗兰支个鞋拔，野蛮人披上皇冠战甲，是要将半壁江山收于我麾下。少年雄姿英发，三言两语间驯服骏马，聆听先知预言，做亚细亚的哲学家。无面同行罗马，将无知小小钉上十字架，在下来时已兵临城下。愿联名成为旗帜上最优雅的文章，为苍生沐浴荣光，我举起正义之枪。雄鹰凯旋，夜光背影嘉良，铁蹄昂扬，征战在万里沙场上。金角堂哈角响，急行者车马报响。手高峰上，将面世情配上权杖。使者多少那轻功的念想，嬉笑落成卖弄着怪诞的服装。眼见了世事中壁画般起舞模样，烟火盛放出生的那天，照亮了心中的那道城墙。
世论为情自信，呀被拿来谈兵之上，一身戎马封疆，只为换一座新的牢房。可惜复兴沙场，面迷山走向破魂乐章，因被色地冲向都化作了毒汤。
没人熟悉月下，欲望割断了王的头发，波登湖畔灵魂被劫持，戴上了铁甲。美索不达米亚，毒草与风沙，沾满一线发，城下秘密在梦幻暗杀。最后，旗帜安插在这乱葬的坟场，为何要将我推向不负潮水的中央？
潮水中央，
毒药偷走修道院的车辆，头部荒凉，掩埋在屋子背下方。号角响，破教堂，急行者车马报响，出逃仓皇，领悟中暗箭却难防。使者脱下那拙劣的伪装，嬉笑弄成鼓吹着油灯的风向。眼不见驱车仙人偶般起舞模样，烟火盛放没落的那些，成为了最后的那座城堡。追赶自命立法则在世界之上，台面上最狂妄恶魔却装作羔羊，反复手掌硬币的正反面圆上，派举州长谁称王谁退场，用力出演不过是供他人观赏，明格里水往下传改潮水的方向，黑红潍坊不过是台面上最被下不自在的那一张。
欢迎回到欢乐谷 Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals broadcast. We are your casters. I am Mark DeCuno, and of course, joining me once again is the Gaming Grizzly. Grizzly, how are you doing after seeing that epic of a performance?
I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I wish I could dance like this, but not to try to take away from this performance. Upcoming, we are having Sylar Pan, the producer of this game, with some absolutely outstanding news.
Yes, so I'll be translating right now. Hi, I'm Sylar Pan. Due to the COVID-19 global pandemic, we have decided to hold our Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals this year over live streams. Once this crisis is blown over, we will be hosting an offline live Identity 5 second anniversary celebration. We hope to see you guys there. Personally, pressure has been building on me this year as the release of our planned content drew closer. I know I promised you much last year, but due to quality concerns, the release date was pushed back again and again. And now, Identity 5's second anniversary is already upon us. Before coming here today, I was watching videos from last year, and I didn't know what I should do or say. I cannot simply wish it away, and I have no excuse. All I can do now is apologize to everyone here and try to make up to you by giving out more chests in the follow-up event. Of course, I'll get right back to developing the promised content and be extra careful about future reveals. Once again, I'm very sorry. The follow-up event I just mentioned will be held somewhere in June to celebrate Identity 5 reaching 200 million visitors in the banner this year. Of course, thank you all for your understanding and continued support. We are beyond grateful for your gracious feedback, though we often got distressed whether we see the waves of criticism over Weibo. But this also provided us with a precious opportunity to sit down and see where we did wrong. Identity 5 is able to improve and grow because of your feedback and suggestions. We will give you a better third year now. Here are the double-checked official reveals for the remainder of 2020. We hope you'll like them. First are the new characters that will be launched in upcoming seasons in 2020. We're only showing you the silhouettes for these new characters, which include artists, the character designed by the fans. I must say that your designs are truly amazing. Full reveals of these characters will come before their official launch at a later date.
开发组每一次在逛微博的时候，都会被喷到心态炸裂。但确实也是这些拷问良心的暴躁老哥和暴躁老姐们，会让我们不断的去反省我们自己有做的不好的地方。是大家的这些反馈和关心，能够让第五人格能够继续前行，走进更加成熟的第3年。那么接下来是正式的，也是更慎重的2020年全年计划的一个爆料内容，希望大家能够喜欢。首先还是部分在2020年未来赛季里面会上线的角色们，这里也是先放出他们的剪影给大家，里面包含了由玩家设计的画家这个角色，我自己也非常的喜欢。
As you can see on our screens, guys, this is off the translation from Sylar right now. These were the silhouettes that he was talking about with regards to the new characters that will be coming in the season 2020.
那接下来是2020年的新地图唐人街。
Next up, the new map for 2020 Chinatown.
The
Chinatown map will be released in the second half of 2020. Previously, you were totally hyped about the new map before the release, but then everything changed afterward, and everyone on Weibo said they hope not to get the map when matching. You were really hurt by that. But you know what? The size of Chinatown is similar to the Red Church. It is also a map directly related to the anniversary celebration update, Chinatown, Tea House Tales. We hope you like it and love playing it.
作为一个比较接近的一个规模，同时唐人街地图也是周年庆2周年资料片《唐人街茶馆风云》的一个对应的地图。 希望这会是一张大家喜欢也愿意去排到的一张新地图。那么接下来是继
Now,
舞台
next
赛
up,
和黑杰
a new
克
casual
之
minigame
后，我
following
们
5-player
去
match
尝
in
试了一
blackjack.
个新的娱乐玩法。
We call it
目
Minor
前
Arcana, but
暂
it's
时
not
定名
officially
为
yet.
小阿卡
We'll have
纳。
more on that
正式的名
before
称的话，
the
请大家关
launch.
注上线之前的预告。 那小阿卡纳玩法的设计元素，它其
The
实
minigame
取自
is
于
inspired
塔罗
by
牌里面
Minor
的小阿
Arcana
卡纳
entirely.
牌。8名玩家会在这个玩
8
法里面
players are
分为2
divided
个
into
阵
2
营，
opposing
每个阵营里
teams.
面会拥有
Each
1
team
名
has a
监
hunter
管者
and
和3
3
名求生者。
survivors.
双方会在这样的情况
This
下
game
去
mode
进
will be
行一个
launched
对决。
sometime around the
这个
summer
玩法
break.
呢，我们
We'll
会
have
在
more
暑
info
假
for
的
you
前
in the
后上
coming
线，
months.
所以更详细的情报，在后续会陆续的去公开。 那这一次的 COA 因为疫
Through
情
the
的原因，
COA
其实
event this
一
year
波
has
三折
been
啊。
greatly
算下
affected
来，
by the
其实
COVID-19
COA 系
pandemic.
列的赛事
We are
到
happy
现
to
在已
see
经是第
returning
3
clubs
期
and
了。
players from the previous
其
2
实很
COA
高
global
兴能看
finals,
到
as
很多
well
老
as
战队，
new
包括很多的
challengers.
熟面孔，还能活跃在这个舞台上。当然也很开心能够见到更多的新战队和新成员能够加入进来。 所以为了让 COA 赛事能够吸引到更多热爱第5人格也擅
In
长第
order
5
to
人格
draw
的
in
选
more
手来
Identity
参
5
赛呢，
players
我
to
们会进一步
participate
把 COA
in
的
the
奖
global
金 COA 4 的
COA
奖金提
finals.
升到
We
300
will
万。
be increasing COA 4's
当
prize
然，除
pool
了
to
提
a
升奖
total
金之
of
外，我们也会
3
更努力的进一步
million
去
RMB.
规范赛事的运营内容，为各个战队去提供一个更好的训练的条件，让更多喜欢第5人格的人能够有机会走到大家面前来。
Now, aside from the prize pool increase, we will also be putting in more effort in organizing the events and providing better training conditions for the participating clubs. We hope to offer more Identity 5 players a chance to compete on stage. Starting this summer, Identity 5 will be organizing an Identity 5 Professional League in a joint effort with 10 clubs in China. The IVL will be the highest tier Identity 5 professional competition in China and a key entryway into the COA Global Finals each year. The IVL will replace the Chinese regional IVC and will last for 7 months. Following the seasonal model, there will be a summer season and fall season each year. Each season will include regular seasons and the playoffs with a total prize pool of 1,500,000 RMB.
在资源上和精力上有更多的投入，去设立
We hope to make the COA series a consistent and stable event for everyone by investing more resources and efforts in them, as well as setting up clearer
但同时又
goals.
能够不断带来惊喜的赛事，去带给我们的选手和我们的玩家。那说完赛事方面的规划的话，也会
that will be all for
公布一下衍
competitions.
生品周边相关的一些规划。
Let's go talk about our figurines. We plan to kick off our Identity 5 Art Museum project this year. The artist we're collaborating with this year is Ashley Wood. Ashley is an established illustrator and
全世
toymaker.
界知名的插画家，同时他也是全世界知名的玩具艺术家。作为前3A Toys 的
He was the former art
艺术
director
总
and
监，
co-founder
同时
of
也是
3A
联合创
Toys,
始人。
and we're
我们
honored
很
to
荣
have
幸能
someone
够
of Ashley's
跟
caliber
他一
to
起
create
去
our
携
Identity
手打
5
造第
action
5人格的
figures.
高端可动人偶。在这一次的合作当中呢，我们一起去选择了小丑和红蝶这2个角色来进行
We
再
will
次
be
创作。
collaborating with Ashley to recreate Smiley Face and Geisha.
在角色的再创作。
These figures will integrate the character's personality with Ashley's stylized designs. The character's signature items or props will also be included to add to character's interactivity, playability, and collectability.
那人偶上会配备一些这个角色专属的道具和挂
A year
饰物
ago, Ashley visited us
然
in
后配
April
合人偶本
10th,
身的一个可动附
2019,
体
to discuss the
能够
details
让
of
这
this
个玩具
project.
在保留第
It
5
was a
特色的
great
同
day for
时
the dev team since
也具备
many
更
of our
高
artists
的
are
可
true
玩性和
fans
收
of his
藏价
work.
值。
From the first moment I met him, I was highly
我能
impressed
记
by
得
his
就为了
confidence
这次合
and
作，
sense
其
of
实
humor
在
as an
早在
artist.
1年前吧，2019年4月份的时
I
候
am genuinely
，Ashley
grateful
有
to have this
专
opportunity
门
to
飞
work
到
with Ashley
杭州
and the
来跟
chance
我们一
of
起去
being
探
able to
讨
talk
这个
to
玩具的
and
设
learn
计。
from him.
其实很多开发组的美术同学，是 Ashley 粉丝，也是他的手办的收集者。其实当时给我最大的 那个感触是从 Ashley 身上能够感觉到作为一个艺术家，同时去兼具一个俏皮和一个专注的品质，所以直到今天，我仍然非常感激能够有跟 Ashley 合作的机会，同时也很感激能够有和他。
Other than developing the new Identity 5 figures with Ash, we will also be rolling out more collaboration projects with different famous IPs.
新设计玩具之外，第五人格也会和其他知名的 IP 一起去联动周边会联动一些周边生产周边的衍生品。今年呢，我们会跟知名的音游 IP 太古达人
We'll be working with Taiko no Tatsujin, a renowned rhythm game title, create some tie-in figurines.
非常的特别，所以本次联动也会延续
As
这
all
样
of
一
you
个
know,
可爱的风
Taiko
格
no
来
Tatsujin
进
has
行
a
第五人格
distinctive
衍生
IP
周边的一
image,
些开
so
发，
we
大
will
家
be
可以期
building on
待
its
第五
signature
人格和
cute
太古达
comic
人这
style
边
to
后续
create
的
a
一些联
whole
动。
new lineup of Identity 5
接下
tie-in
来是
figurines.
关于
Please do
游
look
戏
forward
IP
to
联
them.
动内容的一些爆料。
Now, more
第五人
reveals
格
on
和
some
枪
in-game
战
crossover
店铺
events.
通常我们也称为
A
弹丸论破。
crossover between Identity
双方的
5
IP
and
联动之
Danganronpa
前已
has
经
already
在
been shown
弹丸
during
论
its
破
10th
10周年的声
anniversary
放
live
中同步给了
broadcast.
大家。那联
We'll
动
be
的第一
live
弹呢
launching the
将会
first
在
phase
这
of
个
the
月月
crossover
底
at
跟
the
大
end
家
of
见
May.
面请看 PV。 弹丸论破呢是一部极其
And
优
with
秀
that
的游
PV,
戏作品。
Danganronpa
因为
is
我
a
自己也是弹丸
brilliant
论
title,
破这个系列
and
作品的玩
I'm
家。
actually a fan of
而
it as
且我
well.
一直会觉得弹丸论破
Personally,
跟第五人格
Identity
在
5 has
气质上
always
有一些
shared an
很难说
unspoken
清楚的
connection
默契
with
感。
the
所以
Danganronpa
早
series.
在18年第五人格在上线的时候，其实就有畅想
I had
过能
always
够跟
dreamed
弹丸
about a
论破去进行一个
crossover
联动。
with
但
Danganronpa
时隔2
back
年
when
呢，终于
Identity
实现
5
了
was
这一个心
first
愿。
released in
此外，除
2018.
了游戏里面内容的联动以外，周
It
边
took
相
2
关的一
years
些
for
联动
this
合
dream
作
to
其
come
实也
true,
在计划当中。
so I
所
hope
以这也是我们
everyone
第一
is as
次
happy and excited
同
as I
时游
am.
戏和周边同期能够上线的一个联动，希望大家能够喜欢它。那么说完第五人格跟游戏的联动，再向大家提前爆料一个即
Aside
将
from
在
that,
今年下
I'm
半
happy
年
to announce that
和
there
重
will be
磅
another
动漫
crossover event
IP
with a
去进行
major
的一个联
anime
动和合
IP
作。
launching in the second half of this year.
奥尔菲斯侦探呢，他时隔2年不
After
仅
2
没有
years,
去解开这个
Orpheus
事
the
件的真相，
detective
反
not
而因
only
为有
failed to
更
uncover the
多
truth,
的角
but
色
has
出现，让
instead
10年前所发
shrouded
生
the
的这个
event
事
that
情
happened
变得
10
更
years
加
ago
引
in
遮勿扰。
mystery
那
due
么
to the
在这样一
emergence
个
of
状况
more
下，其
involved
他名侦探的
individuals.
到来会为事情
Now,
带来转
would the
机吗？
arrival of another
但
great
我相信，
detective
不
shed
管
light
过
on the
程有什么
case?
样的变化，结果总是不变的，因为真相只有
No
一
matter
个
the。process, the outcome remains the same.
非常荣幸能够跟小学馆出版社
There's
旗下
only
这款
one truth,
侦探
as
题
we're
材的作
honored
品能够
to be
谈
able
这
to
样一个联动
collaborate
合作
with this great
本
title
次和
from
名侦
Shagakukan
探柯南
Inc.
的联动
The
呢，将会
Detective
在
Conan
2020年
crossover
下半
event
年
will be
在
launched
中
in
国
the
大陆地区
second
里
half
面上
of
线，
2020 in
其他地
China,
区
while
的
we
版权
strive
呢
to
也在
acquire the
积极
IP
的沟
rights
通和
for
争取
other
当中。
regions.
那谁是第
Who
五
is the
个生还者
survivors?
呢？欢迎
Find
大
out
家一
at
起
All
来
It Is
欧
Matter.
丽蒂斯庄园一探究竟。那以上就是今年年度内容的曝光了，希望今年
And
的
that
计
concludes
划
the
内容
official
不要
reveals
跳
for this
票
year.
能够顺利的
I
完
can
成。
only
这样
hope that there
在
would
接
be
下来
no
的
more
周年庆，
delays
我
or
们在
changes
线
in
下
the
的时
great
候
plans we have
在现
prepared
场
for you
我
so
才
that
能够
I
跟大
can
家
come
方
back
方
to
面面的
next
相
year's
见。
anniversary
最
celebration
后
without
祝来
another
到现场
apology.
的战队能够带来精彩的比赛，也
Last
非
but
常
not
感
least,
激
I
玩
wish all
家
the
一直以
clubs
来
good
的
luck
支持，
and
谢
may
谢
the
大家。
best club win. Once again, thank you all for your continued support.
欢迎来到欢乐谷第5人格盛夏宝藏之旅的直播现场。
欢迎大家来到欢乐谷第5人格1周年庆典暨 COA 2总决赛的比赛现场。
欢迎来到欢乐谷第5人格深渊的呼唤3全球总决赛的直播现场。接下来，让我们有请决赛战队闪亮登场。首先，让我们欢迎5HS 战队。
Alrighty guys, so welcome back to the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals. As you can see happening at the live event in Happy Valley, Shanghai right now is the entrance of our finalists, of course, starting off with 5HS, our first team to qualify after a very convincing victory against the Japanese team MWS. The big question is, with their entry into the finals, will be strong enough to topple down our reigning champions? Of course, destiny will allow us to determine that. But one thing's for sure, it will be a grueling best of 5 as our reigning champions looking to get their 3rd consecutive champion title. GR takes the stage right now.
That is a really interesting question that I'm looking forward to get the answer. Will 5HS dethrone GR, the winner of last year's Call of the Abyss 2 tournament? Or will GR take the trophy home yet again? Really looking forward to see these two giants in the Identity 5 world compete against each other and play for the highest rank there is, the champion of the Call of the Abyss 3 tournament.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. And here we have a preview of our teams. Check this video out. And there you have it, our teams. Crazy number of days that we have, Grizzly, but it's pretty much led up to this very moment that we have right here, the actual finals, where our 2 remaining teams will duke it out in the full best of 5 to determine our Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals champion. Of course, it will be us bringing you the action right till the very end. We are going to be your casters for one last match. I'm Mark Takuno, and join me is the one and only Gaming Grizzly. Grizzly, how are you feeling?
I am so looking forward to see 5HS versus GR. They both have proven to be so powerful and so dangerous when it comes to Survivor and Hunter play. And we can't really tell which of these teams will take it home. We can't, because we know, again, both of them have proven to be extremely dangerous, extremely scary. GR, the champion, defending the title right here, and 5HS trying to get on the throne. Again, this will be a best of 5, which means we will see up to 5 rounds, which also means we might see a lot of off-meta picks at the end of this match, which I'm looking forward to see, because off-meta picks are always interesting. It will mix up the entire setting a little bit. Maybe we'll see survivors and hunters we haven't seen before. What do you think about it? Will we see a cowboy?
Oh gosh, Cowboy and a whole lot of other picks that I'm hoping for Grizzly. And I'm really hoping that, considering that this is the last match, we get our full 5 games in this series. But one thing I would also like to highlight is the journey of these two teams. Now, 5HS we got to see from the get go entering this tournament. It's been an interesting road for them. There have been some interesting peaks and a few fumbles along the way. Nothing that really set them back though, which is why they did make it to the finals. On the flip side, GR, of course, since they were already through past top sing and straight into the top 8, we only got to see them in the quarterfinals. And based on the quarterfinals results that we saw yesterday, GR had some of the best games that we've seen throughout the tournament. In fact, if I recall correctly, in the 2 matches that they did get to play, first during quarterfinals and the semifinals, none of which never really led into going into a round 3. And it just really goes to show how much they've improved from the last time we saw them at COA 2 heading into COA 3. Now, here's another thing, Grizzly. If you recall during COA 2, COA 2's semifinals and finals matches were extremely tight. In fact, a lot of the matches that we saw during the later parts of COA 2 had to go into a lot of these round 3s to even overtimes, in fact. It's a little bit of a different trend going into COA 3, where a semifinals match were a little bit more definitive, I would say. Semifinals 1 led into round 3, semifinals 2 led into a round 2, which GR was able to close out at such a clutch moment. Now, the big question here is whether or not GR will be capable enough of closing out earlier on, because that has been consistent for them throughout this tournament. And also on the flip side, it's really up to 5HS to try to push their way into that full 5, just so that they exhaust GR to a point where they'll have to bring out picks that are a little bit out of their comfort. Some of the picks that hopefully maybe we haven't seen. As you mentioned, Grizzly, this is the perfect opportunity to do that.
Absolutely. The GR is just coming in extremely strong. We saw them compete yesterday. 2 rounds, they decided them for themselves. 2 rounds today, yet again, deciding it for themselves. Extremely focused and dedicated to get to the champion spot yet again. And as you already said, trying to exhaust GR and forcing them to pick other characters than that they are used to play. You can't, like, let's be fair, you can't really say that because we saw them using the Soul Weaver, we saw them using the Geisha smiley face during the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament, just utilizing these hunters, PPX, absolutely destroying back then, and I think he will be destroying this year as well, but we cannot underestimate 5HS, the challenger of GR right here for the champion spot. We have seen them compete against a lot of teams before, even against GR before in the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament. You can't underestimate any of these teams, and I think both teams have the chance to get to the champion spot in this year's Call of the Abyss 3.
Absolutely. And gosh, we've come a long way now, haven't we, Grizzly? I mean, these two teams, especially GR just being consistent over the past years, 5HS just defying the odds and finding themselves in a position where they get to qualify for the top 2 into a 50-50 chance at the champion title. Now, let's go ahead and talk about what we might be expecting in terms of picks, as well as what could be thrown out there. It's pretty much, this is like almost a recap, a culmination of what we've seen over the past matches. We already have our dynamic duo of a hunter favoring both Bloody Queen as well as Dream Witch. However, on the flip side, we've seen some shakeups every now and then where you'd be happy, of course, to see a lot of those feaster matches which came in throughout the course of Call of the Abyss 3. Sometimes we would see the spider come to play there, and then you have the sprinkles and sparkles of all the other hunters, a little bit of photographer, a little bit of Ripper, a little bit of Wu Chang. Now, I am really curious to see how picks are going to go out this time, whether or not, given that this is the finals, this is the ultimate point where you could bring out all your trump cards, all your ace cards into the table to guarantee you that victory. But how about you, Grizzly? How are you feeling about potential picks going into this?
Interesting that you have mentioned it, that we might eventually see a feaster from GR. I didn't even think about it until now. because they will be forced to play other hunters than their preferred picks like Dreamwitch and Bloody Queen. We will get at least into a round where we will see 2 bans, and that means they will be forced to pick other hunters. And that potentially could mean that Feaster is on the table for GR as well, since Feaster is definitely one of the stronger hunters during the Call of the Abyss 3 tournament. That gets me even more hyped right there to get into these matches. I am not even lying. Seeing the Feaster from GR would be exciting for me. Same thing with 5HS, but again, you mentioned it. There could be Spider, there could be a Geisha, there could be a photographer. You already said we saw a photographer, we saw spiders. Again, the reason I am mentioning the Geisha is because we saw it in the last year's tournament, Call of the Abyss 2 tournament. There was Geisha utilized quite a lot, really, really destroying Geisha, I want to say. So I'm looking forward to see. We can't really, at least I can't really predict at this point right now. I can't predict if we will see a Feaster or even some hunters that we haven't seen as much as the Feaster, like Soul Weaver. Soul Weaver is probably, yeah, never mind. Soul Weaver, Smiley Face, or even the Geisha or Wu Cheng. Ripper, we haven't seen Ripper. You mentioned it. Yeah, I'm just thinking about it. You mentioned you want to see the Guard 26. We haven't seen Guard 26 at all. Maybe this is your time to shine. Maybe this is your time for Guard 26.
Fingers crossed, Grizzly. I am so hoping. I don't want to get my hopes up, to be honest, since based on the trends, maybe there are some better picks out there that would guarantee a victory over Guard 26, but we'll have to find out if it just so happens to be one of their trump cards. As you can see, I think this is the beauty of the scenario. As we head into the finals, it just so happens that both teams competing for that champion title are at the live venue in Shanghai. So we get to see all the players right on that epic stage that the Identity 5 team worked so hard for. And here you already have a preview. It will be 5HS starting off on the Survivor side for our first half. And it will be their challenge this time to go up against who has proven himself to be so legendary throughout the course of this tournament. Of course, I'm talking about PPX.
We are about to jump into our first round, the first half in the last match, the final match, GR versus 5HS. We can see all of the players, they are more than ready right here on the survivor seats. We can see 5HS getting ready to go against GR. And I am expecting to see the extremely intense, extremely close gameplay. Again, both of these teams extremely dangerous. PPX right here just taking a breather before it gets into the first round. It's gonna be extremely interesting, very exciting, super intense. First match is about to start. Look at this trophy right here. Ooh.
Oh gosh, that interesting enough, Grizzly. It's funny you point that out because in a few hours, one of these teams on the very stage we're looking at right now will be lifting that trophy high as our victor. I am not even sure at this point who it's gonna be. Sure, by history, by predictions, by fan consensus, a lot of people have been seeing GR, but trust 5HS to pull out all their trump cards this time around. GR has shown bits and pieces of moments where they could be shaken up as well. Let's go ahead and see if they can be by 5HS. As first steps first, before we head on to the game, let's check out how drafting will come down for our first half.
The ban is for the Sylar right here. We can also see Arms Factory. It is the map for the first round. 5HS again on the survivor side. GR's PPX playing on the hunter side. We can most likely expect a Bloody Queen or a Dreamwitch, since these are still on the table during the first rounds. U is coming in with the first survivor pick. It is the forward. We have SGG, Mercenary, Dalong with the Mechanic, bringing up the decoding speed. And Ling will round up this team with A little bit of patience with the priestess.
There you go, Grizzly. Looks like 5HS entering this best of 5 want to go the safer route. It's not really, that's the beauty of a best of 5. You don't really need to pull out any shenanigans. In fact, this is a great moment to set this as a feeler, to figure out what the pace, what the tone of this best of 5 is going to be. Forward, Mercenary, Mechanic, as well as Priestess have been way up there in terms of what has been in priority. Same goes for PPX. The standard Bloody Queen will come into play as well, and oh man, Grizzly, I am getting chills right now. It's gonna be a very textbook start that we're having to our round 1, and I am gonna love to see who will ultimately prove to be the flex. Not really flex, but who will ultimately be able to prove themselves as the team that could play stronger, play harder with the meta. And there you have it, guys. Quick recap of what GR and 5HS are bringing to the table. Once again, it's 5HS on the Survivor 5, with GR PPX leading the fray as the hunter on the Bloody Queen. And into the game we go as we head into our round 1 of the first half between 5HS and GR. Make some noise in the chat who you guys are rooting for. Who do you want to make history as our 3rd COA champion? We'll find out, as it's going to be Articuno and Grizzly bring you all the action right now. Let's go.
Ooh, GR PPX just coming in strong as always, just as expected, finding the first survivor right away. It is actually the Mechanic, which is one of the best finds early game, since you want to slow down the decoding speed of the survivors, and finding the Mechanic right here with the doll is one of the best finds that could happen. Again, we had GR's PPX and the entire GR team coming into this tournament, really showing what they are able to do. Here comes the down through the mirror image. Fantastic job, really getting down the long early game, and this is extremely crucial. This is extremely dangerous right there for 5HS. Again, we have PPX and the entire GR team coming in super strong. Will they keep up the pace? Will they show that they are absolutely to fear? Or will 5HS counter? Ooh! The doll is going down as well, which means decoding speed is a little bit slow. We have you coming in for the rescue.
Oh gosh, right off the bat, PPX is getting the action started. So much action. Looks like he will spot out that doll. Perfect as well, because that significantly lightens the load for him as far as not really needing to feel the pressure of needing to take down survivors right away. But honestly, it's not really pressure that he's going to be feeling, because he himself is putting the pressure on these survivors. There you go. Once again, member of 5HS going to be put down right here. And PPX, my goodness, Grizzly, he's on a roll.
Ooh, PPX a little bit patient right there, because we had you the forward in the area, but still managed to get Dalong on the rocket share for the 2nd time. There are still 4 Cypher machines up right here. We have to mention this because we can see, as you already mentioned, the doll is out of the game. The Mechanic is about to get out of the game. We need 5HS to come in for the rescue. SGG with the Mercenary is making his way, taking a hit, and now needs to make sure that Dalong gets out of there alive. That's gonna be extremely difficult. We saw Dalong trying to go against PPX, but PPX with the mirror image again, coming in, putting Dalong in a difficult spot. Ooh! There goes the hit, and this means if Dalong is hitting the chair, the first survivor is out of the game, giving GR's PPX a little bit of room to breathe right there, since there are still 3 Cypher machines up.
Yeah, and this is gonna be quite the task for 5HS. The more survivors down, especially against the Bloody Queen, the more they're going to feel the pressure. PPX already trying to seek out his next target here, spotting out those wiggling Cypher antennas, already popping the mirror image, in which case, and it will be directed towards SGG. Of course, SGG, great job, going to establish a bit of distance against him with PPX. PPX, of course, going to easily make that transition with the mirror image, swapping over, gonna be chasing SGG himself. SGG, though, still quite a bit far. PPX weighing out his options here. Already starting to close the gap, though, nonetheless. SGG, he's on the run for his life, though. He still has one pad remaining. Question is, does he want to use it right now? Or does he want to try to save it for later? Looks like the decision has been made. Distance established. He's going to use it right now. Mirror image will be popped again, though. Let's go ahead and see what PPX's next move is. He makes the transition, decides to switch over, knowing very well that it will be feasible to chase any one of these targets to his liking, and it looked like it will be you.
What a fantastic find. Finding SGT, who is the only survivor that was already injured, and now transitioning to you, the forward. That is absolutely great. Slowly bringing down the survivors one by one. Yu is on the ground right here thanks to the mirror image. The priestess on the meantime was popping a Cypher machine, is concentrating on the one in the middle of the map. We can see the progress is actually pretty far, which... Oh, we see the mercenary also bringing down the Cypher machine, which gives the survivors 5HS a chance to bring down all Cyphers. But on the other side, we have you on the rocket chair. One survivor needs to go in for the rescue. Ling is on the way. Let's see how the rescue goes. Taking a hit right there. Good job. PPX now protecting the forward again. Will the rescue happen? Yes. Actually managed to get out of there. And... ooh! PPX can't really hit the survivors. Is stuck there, but... that is so close! That is just so close, leaving me speechless right here. Ooh!
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for PPX right there, trying to get Ling into a pincer. Unfortunately, the terrain didn't quite work in his favor. Mirror image will be popped again, hoping to close out the distance between him and Ling. Let's go ahead and see. Unfortunately, PPX starting to struggle with these structures, but it's perfect for Ling, buying just enough time right here. This is what 5HS wants. They want to keep PPX preoccupied. It does look like PPX will transition into chasing SGG instead, though. Let's go ahead and see. All the survivors are still on the run. They're playing the patience game. They're going for the heal for now, but looks like PPX has other plans. He wants to stiffen them out. Already turning straight back to finding some targets, getting rid of that portal. Let's go ahead and see. He's sneaking his target. Look at that. Great call coming in from 5HS. They know that as much as possible, they want to try to work with as much health as they can. 3 survivors means a lot of heavy pressure that will come from this Bloody Queen. And if ever this Bloody Queen sniffs them out, they want to be able to afford themselves getting a hit, and they can only accomplish that by committing time to go for these heals. SGG unfortunately has fallen. PPX looks like he's going to go for those transitions now.
Great blink hit on SGG. That's what I want to mention. SGG managed to get away from PPX because PPX already concentrated on finding the other survivors. They were pretty much hiding in the corner away from all other Cypher machines and giving PPX pretty much a difficult time. We said this before, sometimes a Cypher rush is not really needed. Sometimes you need to stretch out the game a little bit to get on your feet, to actually heal up. Can see PPX found Ling right here with the mirror image, is trying to make it happen, but is also trying to prevent you from decoding the Cypher machine in the middle of the map. Can see you is getting hunted down, is trying to kite around. PPX is taking that hit. Cypher machine is not about to pop, so... ooh, going through the... oh. It's a difficult situation for both of these teams. They really want to make this happen. Cypher machine is not quite primed right here. And we have you down, you on the balloons, and you on the rocket chair in a few seconds.
Yes, I am taking you, yes you, to the rocket chair. And luckily he still has halfway to go. But looks like for 5HS, mirror image will be popped once again. Gonna be preventing Ling from getting the pop on that Cypher. So great pressure coming in from PPX here, hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, establishing a good defense onto you. Also trying to slow down the progress of 5HS from getting the Cyphers. Here comes SGG already prepping to go for the save, just looking for that right moment. And there you go, manages to free the floor, or rather you, but unfortunately for you, he will be going down once again. And but perfect timing.
Fantastic! Just starting to heal the forward that was on the ground, giving the PPX not the chance to pick him up again. taking a hit. Cypher Pop comes in, gives the gave Ling enough time, the priestess enough time to actually bring down that Cypher machine to get both survivors up. But you took the hit right there. Will be a survivor that is getting on the chair. PPX needs to concentrate on the gates right now, but it's gonna be interesting to see what the survivors are up to now. Teleportation is coming in, trying to protect the gate on the other side of the map. That's gonna be... You can see Ling opening up the gate. SGG is still up and running, but SGG might go down with one hit. Even if he is the mercenary, he can only take one hit with detention on. That's gonna be very intense. It could be a tie, it could be a 3 survivor elimination. We will find out next. The dungeon is right there. Ling is on the gate, waiting for the call of SGG.
Oh gosh, it's coming down to the wire here, Grizzly. SGG working around these trees, looking for an opening. Mirror image will be popped. Will he find the hit that he's looking for? Yes, he will. PPX manages to down SGG, and it does seem like Ling, unfortunately, will have to be the sole survivor that makes it out, as all the way down to that basement looks like PPX will bring him, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't have to go to that far length. They go for the surrender. 3 points secured, not to mention a first half victory will be going to PPX. Way to start this matchup.
Wow, PPX just proving once again how scary of a hunter he is. But we have to give it to 5HS, putting up a great fight right there. Extremely good coordination after the mechanic got sent back to the manor early game. They still managed to make the 5 Cypher machine pop happening. They managed to get up the survivors so many times. They managed to prove that they are an absolutely fantastic team, have absolutely fantastic coordinations as well. But PPX just got it a little bit better. He know that there was detention slowly running out. Mercenary was most likely trying to make detention run out to take a hit, going to the dungeon, but before detention was able to run out, PPX, decided to bring down the mercenary and get the 3 survivors out of the game.
Oh man, Grizzly. I wanted an intense best of 5. Heck, first half was not disappointed. PPX showing up once again. 3 points. They're just either a tie or better away from ultimately going for a full win on this round 1. Now, nonetheless, I will give it to 5HS though. They were able to roll with the punches, in all fairness to them. It could have gone way, way worse, but the bigger question is whether or not they can make up for a lost round heading into the second half. This is a best of 5 though. I keep on stressing this is the only best of 5 that we have in this tournament, and the great thing about these best of 5s is that you have a little bit more allowance to work with. But of course, one thing you want to avoid if you're 5HS either is to give GR way too much advantage where they close out way too early into a round 3. We don't want that to happen, ladies and gentlemen.
No, we don't want that to happen, and we have to give it to 5HS right there. Again, they adapted to the situation that the doll and the mechanic herself was out of the game extremely early. That was very, very powerful from PPX, helping him to establish some pressure on 5HS. But still, how they adapted into the situation, how they were able to, kite around, to rescue the teammates if they were in need, to actually bring down all Cypher machines. And at the very last moment, when this Cypher machine was almost popped, a survivor went down, but got healed at the same time, so the Bloody Queen couldn't pick up the survivor. Bloody Queen was forced to strike another time, and this was just like this 2-second window that the priestess needed, that Ling needed to pop that Cypher machine, getting them up. That was the moment when 3 survivors were up and running at the end game, at the late game. Gates could have been opened up, and still PPX bringing down 2 survivors before they were able to escape. Fantastic job from GGR. Fantastic job from 5HS. The coordination was perfect. Gotta give the 3 points to GR for this game, but the round is not decided. We will see the second half right here we are getting to the stats first. You can see GR's PPX. Look at this, 18 hits. And look at the decoding. Ling coming in with 233. SGG, almost 200. And if we look at the kiting time, this is extremely good against GR's PPX, because we saw him performing a little bit better against the other teams that they were facing before.
Oh gosh, Grizzly. I am really not sure how this is going to pan out. I mean, if you think about it, let's go back to the semifinals game that GR played, because a lot of the reason why GR was able to pull through into an almost avoiding round 3 and just go straight to the the finals, was because of PPX. Going back to the survivor progress on GR side, both of if I correct me if I'm wrong, if I recall correctly, both their games went 2-2 whenever they played Survivor. So that said, I think this is something that maybe if 5H's Hunter can step up to the plate and step up his game, then hopefully that could be the switcheroo to work around against PPX. Because I think it was almost a running joke in chat. How do you counter PPX? And to be honest, PPX is absolutely insane as a hunter. But I think if you want to talk about countering him, it might not necessarily be in the play of the survivors on 5HS, but rather 5HS's Hunter himself stepping up to equal out the playing field and equal the points that PPX gets. Or even better, if he could do significantly better in getting more points than what PPX manages to pull off, then that could be key in this best of 5.
Yes, and the thing is, you already said they definitely want to get more points right here. And we just saw a 3 survivor elimination, but we have to say that this was extremely close. Mercenary was close to the dungeon right there. Unlucky for 5HS, detention was activated. Detention was bringing on the mercenary again and not allowing him to go through the dungeon. But all in all, imagine if the mercenary, not the mercenary, excuse me, the mechanic would have stayed in the game a little bit longer and would have brought a faster decoding to the table. That would have put PXX into a little bit more of a rough spot. Of course, PPX knows that, brings down the mechanic right away. But I think what 5HS has shown right here is that they are not afraid to go against PPX, and that they actually might get more survivors through the gate in the upcoming matches.
Hopefully, Grizzly, for their sake at least. I think the best that they can do if they're really struggling against PPX is at least try to aim for the draws. That's workable. That is very, very manageable, I think, in 5HS's case. But you know what? That is something we'll have to determine when round 2 comes along. Looking at the second half, we go back to the survivors for GR. Now, in all fairness, they haven't been doing so bad in this tournament. In fact, if you recall, just right off the gate during the quarterfinals, I mean, sure, you could give credit to PPX. He landed a lot of those 5 points, but survivors really held their own out there as well. But I keep on going back to PPX carrying a lot more of the weight in terms of bringing the points in for GR. And hopefully we see that step up from 5HS. Hopefully they could use that as a telltale sign that, you know what, maybe that's the opening that we can work with. And as you can see, once again, ladies and gents, you get the view of that trophy. That is usually the sign that we're getting that the players are ready to go. As I mentioned, Chinese teams, both of them in the finals, and luckily enough, both of which are active and present at our Happy Valley venue in Shanghai, which is why we, the audience, watching from home, watching for wherever you are right now, whether regardless of region, if you get Wi-Fi, if you get the signal all the way from a different planet, sure, welcome to the stream as well. But here you have it, guys. The players, yeah, and you could feel the tension at the venue. Just really GR getting their game face on. In fact, keeping the spirits up. You know, definitely want to enter this matchup with a positive mindset, Grizzly.
You just said it. PPX is definitely one of the main reasons why these points are just coming in for GR, making these 5-point games happening, bringing out 4 survivors. But we have to give it to the survivor side as well. They were mostly coming in with 3 survivors out of the gate during this tournament. But if someone can stop these survivors, it's Yang. We have seen Yang's performance during this entire tournament as well. And he is putting pressure on GR's survivor side as well. And I hope that this will be shown during the first round as well. And I just hope for 5HS that they can really come in with a 3 survivor elimination as well, giving us another tie. I want to see as many matches. I want to see as many rounds between these 2 giants in Identity 5, because we can learn a lot from them. We are seeing these techniques and how to use the hunters, how to use the survivors. I'm excited. We are about to jump into the next half of the first round. 5HS this time on the hunter side and GR on the survivor seats.
Oh, this is gonna be really interesting, Grizzly. This second half right here is ultimately gonna set the tone for the rest of these rounds that go on in the best of 5. And I'm pretty sure to everybody that's tuned in ever since day 1, you know what this pan on the floor of the stage means. It means we're heading into the drafting phase. Let's go ahead and see how the picks will roll out. Quick recap, once again, we are still playing on Arms Factory for this first round. Let's see what GR plans on bringing to the table. But first off, let's check out what's being banned out by Yang MM.
Yang MM is banning the Seer, the predictable choice for the first survivor ban. Seer, extremely meta character right here. GR is not allowed to use him, but GR has proven that they can play on the survivor side even without the Seer. Excited to see what they are picking. They are most likely going for the mechanic to get the decoding speed, for the mercenary to get the rescuing going on, and to get to this delayed damage. We can see mechanic is coming in with 5, 6, 7. Can see the forward, F's forward. Will definitely put a lot of pressure and a lot of to deal with for Yang. We have LPC, the mercenary, and MKK, the Gravekeeper, a new survivor during the Call of the Abyss 3 tournament that we are seeing quite frequently.
Yes. Oh gosh. I love how Gravekeeper was kind of the breakout here in the Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals. I think what really sets this general experience apart every single COA we get is we always try to recap, okay, what survivors still remain relevant to the game. And I recall during COA 2, we saw those bits and pieces of the Magician pick, Mind's Eye pick, but due to the expansion of the survivor pool over time, they've ultimately been relegated in favor of these newer picks, which have been made available for these guys picking. And it just so happens that this guy from the grave, digging him all day, made his way to the meta. And ladies and gents, you know what? This is what dreams are made of here at COA 3, to be honest. Seeing all these new innovations, I would say, here's the matchup right here. Grizzly, I am so ecstatic to just get into the action right now. And looks like wish will be granted.
This is what dreams are made of. Dream Witch is coming here, coming into this first round and giving GR a nightmare with the Tommy skin. I am absolutely hyped to see what 5HS is now bringing to the table. He finds the mercenary first, but definitely concentrate on other survivors, not one of the strongest kiters right here. So, what will he find? Who will he find first? He needs to get down the decoding speed from the mechanic. So, most likely concentrating on finding the mechanic first. Sniffs out the forward, but is still roaming around. Again, it's crucial to bring down the decoding speed. And there we have 5, 6, 7, the mechanic found by Yang. Let's see if Yang can actually bring down the mechanic as fast as PPX in the match before, in the game before.
Oh yeah, oh gosh. Here we have follower just hellbent and intent to go for 567 here. 567 though, doing a great job at weaving around and about these structures. And there you go, already have that other follower on standby here, but looks like Ring Around the Rosie that we're looking at here, Grizzly.
Ooh, that's interesting to see right here. It is the same chase as before. Mechanic is the first survivor, but this time the Mechanic is just buying a little bit more time for GR, and that could be crucial at the end of this game, late game. We see Mercenary is about to bring down the Cypher machine. It's just what you have to do. If you're the Mechanic, you are the main decoder, but if the Hunter is coming straight up for you, which is most likely the case, you need to give the rest of the team enough time. And there goes 567. Fantastic hit, but great kite from GR's 567 as well.
Yeah, nonetheless, great start here for Yang M. This is what I'm talking about. PPX might be a formidable hunter, but Yang M himself can defy the odds and make up easily going up against GR's own survivors. As you can see, a lot of great work getting done here. Not only did he nail the Mechanic earlier on, but it is a Mechanic nonetheless. So there you go. Hit will be landing onto MKK. Question is, who is Yang M gonna be committing to?
Ooh, fantastic job. 567 will go down again. Is in the corner of the map trying to give the team more time. But since MKK also took it after the rescue, well, MKK is in danger because we have the leeches. The leeches will follow around. But oh, we can see F slowly getting ready right there. Will F come in with the... Ooh, did not take the blink hit, but could also not prevent Yang from putting down 567 on the chair.
Exactly, and oh my goodness. Here we have heavy defense coming in from these followers, seeking out anybody that dares to come nearby. And this is great, in which case, follower spotted out peeps in the vicinity. There you go. Freedom will be declared by F. But 567, he can't afford another hit. There you go. Another back on the head, though.
Fantastic job. There is still a little bit of time that the Mechanic can run around, but the doll goes down, so there's no decoding speed right there. We have the leech protecting and actually bringing up normal, destroying the Cypher progress right there. Fantastic job. We have 567 right there. We have I'm sorry, I'm confused. I can't really see through that, but that's it for 567. As soon as Mechanic hits the chair, there is no forward trying to rescue. We have MKK going down here as well. Ooh, one Cypher machine remaining. That is interesting. 5HS putting a lot of pressure on GR right here. They need to get 3 survivors out of this game to make the tie happen for round 1. And that kind of pressure, that is putting GR actually in a little bit of a difficult situation as well.
I have to agree with you, Grizzly. I mean, super unfortunate right there. Luckily, MKK is up again, but of course, trust Yang M to start putting on the pressure once again. Now, the big question is, what is the progression on this last Cypher? Is it in a good time for GR? Yang M, he really needs to start pulling the stops here. And of course, he's going to do just that. Follower is now on the hunt.
We can also see how the followers are protecting these Cypher machines, really preventing the survivors to go there. And there we have it, LPC trying to get to the Cypher machine in the middle of the map while the rest of the team is decoding different Cypher machines. That is a really good call. LPC trying to kite around Yang and doing a great job too, but F is getting the attention of Yang, is trying to hide around. There comes the leech. 2 leeches are in there. Ooh, again, sometimes slower games at the end might be beneficial for the survivors since they can heal up. What we can see in the bottom left corner, healing up the Gravekeeper, healing up the Mercenary. Ooh, it's beautiful to see how they are putting pressure on each other. We have Yang putting pressure on the survivors, guarding these Cypher machines, hunting down the survivors, but also GR coming in with the heals and slowly keeping their progress up on the Cypher machines.
Agreeably so, Grizzly. It's been a ping pong back and forth between GR constantly rotating, but Yang being proactive enough to be able to respond and roll with the rotations that GR are going for. Here we have Hef already about to be strapped to the rocket chair, but luckily this is really going to be all about timing and precision for GR right now. These ciphers, oh man, you gotta feel for them. They've been needing to go back and forth between these two, and just slowing that, deterring that even further. The patience game has to be on point for GR at this point if they want to work around the constant return pressure that Yang is exerting.
That is true, that is true. But we can see Gravekeeper actually doing a fantastic job if Yan cannot find the Gravekeeper. And it seems to be the case that Yang is actually going for that Cypher Machine. Again, if he's coming in with Abnormal, he's just putting so much more pressure on GR by giving himself, giving the Dream Witch more time to bring down more Cypher Machines. MKK knows that and does not allow it to happen, does not allow the Leech to use Abnormal, popping the Cypher Machine. F, MKK, LPC, all are up and running. Detention is activated. Let's see, we had the same situation earlier. We had 3 survivors up and running after the Cypher pop. Still, 3 survivors were eliminated from GR's PPX. Can Yang pull off the same? Can he get 2 more survivors out of here? Or will GR make this a victory for themselves during the first round?
Exactly. Oh man, this is gonna be intense, Grizzly. These last few seconds. Look at that gate, already wide open. Now the question is, can everybody from GR make it out? F, of course, no need. Just gonna go straight for that dungeon, and 3 survivors. Great start here for GR in this best of 5.
There was no way for Yang to catch up right there. Fantastic job from GR. I did not expect this at all. I did not see that coming. Did not see that coming, that GR is actually getting out of there, deciding this game, this entire round for themselves, yet with another 3 survivor escape. There was so much pressure, and how they managed to get out of there with 3 survivors is just absolutely impressive.
Oh my gosh. A quick tally right there with all said and done towards the end of that round 1. On both ends, first half and second half ultimately goes 3-1 in favor of GR for a total of 6 for GR and 2 for 5HS. Let's go ahead and talk about what happened in that game. Though Yang M, I will give it to him. He was able to put up constant pressure. That early takedown on the mechanic proved to be a great asset for him as the game went along. Losing out on the mechanic, as you can see, caused GR to respond in a way where they had to roll with whatever rotations, whatever pressure Yang M was putting on that map. However, what's even more impressive was with how GR was able to respond to that. Not only were they able to work around the constant pressure that Dream Witch was putting, but also the patience, the general patience is what really sets these teams apart here. As the seconds go along, you can start feeling the nerves, feeling the jitters, but you know what? GR just kept it calm and calculated, and at the end of the day, we see how effective those results were if you keep in that mindset.
Again, it was so beautiful to just watch both teams playing against each other. It was, you said it before, a ping pong match, putting the pressure on the survivors, then going back, putting pressure on the hunter, just, destroying the progress on the Cypher Machines with Abnormal. Fantastic move, really giving Yang more time to find these survivors, to bring down more survivors and to bring them to the rocket chair. But on the other side, the survivors were able to heal up, were able to bring down the Cypher Machine, the Gravekeeper, a little bit, away from the entire trouble that was going on, being able to bring down that last Cypher Machine. And you saw it, perfect thinking of GR, popping that Cypher Machine before the Dream Witch was destroying the progress again. Here we can see it. Look at this entire at the entire match sets. We have a lot of decoding going on from the Gravekeeper, from the Mercenary, but also from the other survivors. Again, they had to decode a lot since the progress was slowed down quite a lot. But in the end, 3 survivor escaped. GR, well deserved, is putting 5HS into a little bit of a pressure when it comes to the points during the next rounds.
Exactly, Grizzly. And this is a good start for GR. Now let's go ahead and review these match results. Since it is a best of five, we have to be able to keep track of every single round. And now we have a great widespread right here. As I mentioned, 2-6 right now on the score. Totally, as the points roll out, it's a complete victory for GR in round one. That means one up. Should they secure two more rounds in their favor, they can ultimately become our COA 3 Global Finals champion. Now, 5HS, of course, are not going to be letting GR off the hook so easily. Definitely going to put up a fight right here. But you know what? Let's go ahead and check out this replay first.
Here, look at this. PPX is really having troubles to get the forward because just using these obstacles, but still making that hit working. PPX is just an absolutely beast when it comes to the game, and he shows it off once again during the first half of the first round, bringing one survivor to the rocket chair, bringing the next survivor to bring three out of them. Fantastic job from GR's Bloody Queen right here.
Absolutely, and there you have it. It's really interesting to see the difference in hunter preferences right off the bat. PPX leaning towards Bloody Queen, Yang M leaning towards the Dream Witch a bit more. PPX being much more confident in being able, both different hunters, but putting on almost nearly the same pressure, but with very different circumstances to work with. I mean, in terms of getting the job done, you'd obviously have to give it to PPX. He was the one that pulled up the 3-1 on the hunter in Hunter's favor. Wasn't quite the same here onto Yang M. But you know what? Like I said, it's only round one. Still have a lot of room to recuperate. Let's go ahead and see if 5HS can stand up and live up to that challenge.
You really gotta say that GR Survivor did just a bit better than 5HS Survivor. You saw early game kiting from the mechanic was just a little bit longer, giving the team a little bit more time to work on these cipher machines. And in the end, that was helping them to get 3 survivors through the gate. Whew, but we can still see those are 2 of the top teams worldwide. Those are the top 2 teams, just to say it like that. The top 2 teams competing against each other in the finals, best of 5. Absolutely curious to see how they will perform, how 5HS and how GR will perform throughout the next upcoming at least 2 rounds. You just said it. If GR is managing to actually decide the next 2 rounds for themselves, that could be it. But I really don't think that 5HS will make it that easy for GR.
Definitely. 5HS is not going to be going down without a fight. But of course, going down without a fight isn't their goal. Their goal is to turn things around and sway things in their favor as this best of 5 goes along. Now, the big question is we're heading into round 2. Increment in 1 ban for both Survivor as well as Hunter. Of course, for Survivors, it's very likely that probably based off the trend. Seer, of course, was a frequent go-to, maybe to relieve a little bit of that pressure over Cypher Rush's mechanic as well. Hunter, I'm wondering if it's going to be the switch off. Again, we saw Bloody Queen as well as Dream Witch. Maybe they're just going to default to those bans right there. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we will see a Bloody Queen ban instead of a Dream Witch ban. Usually we see the Dream Witch ban as first ban in round 2. But since we saw GR coming in with the Bloody Queen in the first game, we might see a ban of the Bloody Queen for GR. But then this gives the opportunity to play Dream Witch, which is also extremely dangerous. But I guess we want to see one of these 2 characters being banned in the second round.
Definitely. And I guess another thing that we have to take into account of Grizzly is we also have to look into what the map might be, because there are certain maps, of course, which grant heavier emphasis on who you would want to ban. Let's say if you have of course, with a smaller map, it just makes it so much easier to put pressure. But when you reach those bigger maps, that's where you have to think a little bit more carefully as to who you'd feel would be able to put on the optimal pressure towards what objectives you're trying to achieve in order to counter these survivors. Now, it's really up to these two teams to determine that. And based on how the rulings of map selection goes, it's going to be one of the two other teams which will now get free reign on which map they want to go for. I'm really interested in which case, strategically speaking, in a best of 5 as to what they would want to opt for choosing in which case.
Yeah. And I'm also curious to see the survivor picks right there. Survivor bans and picks. We can most likely see the M&Ms being banned again. But forward might be a ban option as well, because forward can come in extremely strong. We saw the Gravekeeper in the game. I am curious to see what we can expect for the upcoming rounds. GR again. First round, putting a lot of pressure on 5HS. We saw this before. We saw this yesterday. We already saw it today. GR is always coming in with the pressure on the other team. But I feel that 5HS has it in themselves to, turn the tables, to actually get a little bit of a, to turn the tables in round 2 to get more points than GR. I really hope so.
Hopefully so, Grizzly. And okay, diving a little bit deeper into the drafting, I guess. We talked about potential hunter selections. Let's go ahead and talk about survivors this time. So, standard go-to for majority of the percentage is Seer Mechanic. However, we have seen other teams put a lot more emphasis on wanting to take away Mercenary. And like you mentioned, Forward as well. That Forward has been proving to be such a pain in the hiney for some of these teams when used efficiently, just because of how much time you're able to buy as a Forward, not to mention flexibility in kit as well. There is that risk that you're playing with when you're playing a Forward, that as a result of exerting that crowd control, that time you buy for your team, you as well put yourself in danger by being in proximity of that hunter in order for that crowd control to be put into effect. So I guess it really comes down to curiosity in what the hunter might want to take away. In fact, what he feels would prove to be a easier way out into landing down the survivors more efficiently. Do you value taking away longevity from a survivors team? Do you want to take away the survivors which are more efficient at buying time for the rest of the team? It really comes down to preference, really. And trust our two survivors, both Yang and as well as PPX, to have their own preferences right here, because it does seem like even though Seer and Mechanic are the standards, just by history, it's clear that these hunters, regardless if they're fielded, know how to deal with those survivor picks anyway.
Also, something that I might think could happen, at least during the later rounds, is we saw this before, that there were specific survivor bans, for example, to enable a great photographer play, right? They didn't really ban the Seer because Seer is a little bit more difficult to use during the photographer plays with the photo world. So we might actually see different bans when it comes to the later rounds, when the hunters are forced to go off meta. That could be an option, but for now, again, round 2, we're gonna see the casual bans, in my opinion. We're gonna see the casual survivor picks. Man, GR versus 5HS. 5HS has proven themselves so many times and now is having so much pressure, but diamonds are created under pressure, and I think 5HS, they are already diamonds, and I think they can show us again that they can turn it around. At least they want to come in with a tie next, because if they are losing round 2 as well, the pressure is just raising. The pressure is just raising to the max, because then round 3 is a deciding match, a deciding round already, and that is... I can't imagine the pressure of being one of the top 2 teams competing against each other right now in general. But just, being the team that has a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to points.
Oh, gosh.
Really hope they are coming in. Sorry, the delay is sometimes a little bit difficult. But I really hope they are coming in with something that surprises not only us, but surprises GR's team as well.
Right, and now, as you can see, guys, we already have our players all set up and ready. Of course, this pan shot means we are heading into the drafting phase for round 2 of our first half. It is PPX once again taking the stage. Will he find the same success or even better success going into this, or will 5HS finally find their bearings and give PPX a surprise that he might have not been expecting himself? First things first, let's check out these bands. It's going to be the Bloody Queen taking off the board first off.
Exactly what I mentioned earlier. We had PPX's Bloody Queen in the first round, extremely dangerous. 5HS does not want to deal with that again. We see Sacred Heart Hospital is the map. We had the Arms Factory during round 1, so 2 pretty small maps in the game, and we can see the Seer and the Mercenary ban allowing 5HS to utilize the mechanic yet again. But considering that PPX will most likely concentrate on the mechanic again early game, just as Yang from 5HS was doing, might see that the mechanic is not being utilized, but we might have to wait for a few more seconds. We can see the Ford is in the game, the Grave Keeper is in the game to supplement for the Mercenary ban. Dalong is using the mechanic for the Cypher Machine speed, decoding speed. Ling using the Priestess. I have a feeling that Dalong will be one of the survivors that will be targeted early on in this game.
Oh, for sure. Especially if PPX gets so lucky to find Dalong in the first few seconds of the game, then that is just going to be sweet for this hunter. Now, what does PPX bring to the table? Of course, GR, we've already brought this up to discussion. GR is one of the most proficient teams when it comes to being able to abuse the meta, and abuse they shall. Dream Witch will be the go-to. You know what? Sure, take away Bloody Queen. I could just go for Dream Witch. Bring on all the bans. I could flex some meta whenever I can.
Oh man, GR's Dream Witch is not any less scary than GR's Bloody Queen. PPX is just absolutely destroying. It doesn't really matter which hunter we are seeing from him. And there we go. GR coming with the Dream Witch, and we have 5HS Forward, Gravekeeper, Mechanic, and Priestess. We are jumping into round 2, first half. GR on the hunter side, 5HS on the survivor side.
Oh god, Grizzly, here we go. Round 2 it is. PPX already on the case. Again, like we were mentioning, the dream for him is to find Dalong, but what is this luck? Actually manages to spot him out right away, and looks like we already see the summons happening. He is ready to go. Looks like chase is going to ensue in just a bit. Just wants to spot him out right here. Down to the first floor they go. But one thing's for sure, Grizzly, we're going to get some action right away.
Oh, as I said before, Dalong will be targeted by PPX. And what is the luck? What are the chances to just find the mechanics so fast? Really putting Dalong on the spot right here, trying to kite around as long as possible to give the team more time to decode Cypher Machines. Doing a pretty good job so far, but with the Patroller right here, that is going to be a difficult task for Dalong. The Leech is right here. The other Leech is coming in, getting a stun. Dalong is just really doing a good job. Not jumping over it, not risking the Terror Shock. There comes the hit. Ooh, Dalong. Great moves right there, doing a fantastic job so far, but is now damaged, is now in danger of going down.
Yes, here we go. PPX going to be repositioning just to make sure that his followers get the quote-unquote signal in the midst of this chase. Everything all is well nonetheless. He's still right on track. Follower is already on his tail. Such pressure earlier on, and he's found the perfect target, perfect prey. Oh,
Dalong now in a really good kiting area though, but we just saw it. We have PPX with the Patrollers coming in. That might be a difficult situation. Oh, that was the hit right there. Dalong did not see that Leech coming and was taking the hit. Now is in the corner, is down, will be on the chair, but we can also see the survivors are doing a good job decoding as well. Good job from Dalong, giving the team more time. We are now down to 4 Cypher Machines. We can see the Ford is about to pop another one. Whew.
Oh my gosh, Grizzly, what is going on? I love the pincer coming in from PPX right there. That is sublime Dream Witch. Very textbook if you think about it. Using both followers in order to just squeeze in your prey to a point where there's no real place to go. When it's like a 2-in-1 really.
Ooh, Dalong taking the hit yet again. PPX really concentrating on that mechanic. Again, you want to concentrate on the mechanic. You have to concentrate on that mechanic because mechanic is bringing the fastest decoding speed to the table right here. The doll is coming down as well. Dalong now has no doll that he can use while he's on the rocket chair. Fantastic job from PPX yet again. But if we look at the Cypher machines, 2 Cypher machines remaining. Fantastic job throughout the Survivor team as well. Oh, that was unfortunate. SGG just waltzing right in front of the leech. Going down is now actually in danger to go into the basement, but not really sure if PPX is rather concentrating on other survivors first to put more pressure on them decoding. Oh, actually escaped from the stun. Hit you, but still allowed you to rescue right here. Woo!
Oh my gosh, Grizzly. There is no dull moment in this game, especially when you're watching PPX on a Dream Witch. There we go. Another survivor will be strapped to that rocket chair, but here we go. Pressure is on. Follower lingering right near Dalong. There, Dalong, of course, working around 2 pallets that he can work with. Oh,
nice blink it. Ah, that was so difficult to counter. There was no way to counter. We have the doll right there trying to rescue itself, but that's it for the doll. We have you now trying to rescue Dalong. Dalong again will get out of the game as soon as he hits the chair. What is 5HS going to do about this? It's gonna be very, very dangerous. We can see SGG also taking it, going down. A lot of pressure on a lot of pressure on 5HS's side right now.
Oh gosh, Grizzly. We cannot take a moment to breathe here, but that's the action we are living for right here at the finals of the COA 3. And here you have it. Of course, distance will be established right there, but SGG, unfortunately, back to the rocket chair you go, my friend. 5HS not catching a break whatsoever in this game. Luckily, there is 1 Cypher remaining, but then again, PPX has been exerting so much pressure. I'm not even sure how many survivors are going to be making it out towards the end of this.
We can see it. Every single survivor is injured, but we can also see that they are healing up right there. While the priestess is slowly making her entry, we still have 1 Cypher machine remaining. 1 Cypher machine remaining. The good thing is right now that the mechanic is still up and running, but I am not so sure about SGG anymore. SGG is getting sent back to the manor. First survivor out of the game. 1 Cypher machine remaining. If they're able to pop the Cypher machine yet again when there is someone down, this means we have 3 survivors up and running. The gate will be able to be opened up. Same situation as before, but PPX might actually be able to send someone out of the match before that happens.
Oh my goodness. 2-in-1 right now for PPX. Question is, who is he gonna be landing? In which case, already on Dalong's tail right here. Oh man, this is gonna get intense, Grizzly.
It is. It really is. I'm curious to see the progress on the Cypher machines. I can't see anyone working on them. Ooh, 5HS again, a lot of pressure right there. But we saw this before. Just having a little bit more time end game right there. We can see the priestess decoding forward, really giving the mechanic more time to get away. Mechanic is the survivor that is under attack right now. PPX really wants to get the mechanic. Of course, I mean, mechanic will be out of the game as soon as she hits the chair. Look at this. The forward really buying more time for the mechanic by taking this hit. Cypher pop happens. We have 3 survivors up and running yet again. 3 survivors up and running. Exit gates are activated. What is going to happen? Can 5HS get out of there with 3 survivors? I'm sorry. Or will she, as PPX, be able to bring down more survivors before they can get out of there? And we can see Ling. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, this has become really interesting. Already one gate open. PPX struggling to figure out which do I commit to. Of course, already spotting out Ling here will be heading straight out. Question is, what about the other survivors right here? It does seem like, okay, you will be spotted out. They have to be careful though. The tension is still up. One whack and you're likely out of here. And there you go. Follower is already latching on. They're already on the case. Ooh, unfortunate.
What a hit right there, bringing down you. Again, if someone could have made it with 3 survivors out of there, it was 5 HS. We can see that DeLong is still in the game, but I highly doubt that DeLong will try to get the rescues now, trying to find an item. We can see it in the bottom left corner right there. Might try to find something to go in for the rescue. We can see DeLong is not having any damage, so it actually might be able to do something, but is now slowly heading toward the exit gate. Opening. Not really opening it up. I am extremely curious to see what is going on right there, because that could also be a potential 3 survivor elimination for PPX. There is still detention up and running. Ooh, that's gonna
dangerous.
That's gonna be very dangerous.
Very dangerous right now. Already on DeLong's tail, in which case, there you go. Actually, managing to finding an item that could maybe buy him the opportunity get out, playing around this dungeon actually, but still, you has quite a bit of a way to go. So I'm not sure if dungeon will be the safest thing to play around right now. There is an open gate, but here comes the follower, slowly closing and looking for that whack. And there you go. First whack will come in. No more detention though.
That's it. Detention ran out. There was a potential escape through the dungeon, as you already mentioned. We saw that detention was already running out when we had the mechanic at the dungeon, but really good call, changing directions, going for the exit gate instead of the dungeon. You was still at the halfway mark. Fantastic call from the mechanic, getting through the gate, making this a tie, defending themselves against GR from getting 3 points out of this match. It's a 2 points for GR and 5HS. Fantastic job from 5HS, but GR still bringing out 2 survivors. Great job from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, God, I am just scratching my head right now. 5HS, great job. I mean, this is a step up, I would say. Sure, it wasn't a first half victory. It did result into this tie. But nonetheless, if compared to earlier, at least they're slowly being able to hold their own out there in dealing with PPX. Now, with this step up, question is, this can still go either way going into the second half of round 2. And it's really going to be up to Yang M to make the most of it, I guess.
Yes, absolutely. Whew. What an intense match. Yet again, we saw that the Hunter was straight up going for the mechanic, trying to get the mechanic out of the game. This time, mechanic survived through the entire game, though. Thanks to the teammates. For example, the 4 doing a fantastic job, really, protecting the mechanic from taking another hit. But still, it pretty much was the same late game as before. We had 3 survivors up and running. Cypher pop was happening. Pressure was high on both sides. This time it ended up in a tie, and 5HS wants to get at least another tie, or to actually get the 3 survivor elimination in the next match to decide this round for themselves, or at least to get the tie through round number 2.
For sure, Grizzly. And oh gosh, I am not really sure how this is gonna go down heading into the second half. I mean, for sure, at least this gives us a little bit more hope that this particular best of 5 match can go way beyond round 3. Now, it really comes down to whether or not 5HS can go for that upward trajectory in points. But you know what? Let's go ahead and review what happened here towards the end of the first half match stats.
And we can see again GR 15 hits on these survivors, but still, imagine the team was taking 15 hits, was still able to manage to get 2 survivors out of the game. Decoding progress on Link's Priestess, 249 person. And then we have the long. Look at the kiting time. The kiting time of PPX's Dream Witch, 140 seconds, thanks to the help to 5HS's forward right here, who had also over 70 seconds. What a great play from 5HS. They are really stepping up their game. They're really fighting against GR right there and not giving them any more points. Let's see if they can keep it up on the Hunter side as well. Yang will come in, and I expect to see a Dream Witch ban, and we're gonna see a Bloody Queen, but that's we will wait. We will wait until Yang is actually on the stage and is able to
Yeah.
pick the Hunter.
Either one of the two, really, most likely. And yeah, we'll just find out. Time will only tell once those players hit the game. But oh man, what is there else to talk about? I mean, I love how we're seeing 5HS slowly being able to adapt. It's not just really adapting, but it's also getting past that warm up. Actually, I think, yeah, you're the one that usually said this, getting past the warm up phase, which is round one. And then once they're in the groove, this is where they go full throttle. And we've seen it a number of times. I think chat recognizes this as well, where we see these quote unquote rebounds from players. And it's great to see that 5HS is able to find one way or another a slow trajectory upward of a rebound as these best of fives go along, because you don't want it to happen way too late in the game. You want it to happen if you did falter in the round one, you want to try to pick up the pace as early as round two. It does seem like 5HS has that ticket towards that. But of course, what will ultimately determine whether or not that's actually an upward trajectory that we're looking at is if they secure a win, or who knows, okay, if you want to play it safe, a draw in round two. That as well is workable. If you really want to go for that.
I think that is what they are going at least to try, the draw. Again, even if they're getting a victory, they are still behind GR when it comes to the points. But it sounds like an impossible task to me to actually get a 4 survivor sweep from GR's survivor side, because how would you get GR survivors, 4 survivors out of the game? Sounds to me quite impossible, but if someone can do it, it is Yang, and if he's able to pull that off, they might actually have more points after round 2 than GR. Really curious to see if they can pull it off. Might be difficult. GR is definitely not making this easy for Yang.
Definitely.
But as we already said, they definitely want to go for at least a tie and hopefully for a 3 survivor elimination.
Oh gosh, I am just looking to see how this is gonna go. What direction really is this gonna go? Of course, our players are already setting up. For those of you that have just tuned in, by the way, because it's been a long 4 days of the stream, it's been a number of hours since we got the broadcast going. In fact, I believe it was like what, more than 7, 8
Yeah,
hours.
7-ish hours. Yeah.
Yeah, so long day of the stream, but we're finally reaching that epic conclusion, guys. Especially for those of you that have went with us consistently from day one all the way up to day 4. Thank you so much. You guys are watching history being made once again for Identity 5 Esports right here at the Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals, brought to you by Happy Valley.
And we also have to mention again that this is a best out of 5. So even if 5HS managed to just tie it, they can still win in the long run. So there are chances for both teams to get the title. Even if you don't have your best place during the beginning, you might come in with in the long run and just exhaust PXS, XX, exhaust the survivor team from GR. But then on the other side, of course, 5HS is playing these 5 rounds as well, exhausting them as well. As you said, who will be the one that has more stamina? Who is be the one who will get the crown at the end of these rounds? I am looking forward to find out. It's unpredictable.
Absolutely, Grizzly. I mean, I really am trying to rack my brain to figure out, at least set my own predictions as to how these rounds are going to blow, but sum it up right there. Unpredictable. Can't really think of anything at this point. I'm just going to let the action speak for itself. I mean, it's not that really much of a long wait. We're already in the finals.
Yeah,
let it out.
We really are. Somehow time went fast, quite fast right there. We are on day 4. We saw so many absolutely outstanding teams competing against each other to be in the tournament, to be, on top of everyone else. We are coming down to the conclusion that 5HS versus GR, they just have proven themselves to be the very best right here. But it's been a while that it took us to get to this specific match right here. And I can't wait to just jump into it. 5 rounds are possible right here. Curious to see if GR can keep the crown, if they can, take the trophy home yet again, or if 5HS will turn the tables and, just kick GR from the throne.
Exactly, Grizzly. And apologize for the wait, by the way. We're still making sure that everything is ironed out at our venue as we are working with the players to get them settled right there on the live stage. But don't worry, we'll make sure to head straight into drafting once things are good to go. So,
and you know what? I can see the chat, and I see a lot of people are actually talking about what is to come. We just had the game producers announcement speech of what is to come in 2020, and I just want to mention this again because that is that first of all, new characters. All right, I'm down for that. Chinatown map, I am down for that. But that, all right, it seems we're jumping into the game. I thought we had to fill a little bit more air right here, but let's concentrate on the tournament for now, and we're gonna keep the talk about the announcement for a later time. There we go. We have GR this time on the survivor side, 5HS on the hunter side again. Let's see what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the make or break point for 5HS. If they allow GR to pull ahead in this, if they allow GR to win this second half, we are ultimately going to be going into a scenario where it's a very crucial match point as early as round 3. If you're a 5HS fan to boot, watching this particular broadcast right now, you do not want under any circumstances for 5HS to succumb to losing another round. You want that draw. Even better, you want them to try to go for the win in this case. And it's all on Yang M at this point. He's sitting strong solo on that hunter chair, nobody else to work with him but his own intuition. And you know what? We'll have to see how he fares, what he's up against as we head into the drafting phase. Let's see those bans come out, Chrisley.
And here we can see 1 hunter ban, 2 survivor bans are going to happen. And we see that the Bloody Queen is actually getting out of equation by getting the ban right here from GR. And we have 5HS coming in with the Seer ban and with the Mechanic ban this time. Alright, not allowing GR to get this additional decoding speed right there. And that's interesting to see, since we had the second match from GR banning not the Mechanic. Alright. What are they going to do? 5, 6, 7 was the Mechanic before. Now we have a Priestess. Whew. Yang MM needs to bring down a lot of these survivors to get at least 3 points. We want to see 3 points right there, or at least a tie. We have the team of GR ready right here. It's the Priestess, it's the Forward, it's the Mercenary, and it will be the Gravekeeper.
Oh my gosh. So, it does look like we have established what our go-to of survivors are usually, Grizzly. When you have the standard duo of Seer and Mechanic banned out, it has heavily always been leaning towards this Forward as well as the Gravekeeper. You know, it's also worth noting how there has been the shakeup in terms of how Perfumer would have normally also been a go-to, but no, circumstances are different. Not to mention we are working with Sacred Heart Hospital. But even more exciting,
what?
Did my eyes deceive me with that hunter pick?
photographer? I mean, that's gonna be something, yes, that's gonna be interesting. I love to see the photographer right there. That's gonna be extremely interesting. A pick out of the meta from 5HS's Yang with the photographer. And let's just jump straight up into it.
Yeah, Yang M already down to business. I'm gonna go straight into my world against GR. So, ladies and gents, our first shakeup in this global finals. You know what? 5HS, considering the circumstances, no more dilly-dallying. We're gonna be bringing something we prepared, and it's gonna be the photographer. Let's see if he could find much success, Yang M, right now. And right in the corner.
Oh, what a find right there. Was trying to find the mercenary. Was a little bit difficult because very nice hiding spot, of course, in the corner right there. But Yang knows the hiding spot, goes straight up to the mirror image and is putting LPC on the rocket chair. All right, first survivor will be downed. Going for the mercenary, actually good job, because mercenary will go down immediately after the full world collapses. But you can also see someone trying to rescue this F the forward.
Interesting. Already in the vicinity, but you know what? It's gonna have to take a little bit of a detour as he's working around these pallets. Of course, Yangbek M has been brought back to reality. And let's see, there you go. LPZ currently down.
That is a great job right there from Yang M. We have LPC down. LPC was healed, is still getting healed, but was able to take a hit on the Priestess. Priestess is now having just a little bit of damage, but no one in the survivor team can actually help her to heal up. That means 5, 6, 7 is a one hit right now. Let's see if Yang M will find the Priestess and go for the Priestess. Priestess really hiding, really trying to avoid that one hit. And we can see is successful with that, because Yang is going to use the photo world and probably going to find LPC after that.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, Yang M definitely trying to put some work here. So far, I would say his efforts are decent. Has been making the most out of what he can take in this photo world, and it looks like he will be bringing this image, this photo, this copy back into a rocket chair. But I'm really looking to see whether or not in the long term this leads to fruition for him.
I mean, it's a good call to bring down the mercenary yet again, because he has a really long healing speed. If they're able to heal the mercenary completely, though, it's gonna be difficult in the long run. He needs to bring someone to the chair in the rear world. He needs to hurry up right there with the finds. He's actually trying to hit as many survivors as possible and giving them a little bit of damage in the real world, just so they are a one hit. Look at this. All of the survivors are now damaged, except of LPC, who is actually down, who could get healed, who could get actually, you know, the entire health back. But that makes all the other survivors a one hit. Not too bad of a play from Yang right here.
Oh my gosh. Yang M on the Prowl MKK. Okay, there you go. Gonna dig his way through. Yang M, of course, just gonna follow the trail, playing it patient here. I will say though, Yang M has been interesting with his movement, very proactive, and take note of the 5 cipher count still for GR. But of course, knowing GR, a lot of those ciphers are probably in a position where they're, you know, it just gives him a lot more options, really, based on the progress.
The forward just coming in saying, hey, you leave the Gravekeeper alone, stunning him into the wall right there, giving MKK a little bit more distance between 5HS and himself. That's gonna be very interesting. Photo world is about to get opened up. We can see every single survivor might go down with only one hit. It's interesting to me to see that 5HS is actually going to use the photo world again to bring down Yang right here. Let's see what's the plan. Yang again needs to bring down a few more survivors to actually, you know, get the lead, to get 3 points out of this match. You need 3 survivors out of the game, but you already mentioned it. Still, 5 cipher machines up. That's dangerous right here. And we can see the blink hit on 567. even when 567 was throwing down that pellet. Great job, fantastic hit with the blink.
Yep, and okay, here we have it. 567 down, and Yang M will just gladly take him. In which case, I really love how Yang M ends up forcing GR in a position where they basically have to constantly respond to whatever Yang M does, whether he's back in reality or in the photo world.
And we can see that there are only 3 Cypher machines remaining. I'm curious to see the progress on the other Cypher machines, but for now, we have to concentrate on LPC, the mercenary who is slowly making his entrance to rescue the priestess from the chair. Here he comes, taking no hit, actually baiting the hunter into the chair hit, but still 567 is again the target. Really concentrating. Yang is really concentrating right here and trying to get the first survivor out of the game. 2 Cypher machines remaining. We can see it in the bottom left corner. Gravekeeper is about to bring down another Cypher machine. 567 distancing himself from the rocket chair. Maybe able to get rescued from F the forward, but no, not coming in quite in time, trying to make a quick rescue. Is there the Cypher machine ready?
Wow!
That would be crucial right here, because there goes another hit on 567. Cypher machine is about to get ready. We still have the forward with a little bit of the football left, so that's gonna be an interesting late game, but this is putting Yang on the spot right here. This is putting Yang in a difficult situation to catch up on this match.
Absolutely, and here we go. F already in the vicinity once again. We'll be going down, but it's all good. You know what? Cypher is up and ready. Let's go ahead and pop it. Yang M, it's coming down to the wire for him. He has to make something happen over these next few seconds. All 4 members of GR are still standing, albeit 567 and F already have their health, but with the tension up right now, that doesn't really matter. It really comes down to how many survivors Yang M can take at this point. But you know what? Into the camera world he goes.
What a great job again from GR. Really having 5 Cypher machines for a very long time and then bringing down the Cypher machines quite fast. But there goes 567 again. We can see that the other survivors are just straight up out of there. They want to get the 3 points. They are allowing 5HS Yang to get 1 point out of this match. Fantastic job from GR yet again, eliminating 5HS, eliminating only 1 survivor, giving the 3 points yet again to GR. And this also means that the second round goes to GR, which means that GR is winning in the 3rd round. This could mean that we only gonna see these 3 rounds, because then GR is the champion.
I mean, for the sake of us being able to see how deep these players can go into their strats and play in character pools, I really hope that's not the case, Grizzly. But the results don't lie. This is what we were saying that 5HS is supposedly supposed to avoid. They took a chance with the photographer. In all fairness, Yang M always knew what he needed to do at every single second in that game. The problem was, it's also very clear that GR knew how to respond with every single step Yang M made in that game. And as a result, 3 survivors, sure, you know what, we can afford 1 for now, but everybody else, oh my goodness. It's really, I don't know, Grizzly. Is this just gonna be 3 rounds at this point? I'm really hoping that's not the case. I'm really still putting my faith in 5HS to persevere in round 3, but given the results, that is definitely gonna be shaking them up. That's a lot of pressure that they're working with right now, being so close to that title, but all of a sudden you're at match point.
I want to say that I would also love to see, I would love to see a 4th and even a 5th round, because that is just giving us a lot of opportunity to see characters we haven't seen before. But we have to give it to GR. GR is putting up a fantastic fight. We saw this yesterday during the rounds. We saw today already during the rounds. They are coming in and they are deciding the first 2 rounds for themselves. And this is the trend that we are seeing yet again. The first 2 rounds from the finals are already over. We still have at least 1 more round, but GR just coming in with another clutch in the first 2 rounds. At this point, it's not really surprising, But you know, we already saw 5HS competing in this tournament as well. So it is still a little bit surprising. I hope 5HS can catch up, maybe even turn around this entire thing, maybe even coming with a clutch for the upcoming 3 matches. But we just have to wait. Again, it is unpredictable, and we are seeing GR is just strong and didn't lose any pace right here.
Ah, man, definitely Grizzly. And I am so I mean, it's bittersweet for me how this has been progressing so far. It's sweet in the sense that this grand finals is proving to be living ish up to expectation, but there's that bitterness in the sense that with GR already forcing it into match point as early as now, we might actually just only get it up until 3 rounds unless 5HS can pull it together. Looking at the match stats right here, great job by GR, in which case, again, like I said, they were impeccable in terms of knowing how they should be responding to every move that Yang M was making in this game. And there's not really much to say, really, Grizzly. I was really hoping that this photographer would have proven to do the trick for Yang M, but unfortunately, didn't work out in the end. It's a risk, well taken, but unfortunately, that's just how it goes. Some risks just don't work out.
And here we can see yet again the match results. The first round was decided to be in GR's favor. We have 6 points on GR's side, 2 points for 5HS. And the second round seems to be almost quite the same. 5 points for GR, 3 points for 5HS. But we can see that 5HS is trying to get more, or not only trying, is getting more points, is giving GR less points. Maybe this will turn around right now. Maybe we can see 5HS coming in with a clutch for round number 3. We'll have to wait. You already said it. The photographer could have been absolutely amazing. I was hoping for it as well, but GR is just so difficult to face. And here we can see the highlights from the Bloody Queen match. Look at this, giving Dalong more time again. Fantastic play right there. Fantastic blink. Great play from both sides, making this a tie match. Now we are coming to 5HS's photographer. Really having a difficult time. Was trying to sniff out a lot of survivors in the parallel world, trying to damage them. But look at this. GR just not giving him any breaks. Stunning him right there, giving MKK more time to get away. Whew. GR right here.
Yeah, there you have it. Okay, was able to sneak a quick sneeze before it came back to us here on camera. But I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm feeling a sneeze right now again, so I think you're gonna have to pick up right now, Chris.
That's fine. It's absolutely crazy to see these two teams against each other. And again, we just saw it. 6-2 in the first round, 5-3 in the second round. GR is really putting... They're living up to their expectations. They are the champions of the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament. They are dominant against every single team that they are meeting. And photographer. I was hoping for more, I have to be honest, because it was such a surprise pick. It could have surprised GR as well, but GR, they are well known to just have their teams down. And even with such a surprise that is called the photographer, GR is just showing that they can handle the situation.
Yeah, and oh man, Grizzly. Round 3, here we go. This is the moment where, for sure, Bloody Queen as well as Dream Witch are gonna be off the table. I really don't see any universe where GR would feel the need to take away the photographer unless they just really want to squeeze out Yang M. If they feel that, you know what, maybe Yang M does give heavier emphasis, heavier importance towards this photographer, let's take him away instead. Let's force Yang M into going maybe out of his comfort zone if it really comes down to it. As I was mentioning, since this is pretty much the last match in the entire tournament, you want to push out every single trump card that you have. What I'm kind of worried about is what other trump cards does Yang M have that he can bring to the table? Because it's really what's it's coming down to again. Really, it's needing to be the better hunter, the hunter that produces better results if you're going up against GR. And in Young M's case, oh gosh, Grizzly. Fingers
It's
crossed. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed indeed. It's extremely difficult to go against GR. It doesn't matter if you are the hunter and you're facing GR survivors. It doesn't matter if you're a survivor and you're facing PPX. It's just extremely crazy. I just want to give maybe one advice right here. 5HS, go for the feaster. Go just
Oh my god. I
like
love it.
everyone in the chat is wondering how could you counter GR right there. I'm telling you, right, it's the feaster. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I would love to see it. Not gonna lie, I would love to see it. You already said it. We're gonna have at least one of the two meta picks being banned. Either it's Stream Witch or it's Bloody Queen. We might see a photographer ban, but as you already said, I don't really think that we're gonna see that. They might go for the meta bans. We know that GR is usually strictly staying and sticking to the meta picks for everything. They are really, they have it down. They know what to do. They know how the chances are for them to go against one of these meta hunters and the chances to go one of these that are a little bit underneath the meta hunters. And again, after seeing that play against Yang's photographer, I'm not really expecting to see a photographer, but of course, it could happen. Everything is possible. But what I am looking forward to right now is round number 3. We haven't seen a round number 3 on GR side. So what will be PPX's choice for the hunter this time in round number 3? We have to wait.
Gonna be something to look forward to, Grizzly. Because, like I mentioned, definitely when you're going up against GR, just straight up, no questions asked, don't even think about it. Ban the meta hunters, ban the high pick rate hunters that have shown the most success here in the tournament. Bloody Queen, Dream Witch. It's like I'm a broken record at this point every single time I bring it up. But you know what? That's the good thing about round 3. At least moving forward, if ever we get to go beyond round 3, we don't really have to mention it that much because it's already going to be a given as far as bans. That's the same question I'm asking myself, Bridgie. This very same question you brought up. What is PPX going to be choosing? Is it going to be a feaster? Is it going to be a spider? Is it going to be a ripper? Those have been some of the picks that are floating up in the air. Maybe it could be a shakeup. Like we said, trump cards do come out in these later stages of the tournament. We've seen it happen during COA 2. Are we going to see it again going into COA 3? Is it even necessary for GR to go that route? That's also another question because they have a lot of allowance to work with, especially if they're going to try to play by the rounds instead of the points.
That is true. And we saw PPX is absolutely strong with all of the hunters. During Call of the Abyss 2, we saw against Smiley Face, we saw Spider, we saw Geisha.
Oh, yeah.
And they were practicing these hunters a lot, so they have them down. So it still would surprise me, but I think a Geisha would be something that could be, if they want to have the surprising effect on 5HS during round 3. I think a Geisha might appear, but then on the other side, I think Spider might be more in the range of GR's PPX. Sure. But again, it's really at this point it's really unpredictable. We haven't seen a single third round from GR yet, so we just have to sit here. We have to be a little bit more patient, and we're gonna find out as soon as round 3 starts.
Exactly, Grizzly. Oh man, the wait, the anticipation of wanting to get into that round 3 already. Let's see, what else is there to talk about? Let's talk about the survivor. Oh yeah, you wanted to, how about you, Grizzly? Did you want to bring up something?
I mean, we can talk about what is coming next to the game, but of course we can also talk about the survivors. It's your call. What do you want to talk about today?
How's the weather? No, just kidding. Actually, you know what? Since it does seem like we might need to wait a little bit more, why not pick up on the topic we brought up before we headed into the half earlier. In terms of what has been announced, I guess just to keep it a little bit more speedier in case we suddenly head into drafting. Out of everything that was announced, Grizzly, which one was your favorite?
Dude, that is so honestly, it's so difficult because I'm super excited for a new map that has a Chinatown feeling, but also the size of, the Red Church. They said Red Church, which is something I'm looking forward to because Red Church is one of my favorite maps. So that will be a beautiful addition. I really hope a beautiful addition to the maps that are already in the game. I'm also looking forward for the survivors, but that is obvious because survivors and a map is so crucial to the game. But what I am, like kind of the underdog of what is coming to the game in the future, the Detective Conan crossover. Are you kidding me? That is going to be insane. I absolutely love it. I can't wait to see what we will get during this crossover. But I am a huge fan. When I was smaller, this is just bringing back childhood memories to me.
Oh God, same Grizzly, same. I mean, if you were to ask me what I'm looking forward to, same. If for those of you that follow me on Twitter, I think it's pretty obvious what I'm looking forward to the most. Out of everything that they announced, it was the only thing I tweeted after that announcement. It was Identity 5 X Detective Conan exclamation point question mark exclamation point question mark exclamation point. But aside from that, I also share the same sentiment with you on looking forward to the Chinatown map because, as Sylar mentioned, it's going to be the same size as Red Church. And what I'm really hoping for is because if you notice, COA 2 to COA 3, same maps. Same map selection that we have. I would love to see a new map introduced into the roster come COA 4. Because obviously the newer maps that were introduced after COA 2 are a bit big, aren't really conducive for competitive play. Like imagine playing on those maps. It's gonna take us forever to finish a best of three. So hearing that they're producing a map like Chinatown that's the size of Red Church, sure, maybe it could be feasible for competitive. We'll never really know until we actually see it. It also really comes down to what exactly is in the map. Because I guess another thing that doesn't really make the other maps viable, aside from the size, is also those random elements on the map that you're playing with, which kind of throws off competitive play. So hopefully Chinatown is something that addresses that and is actually something that we could eventually add into that pool come COA 4. That's just a hope for me. That's just the guy that's constantly trying to dive deeper into the competitive aspect of Identity 5. Yeah, straight up.
Couldn't agree anymore. And I am really, really hoping that they will do a fantastic job. They are always doing a fantastic job with everything that they are doing. For example, with this beautiful tournament that they are setting up, and we are jumping into round 3 as expected. We can see 5HS just wants to get rid of this Bloody Queen and of this Dream Witch of PXX on the Hunter side right there, banning these survivors. And we can also see, as I already mentioned, the meta bans. Oh, actually, we are not seeing the mechanic getting banned, but the forward. And considering the matches that we already saw during this battle between 5HS, what?
Oh!
Forward is getting banned, but therefore we are seeing a beautiful wildling. We are seeing an Enchantress, a coordinator. Alright, we are in for a treat, and Ling is coming in with the Priestess. Now, what is PPX picking as Hunter? What is he going for? On Leo's memory as well.
Oh my god! Like, as soon as I saw the map, okay, Leo's memory. That's exciting. Okay, looking at the bans, mechanic, not banned. That's exciting. 5HS all of a sudden throwing it in the first pick for you. What is going? Okay, even more exciting. We're gonna see PPX on Wu Chang, ladies and gents. On Wu Chang of all hunters. We were speculating Spider. We were speculating Ripper. Heck, Grizzly was hoping for the Feaster, but it's gonna be Wu Chang. Fasten your seatbelts, guys. I need to take a breather.
Oh, that's gonna be such an intense match, and this is what we were talking before. We talked about this since day one. The best out of 5, really forcing these players to pick different characters. And here we finally are. GR versus 5HS, round number 3. We are coming in with a Wildling, an Enchantress, a Coordinator, a Priestess pick on 5HS's side, and GR Wu Cheng. We already saw Wu Cheng during the tournament. He can be an extremely dangerous hunter, especially if he is controlled by PPX. But let's get right into this.
Oh, I'm so excited for this, Grizzly. Okay, let's see how well PPX works between these two forms, White Guard and Black Guard.
It's gonna be very... Again?
Oh, I was saying, I'm also wondering who his first target is going to be here. It does seem like he's already in the vicinity of Dalong.
Oh yeah, Dalong as Enchantress, really good find early game because Enchantress does not really have... Oh, nice pellet stun right there, giving the team more time and giving Dalong a little bit more time to get away. Again, Priest is a pretty good find early game since there are no stuns ready right away. But Dalong is not giving it to PPX right here. Fantastic job. Okay, there comes the fake umbrella. Now using the umbrella, having the White Guard with the long hit range. Taking the... Ooh! Dalong is really trying to get away from PPX. Giving PPX a difficult time. Has another stun ready. Fantastic job from Dalong early game so far.
Yeah, buying quite a bit of time here for the rest of 5HS. Take note here though, PPX going straight for the whack. Great job considering that he is on White Guard form, especially utilizing that swiftness even with the reduced attack speed. Looks like we'll go back to Black Guard form, which case it actually manages to block Dalong from the escape over that pallet. Dalong thinking that he was sneaky, but no, PPX was ready there to meet him.
Dalong, very nice usage of the short stuns right there of the Enchantress and actually giving the team enough time to, you know, starting to bring down the Cypher machines. We are right now at 4 Cypher machines, but there might be more to come down quite soon. Wildling is getting ready for the rescue. 5HSU is coming in right here to rescue Dalong from the rocket chair. Taking the hit again with the boar, is not taking real damage now. Let's see how this works out. Needs to rescue right now. Took the hit. Fantastic job. But Enchantress taking another hit right there. Still has a little bit more time to get away from PPX and waste his time even more. But look at this. Coordinator. Sneaky. Sneaky Coordinator. Trying to get ready for a rest. Oh, look at this. That's gonna be... Is the Coordinator able to get that rescue? That might be it. Fantastic job luring in PPX into this situation. What a play. 5HS really wants to step up the game. I can tell it. And oh my god, what a nice rescue. Dalong getting up here, using the long stun. Just enabling the gap to get a little bit more bigger. Oh my god.
Yes, but here we go. Looks like PPX transitioning to White Guard mode, getting that fantastic speed, already starting to close the gap right here, just waiting for the time on that whack. Unfortunately, there you go. Does actually manage to succeed, but he's back on the prowl.
Wow, what a rescue again from the Coordinator. Coordinator now does not have any items left. We can also see, even if PPX was hitting on the Coordinator, he wants to focus on the Enchantress. She was already on the chair. Fantastic call from Dalong, really throwing down the pellet in front of PPX. Missed that pellet, no, it's not going for the wall, it's going for the stun. It's really playing Ring Around the Rosy with PPX right there. 2 Cypher machines remaining. Fantastic vault, but will PPX be able to use the bell again and take the hit on the Dalong? Yes, he is. But you is right there, putting pressure on PPX. Look at the Cypher machines are going down right there. 1 Cypher machine remaining. It's almost done as well. Missed hit from the Wildling, but still such a fantastic gameplay so far from 5HS. Wow.
Not by the hair of my chinny chin. Look at this. Just when the Cypher is actually almost ready to go, and back up they.
That is what I want to see. 5HS is going strong. Of course, PPX going for the Enchantress again. Now it's the Enchantress's job to really get the other survivors enough time to get out of there. Oh, going down with the blink hit. Not hitting though. Enabling. Oh my god, the long stun. Look at this. It's slowly transitioning towards the dungeon. Will this be even a 4 survivor escape? No, maybe not.
Maybe not, but finally, we are seeing a huge step up from 5HS. We are finally seeing them take a half. 3 survivors out of the gate. This is the trajectory I was looking for. Maybe hope isn't lost just yet. These survivors are starting to find their group. They've proven that they can deal with the best of the best, and we're talking about the best hunter, a hunter that has taken 2 rewards recognized by the Identity 5 teams themselves, PPX, and just overall, I am loving what I'm seeing so far.
That was so much to take in right there. First of all, the survivors. We saw the Wildling, we saw the Enchantress, we saw the Coordinator and the Priestess in a team of 5HS being utilized in a really good way. Versus PPX's Wu Cheng. Are you kidding me? What a setup right there on Leo's memory. We will play the next match, the next game on Leo's memory yet again. They will play, not we. They will play this match. And as you already said it, what a step up for 5HS right here. Incredible teamwork, incredible play. Enchantress really putting up a fight right there with PPX's Wu Cheng. That was a beautiful match.
It was a beautiful match indeed, Grizzly. One thing I would like to highlight is how I love the thought of 5HS just working with survivors. It's a mix of skill in terms of the kiting that they were able to pull off in that game against a Wu Chang, especially. Not to mention how that lineup enabled just a lot of interference. I would guess is how I would describe it. Going up against PPX, there was just so much crowd control that they could work with in order to cut this Wu Chang short of whenever he is starting to make significant progress. We've seen it in the flare gun, we've seen it in the Enchantress stuns, and it really proved to cause PPX quite the trouble during that game. It just prolonged his progress in terms of being able to nail down a survivor. So 5HS super on point, not just in terms of the game that we saw in play, but also just from the get-go in drafting.
Yes, you just mentioned it. The Coordinator rescue with the flare gun of the Enchantress. That was just an extremely calculated play. That was nothing new to them. They knew, okay, if someone is going down, we need to get into this specific corner. The Coordinator needs to get ready, and this is exactly what happened. We can see right here, Wu Cheng was having 9 hits. Again, this is PPX we are talking about. Getting 3 survivors out of the game is extremely difficult, but just look at these stats. 162 seconds of kiting PPX with the Enchantress, making perfect use of the short stunts as well as the long stunts. We had perfect decoding from the rest of the team. Coordinator was using the flare gun in a perfect manner right there, rescuing the Enchantress. These stats, they speak for themselves. These stats just tell us, all right, 5HS is not messing around right here. We want to get on the champion throne as well. Let's go!
Let's go 5HS. I'm pretty sure for those of you that are 5HS fans in chat, oh man, I'm about to throw out a Sayora word right there, but you might feel pretty rejuvenated right now after seeing that 3-1 that goes in favor of 5HS. It's the first half that we're actually seeing 5HS working to their favor. A lot of it has been halves or losses. So it's great to see that there is some form of spark of hope going on for 5HS right now, one way or another.
160 seconds against PPX. All right, I said it before. If someone can turn this around, it's 5HS, and we just saw it right here. 160 seconds kiting time with the Enchantress. We also saw a Wildling, which was more than surprising to see to everyone. I was watching the chat while the Wildling pick happened. Oh my god, everyone was going crazy, and we already said it, we are big fans of this kind of shakeup, of seeing something that surprises everyone, even the hunter. And sadly, we couldn't really see a lot except of the rescue that was going on from the Wildling. Maybe we will see the Wildling again, though. That might be an option. But next up, we have Yang on the hunter spot. Which hunter will he utilize? Which hunter will he pick? And which survivors will he face when he's going against GR?
Exactly. It's going to be huge if ever 5HS can just completely dominate this round. I mean, it's already a blessing to get 3-1. If they could tie this round, sure, but I am all for seeing them just go the full circle of a surprise by taking this round right here, just so that we get an extra one. 3-1 is a great start towards that, and I'm excited, Grizzly. I'm excited. Finally, we are seeing signs of light, signs of fight from 5HS. They are not going to give up under any circumstances going into the specifier, regardless of who they're up against, regardless if they're going up against a 2P champion looking for their 3P. 5HS, they want to cripple, destroy that dream that GR has right now.
Yes, yes. I'm really curious to see what is happening in this match right now. What is happening in the next game in the second half of round 3. Again, even if GR is getting 3 survivors out of the game, this means it would be a tie for the round. So we are in for a treat. We are in for round number 4. But if GR actually managed to get 5 survivors out, 5 points, 4 survivors out of the game, this is destroying 5HS's dream for the champion title. But the thing is, it wouldn't be a new situation to PPX. It wouldn't be a surprise if PPX is actually coming in with another clutch with a 4 survivor elimination. We have seen it before. Extremely strong hunter. But again, then we just saw 5HS coming in and eliminating 3 of these survivors that are almost undefeatable, I want to say. So, Yang, I'm trusting you and I believe in you. You can give us our 4th round that we are all waiting so much for to see.
Absolutely, Grizzly. And I am so happy that we got the opportunity to cast this series together, to be honest, because this is just high caliber, high intensity, heart pumping, adrenaline rush Identity 5 esports right here. And yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. One of my biggest worries going into this grand finals is, as I was mentioning, COA 2. Everything was so close from semifinals onwards. Not to discount what happened in the quarterfinals as well. It's just that we got the full experience of CO2 being a pressure pot for every single match that was played. Semifinals this year wasn't as heart pumping, I would say, in comparison to COA 2. Probably the most heart pumping thing that happened was when GR got that super clutch moment against Ace, but it wasn't the same as COA 2 for me, at least. I'm not sure if our audience would agree, but that doesn't go to say that these teams have been absolutely phenomenal. What I love about this moment right here is that was the big worry. Like, is it gonna just go full throttle for GR? But I'm glad that 5HS is making me proud right now. They're proving me wrong. They're proving that whoever has doubts in how they play wrong, but it's still a long way to grow, Grizzly. We're still at round 3. They're not completely safe yet. What they still have something to avoid, and that thing that they need to avoid is GR getting the full 5 points. Because if they get 5 points, not only does that give them the advantage in points, it's just the full advantage, the full win in terms of round count altogether. But trust Yang M right here. He should have been able to find inspiration through that victory his teammate Survivors brought. Let's go ahead and see if it works out the same for him as we head into the drafting phase for the second half of round 3.
We are again on Leo's memory map, and the question yet again is, which hunter will Yang go for? Will he surprise us as well? Will he surprise us with a pick that no one was expecting? Or will he actually come in with a hunter that we have already seen, like the Spider, like the Feaster? Really, really exciting to see this round right here. And I'm also really excited. Again, this is the first time we see the 3rd round of GR. So what are they picking for the survivors if the meta picks are getting banned? Let's see. We are jumping straight up into the bans, and there comes the bloody Queen, and the second hunter will be GR. What are you going for?
Oh man, wouldn't be surprised if that's a Dream Witch drop right there. I'm not entirely sure though. I am all for the surprise, but yep, looks like they will stick to the standard bed. Right here, it will be the Dream Witch in each case.
I mean, we already saw Yang's photographer. Will he go for a photographer again on Leo's memory? Not 100% sure about that. And first of all, we will see the bans from 5HS. Will it be the meta ban? Will it be the Seer? No, it will not only be the meta, it will be the Seer, the Forward, and the Priestess. All right, that might be a setup for a different hunter. We will have to wait. We will have to see. It is absolutely interesting to see what is going on in this third round. Again, if GR is getting 4 survivors out of there, that would mean that GR is the champion. But 5HS definitely wants to prevent this. They don't want this to happen.
Exactly, Grizzly. And okay, they're really thinking hard about what this last pick is going to be. It will be our boy from the grave. Now,
and we see another Enchantress. This is really hyping me up right there. Love to see a good Enchantress play. Whew. Let's go. Wu Cheng! It is Wu Cheng! Alright! Leo's memory is blessed by Wu Cheng right here. Yang coming in. You know, Yang is just really confident right here. Again, you just said it. Maybe just getting a little bit of more confidence since the survivors were escaping. Now, really trying to make a statement right here, saying, hey, PPX, look at me. That is how we use a Wu Cheng.
You know, what I love about this is the proactivity of banning that Priestess right off the bat. It's very clear that 5HS knew what they wanted to go for, Yang M particularly. But you know what? The big question here is he going to find more success on this Wu Cheng than his counterpart? We'll find out as we head into round 3 of the second half between GR versus 5HS. I am ready for some more Wu Cheng action. Let's go right into it, Grizzly.
Let's check this out. Again, we have another Enchantress in the game as well. We have GR's FS Enchantress because, I mean, we saw it. Forward was banned. He's an absolutely amazing forward player. He had to pick another survivor. Will the Enchantress be the first survivor that will get hunted down as well? Or will Yang actually go for someone else? And it seems like he is trying to get to MKK's Gravekeeper first. Ooh, that's gonna be interesting. Again, we need to see some quick action from 5HS. It's crucial for the hunter to bring down the first survivor. And we see he is deciding to not go for the Gravekeeper.
Exactly. And okay, question is, what is Yang M gonna be seeking out here? Because one of my worries right now is he is taking quite a bit of his precious time to seek a target. But wait a minute, interesting forethought right here, transitioning towards the top side to go for 5, 6, 7.
That might actually be a really good find for Wu Cheng. For 5HS right here, going for the mechanic. Again, you really want to slow down that decoding speed. Look at this, look at this. Baiting, oh, very nice. Not taking the pellet, but giving 5, 6, 7 a hit, using Blink to close the gap between the mechanic and Yang again. Let's see if there will be another hit. We have the Blackguard right here going to strike down the mechanic. Fantastic job, 5HS. Bringing down one of the most crucial survivors early game. But we can also see GR is not wasting any time to bring down Cypher machines.
Yeah, overall, fairly decent time bought out here by GR so far. Yang M took a bit of a number of seconds to look for a target. But the great thing is that even with that happening, it's very well compensated if you think about it, considering that who he eventually found was this mechanic. Definitely high up on the priority list as far as who we want to take down. Of course, trust GR to send the mercenary to go for the heroic save.
And we can still see that the doll is decoding. What a nice rescue, taking the hit. Now still Yang concentrating on 5, 6, 7. Really wants to get the mechanic out of there. Really wants to slow down the decoding. But this also means if he's not bringing down the doll, as soon as 5, 6, 7 is on the rocket chair, this doll can still decode, as we can see right now. Before the mechanic is going down, just switching to the doll real quick. So there is more decoding progress going on. In the bottom left corner, we can also see Mercenary is bringing down a Cypher machine quite soon. This could be really interesting for 5HS because the decoding speed of GR is just extremely fast, extremely dangerous for Yang right here.
Absolutely, Grizzly. And let's go ahead and look at the circumstances right now. This is 567's second time on the rocking chair. What this means is that this is likely going to be highly favorable for Yang M in terms of at least making sure that one survivor goes down. And that at least guarantees that if he can't go for the win in this round, that pretty much secures a draw for him. And that's a good thing to work with if you're going to try to look at the long-term benefits of playing in a best of 5. Now, what GR wants to avoid on the flip side, what they want to try to manage is to try to keep 567 alive. Or maybe try to go for the draw at most if needed. Because Yang M has been clearly on point on 567. Yeah.
That is absolutely true, but we can also see that 5HS is in a really dangerous situation right here. The Cypher machine that he is guarding right now is already primed. We can see that there are a lot of survivors trying, you know, just to get that hit right here and get the Cypher machine going. There it comes. Detention is activated. You gotta be careful, Yang. You gotta be careful. You want this one survivor out of here. Concentrating on the Priestess right now that can stun. That is going down with Blink though. But what? Alright, I actually think GR might take the 3 survivors out of there that they have. But still, that is so dangerous for 5HS again. We now have 3 survivors out of here. That means it is a tie in round 3, putting pressure on 5HS yet again, because round 4 is can be the match point that GR needs to win this entire tournament.
Exactly, Grizzly. And oh my goodness, for a moment there, I was worried for GR. Definitely a bit of relief for Yang M, in which case, of course, the dream would have been to have forced the tie in the second half so that they could actually clinch a round 3 win. But you know what? They're going to try to work with what they can. And I think at this point, given how the cookie has crumbled, what 5H's next goal is they want to win round 4 and round 5 just so that they could force it into an extra round. That's the circumstance that they need. Clearly, there is no more room. There is no universe where 5H's can rely on just
tying the round.
Exactly. They need to constantly start winning rounds if they want to stay in the game. But of course, for GR, still pretty good news. They can afford this draw that happened. And again, all they need to do is pull off a round win in round 4, and the crown is rightfully theirs.
Oh man, GR right there. Really, really... I can't. I just can't. It's crazy. It's crazy. GR really struggled. PPX really struggled to bring down the survivor side of 5HS right there. But then coming in with another 3 survivor escape right here, just saying, hey, that's okay. That's okay. You can have a good match against PPX, but PPX is not the only member of GR. We are also here. We are also here to defend our title, to get back on the throne. And there we saw it. 3 survivor escape as well on GR's side. It's so intense. First of all, that's something that I want to mention. I'm extremely happy, extremely excited we are getting into a 4th round, because we are going to see another mix up of survivors. We're going to see up another, change, maybe another change on the Hunter side as well. Man, I think that I'm not sure what we will see as Hunter this time. I'm not sure what we will see as Survivor this time. But for this match right here, 5HS as Wu Cheng was not really able to get a lot of survivors out of the game. They needed 1 survivor, and that actually happened. Enchantress was sent back to the manor. But the overall stats just speaks for themselves. Look at the kiting time. Everyone in GR was just doing a phenomenal job. Decoding, kiting, and just, having enough time to get 3 survivors out of there.
Yeah, and oh gosh, Grizzly, this is really good. Really, really should. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say it's a super close match just yet, since there is still a lot of risks, a lot of things that are working against 5HS right now. But it's this type of scenario that if you're hoping to go the full rounds, it's still a scenario that keeps you on the edge of your seat. Looking at the match results right here, as you can see, it's a work in progress. It's a work in
Look at
progress.
the shift. Yes. Look at the shift. We can see GR came in really strong. Had in the first round 6, second round only 5, third round only 4, and on the other side 5HS 2, 3, 4. There might be a shift happening very soon. Let's see if this trend keeps on going. Would be really interesting to see 5HS coming through in the long run. It would be absolute, that would be crazy, not gonna lie. I would love to see that, really putting pressure on GR right there. But again, pressure is higher on 5HS's end.
Absolutely. Here you have it, guys. That has been the conclusion of round 3. We'll be heading into round 4 in just a bit, but my oh my, how the tables are slowly turning. I don't really want to jinx it.
How the turntables.
Yeah. Exactly. And
that was I was hoping for something like that. I was really hoping for something like that. We talked about this before. We wanted to see a 4th round. We actually want to see a 5th round just because of the bans, because that is just making it so much more interesting. Not seeing the Dream Witch, not seeing the Bloody Queen over and over again. I mean, I love to see these top tier hunters going in with these characters, but it's just so much more interesting if there's someone coming in like Wu Cheng, and we just saw it. Fantastic gameplay on both sides right there. Really, managing to stand up against Wu Cheng on Leo's memory right there. Round 4. I'm excited.
I am very excited as well, Grizzly, because this is the how do I put it? It's something that we were both looking forward to, that more rounds not only means things getting more intense, but it also means this forces the players in a position where they have to dig deeper and deeper and deeper into their repertoire of characters. Now, let's go ahead and look at the number of bans that we're looking at. 4 survivors are going to be taken off the board. 3 hunters on the other side. That is a lot. So that said, yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, again, we talked about this so many times before. I just love, I was living up to this moment to see these top competitive players actually, out of the meta, out of the casual picks that we are seeing all of the time. So again, you said it, 4 survivor bans. What are they picking to ban? What are they, banning? What is the best choice right there? And what is the best choice on the survivor side to pick, therefore? Whew.
So nerve-wracking if you think about it. What I'm looking at right here, what I would love to see banned away is obviously Seer is going to be a staple. Mercenary for sure. I would love to see them finally take away Mechanic, to be honest, and then shake it up towards Forward, of course. Forward has been proving to be quite the go-to because of how reliable his crowd control is despite the risks. Hunter ban, sure. You already know the 2; those shall not be named. Other one will probably lean towards. I mean, both hunters favored Wu Cheng in round 3, so I'm not sure if Wu Cheng is ban worthy, though. To be honest, there are still other picks up in the air, so we'll just have to see.
Yeah, and I mean, both teams were doing absolutely fantastic on the survivor side when they went against Wu Cheng. Both teams were able to get 3 survivors out. So maybe they trust their skill to face Wu Cheng again and not ban Wu Cheng. But which character will they ban there for? That's going to be interesting to see. And on the survivor side, you've already mentioned it, Forward can be an absolute pain when it comes to the game. We have seen this several times. Fantastic forward plays. But now we also saw that there was a great use of the Enchantress. The Enchantress kiting around PPX right there. Maybe GR might be afraid that 5HS is coming in with another Enchantress that is this strong and might ban the Enchantress. But then again, Forward is also a really, really good character to consider to ban. We just have to wait and see. We are going into round 4 with a lot of, I hope, surprises waiting for us.
And another thing you have to take into account here, Grizzly, is it's funny that I'm only mentioning this now because it's something we highlighted towards day 1, but never really talked about because it was practically a non-factor over the previous days. But I think in a best of 5, it's really important. Legendary rules, Grizzly. We are playing in legendary rules right now, meaning another thing that these survivors are playing against is they have to make sure that going into a best of 5, they are proficient at playing every single survivor that is textbook to Identity 5, basically, especially the Identity 5 meta. Because if you miss out on proficiency on any one of those survivors, then you could be pretty much in a bad position if you can't play the legendary rules. That's the ruling that you're kind of forced into right now, given the large pool that we now have for survivors. This is where a lot of creativity, a lot of flexibility is coming into play. And I think if you're a team that has very limited options, then you would really want to close out early. But since we are heading into a round 4, this is really a position where these players have to show some level of flexibility, particularly the survivors more so. Since you're not only dealing with bans, you're also dealing with legendary rules. That's like so many counts of survivors that could instantly be made unavailable to you.
Yeah, right. That's absolutely true. I still think, as you already said, you want to stick with the meta bans. So therefore, we will see 3 survivors getting out of their mercenary mechanic and the seer, of course. Third pick, again, we have Forward on the table. Forward was getting banned quite often. We will see it in a few seconds. Will it be the Forward, or will they actually go for completely different bans? Since you can ban 4 survivors, this could enable a complete different setup for the Hunter right here. Let's see. Let's go. Round 4. We are coming. Again, if GR is winning round 4, they have decided this entire match for themselves. They will be the champions, and 5HS actually needs to get the victory. If they are just tying, that's not helping them. That is not helping them at all. That also means the victory for GR.
Oh man, Grizzly, it's crazy just thinking about it right now. But you know what? Nonetheless, this is the usual cue. In a few moments, one of these teams is going to be winning that trophy that you are seeing on your very screen, ladies and gents. And here we already have our Hunter in the seat. I believe we are looking at PPX kind of hidden behind there. Yeah, there you
go. Just concentrating on the screen, just concentrating on the game right there. I mean, I would love to take a peek at that screen. I would love to take a peek at the pick of the Hunter that he is deciding to go for. But, I mean, we will see that in a few seconds. We just have to be a little bit more patient. I am not patient. I want to see the game right now. But, you know, it's gonna be interesting. Let's see. We saw a wildling. What else can we expect during the finals? Round number 4, here we come. You already mentioned it. 4 survivors can be banned and 3 hunters.
Yeah, and there you go. Just making some final preps here, courtesy of our Identity 5 crew. Round 4, the intensity is on for both GR and 5HS. Gentlemen, ladies, children of all ages. Well, you can't really be a child until 18 years old. Ish, kinda. No, you actually transition to teens once you hit past. Anyway, oh my god, that's so much rambling. Regardless, you know what? Whoever you're rooting for, let us know in chat. Constantly give them their energy. Who knows? It's that bit of energy, that bit of a boost that gets to them, that their handlers will see and deliver to the team, that gives them that extra jolt to hopefully go all the way through this tournament. If you're rooting for GR, you want to see them close out into a round 4. If you want 5HS, you want to see them go full overtime, baby. Let's find out as these players chart their own course, chart their own destiny in the grand finals of COA.
Exactly. Let's see some cheers in the chat for your favorite teams. Type down GR or 5HS. Which team do you want to see on the throne after this tournament right here? Also, show some respect for the opponent's team that you might not be rooting for, but I mean, both of these teams made it this far, made it into the final match. Both of these teams definitely deserve our respect right here. They are putting up a great show, and I am just hoping that they will put up another fantastic round right here. You know, it's not that difficult for me to put it up because, you know, if you pick a Feaster, that's already a fantastic show. So guys, you see me too? Feaster would be great. But we gotta be patient. Again, we see the survivors right here are getting ready, and we see the hunter was getting ready. It's just a matter of moments, of seconds, until we see the picks and bans for round number 4.
Yeah, oh gosh. So from what we see, looks like the players are already poised and ready to go. Can't emphasize that trophy enough. And that is one heavy trophy. Not only one team, not only one person can carry that unless you're Popeye. But you know what? Finally, the wait is over. Let's head into the drafting. As you can see, 3 Hunter ban, 4 Survivor ban. I am living for this Grizzly. Let's see how far they go this time.
And there comes the meta Bloody Queen ban. Will we see the Dream Witch ban? Yes, we will. What will be the third character, the third hunter right there? What is 5HS afraid of when it comes to PPX on the Red Church? It is Wu Cheng. All right. Did not really see that coming, but I mean, PPX can be dangerous with every single hunter. Now, coming in with the bans, meta bans are Seer, Mercenary. Will we see the mechanic as well? We will see the Fort. I mean, reasonable, of course, reasonable. And the mechanic. Whew.
Okay. So, as I said, this is what I would have loved since you already have that 4 Survivor ban. Just take away mechanic already. Looking at the picks coming in from 5HS, very decisive. They already know what they're wanting to lock in. Grizzly, I'm actually going to agree with you this time, not because of the hopes, but I would love to see Feaster come in this time. I would really love to see Feaster. For the reason yeah.
I would really love to see Feaster too, obviously, but let's be honest, no matter which character comes in, it's actually the Spider. It is an interesting match that we are spectating now. PPX coming in with the Spider, we already saw that happening during the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament. Extremely scary, dangerous Spider, but we saw again an Enchantress in the game. Enchantress was really helping out 5HS to decide the last round. Let's see. I am rooting for both of these teams, to be honest. They are doing fantastic. I couldn't decide which I would like. Come on, we all want to see 5HS turning this around, but then we also know GR is just a champion for the last 2 tournaments. They are deserving it as well. It's so close. Who's gonna decide this round for themselves? Let's see. Let's jump into the game right here again. GR, PPX coming in with the Soul Weaver, and then we have 5HS coming in with Gravekeeper, with the Coordinator, the Enchantress, and the Priestess.
Oh my gosh, here we have it. Spider is on the roll. I am having throwbacks, flashbacks of COA 2. This was the, how do you put it? Prima ballerina of COA 2. This was the top pick at the time. We're bringing sexy back with Spider. Let's go ahead and see if PPX will prevail, in which case, with this particular pick.
Alright, here we have Ling on the run, trying to get to the church with the portals, and there we go. Very nice, buying some time right here by going through the portal, going through the window, and now transitioning to the graveyard, where we also have Lel on the Cypher machine. Let's see. Oh, Spider's coming in with this speed, with this dangerous speed, with this speed that you should not underestimate, because she can be faster than you are expecting, but just Ling utilizing these portals right there. It's beautiful to watch, but PPX giving the first hit to Ling. Ling putting up a really good kite right there if we look at the Cypher progress so far.
Oh!
Still.
Speaking of progress. Exactly. Progress is just speed through, and this is like perfection. for PPX right now. Not only does he lay down a survivor to a rocket chair early, but inside the basement to boot. This is going to be something that 5HS really needs to commit hard to towards a rescue. And PPX has the perfect setup right here. Anybody that steps in is going to have to deal with a rampaging spider going straight at them.
And PPX knows that there is a Gravekeeper in the game. We already saw the Gravekeeper is getting ready, was getting underground, most likely dropping down into the basement. There he dropped, took the hit though, made the rescue happening. Not body block, but taking the hit right there. Ling is getting able to get out of there. Oh, is actually using the okay, I thought it was going down into the basement again. No, it's getting out of there, and we have PPX concentrating on Ling. We have the Gravekeeper going down, that is for sure, but we see PPX just, focusing on this one survivor, wants to bring down Ling right there as soon as possible. Oh, that's a difficult situation for Ling. Don't take another web, because the web would bring you down as well. 2 Cypher Machine remains. We can also see that Lel is again getting in position with the coordinator. We saw a great rescue earlier, coming in, giving more time to Ling to get out of there, giving more time to everyone in the game to bring down more Cypher Machines. Let's see. Oh, look at the Cypher Machine. Look at this Arcticuno. They are actually coordinating themselves very good.
Yeah, 5HS is on a roll, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. Look at how fantastic, but unfortunately Ling will suffer another fall, but it's totally fine. It's totally workable. Only 1 Cypher remaining. They're already on the cave. They could still escape with some pretty healthy numbers here to start off this round 4 with a bang.
Dalong is slowly making his way to the rescue. That's at least what I saw over there. A little bit sneaky going around. Enchantress again. Enchantress, if she's taking a hit, she might get one of the stuns ready. There is the stun ready. What? Let's watch this. Let's just watch this. Patience is paying off right there. And there we can see the body block. There comes in the long stun. Fantastic. Just giving the priestess enough time to get out of there and giving the other survivors enough time to Cypher prime this Cypher right there. Woo! That is exciting. Great teamwork from 5HS. It's going down right here. Probably trying to go down in the pallet. That is a bait. That is a bait from Ling right there. She wants, priestess wants to go down in the pallet.
PPX already lagging. Yeah. But nonetheless, looking at Ling here, closing out the gap. But you know what? It's not really going to matter as hard. PPX just looking for the right timing in this case. Trying to, okay, there you go. That's a little bit of a fling right there, but Ling is still A-okay. Looks like they will pop the Cypher, in which case PPX, he's already speeding his way through. Ling, he's already gaining momentum. He's gaining speed. The tension is going to be beautiful for him. And fantastic kiting coming in from Ling. Big question is, can he make it out? Can he survive PPX? Let's find out. It's coming down.
That was a slow motion priestess right there. Really not able to get away from the hit. 3 survivors are already out of there. I just want to highlight that that was absolutely fantastic. PPX was trying to use the webs to bring down the priestess, and in case the cypher pop was happening, just, being able to strike again. 5HS making the perfect call, popping the cypher machine before someone was going down. Priestess just giving the team so much time, making this a 3 survivor escape again for 5HS. So that means what we want to see next is at least a tie. At least a tie from 5HS.
A tie, or actually, in fact, if they could go for the full round win, that would be hella better.
Yeah, thank you. Please, I would love to see that. But just to proceed into round 5, they only need to tie at this point. I think.
Right.
I think.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to double check the ruling on that, whether or not another draw. Because think about it. 2 wins for 5. Can they make a? Yeah, actually, technically, a tie would still be okay because if
Yeah.
they win round 5, it'll force it into overtime, and in overtime, they are forced to pull off a win. And then if they pull off the win, you look at the time as a result. So
Yeah.
yeah, very interesting circumstances that 5HS is working with, in which case they're basically in a position where, yeah, it's actually pretty hard if you think about it. It's still
I'm
not
just
totally in their favor just yet.
No, it's not in their favor yet, but I'm really crossing my fingers right there that 5HS, we already saw the trend. We already saw the trend. GR, they are not allowing GR to get as many points as they were allowing them to get in round 1, in round 2, and so on and so forth. And same thing, they are getting more points. And I want to see this trend. I want to keep this trend alive right there. I want to see 5HS coming in with another, let's say, 3 survivor, elimination. Doesn't, as what I want to say is, as long as we are saying or seeing around number 5, I am down. I'm absolutely down. I want to see another round. But now what we are seeing next is actually the second half of round 4, which will provide us another match with 4 bands on the survivor side, 3 bands on the hunter side. Everyone has to switch up their team a little bit. We saw a Soul Weaver in PPX's control. Yes, we did. And let's see what we can expect from 5HS on the hunter side this time.
Yeah, for 5HS, let's go ahead and talk about win conditions right now. Again, GR are in a position where they can potentially just close out by round 4. In which case, though, it's going to be really tricky because what they have to pull off is essentially 4 survivors out of the gate, putting them at 5 points, giving them the round win, and ultimately putting it over. That's basically what you need: 3 out of 5 wins to ultimately make you the grand champion of Call of the Abyss 3. Now, what 5HS are looking at to do, at least to push it into a round 5, is get a draw at most. However, if you get a
Exactly.
draw, it makes the circumstances more harder because you're working against needing to force it into an overtime and winning the over winning
I
the
mean,
overtime and getting the time. Now, if you get a win, that gives you a little bit more breathing
to
room,
play
at
with.
least heading into overtime, because it just forces you to need to win without needing to put time into consideration.
Very, very well said. Good calculation right there. Here we can see the match stats. 5HS, again, coming in with a really good survivor play right here. Look at this kiting time from Ling this time, 150 seconds. They're really stepping up the kiting time and the ability to take away so much time from the hunter to actually get 3 survivors out of the game through the exit gate. Now the question is, can they step up their game on the hunter side as well? They need to do that. They have to do that. They are facing the survivors of GR. That is going to be intense. I can promise you that. But we saw it before. We saw it before. If someone can come back, if someone can turn the tables, it is 5HS. I really, really hope they can surprise us yet again.
I really hope so, Grizzly. I really hope we get more rounds out of this. I hope we get a scenario where it goes the full throttle and it puts both teams in a position where they feel the pressure of the competition. Not that I wish ill on them, but just so that we really figure out who deserves that champion title come COA 3. Looking at the journey for both of these teams, 5HS really fought their way hard to make it to where they're at top 2. GR had an interesting time climbing. Again, they never found themselves in a position where they had to play a round 3, except for right now where it very well much went beyond round 3. Naturally, it would go to round 3. However, if you're a GR fan, based on how brilliant their performance was leading up to this finals, you would have expected, the hope would have been that GR would have closed out by round 3. However, that is not the case, ultimately breaking the trend of what their run was through Call of the Abyss 3. And as we're seeing, it's starting to wear them down a little bit because they don't really have the same resources that they have with the increment of bans that's happening on the survivor side plus legendary rules. We're seeing that in PPX's gameplay right now, where it's not becoming an easier task for him to land the number of survivors he normally does. Imagine all those flushes he got during the previous matches, but now he's in a position where he's actually starting to lose the halves when he's playing Hunter, and trust 5HS to bring us that surprise right here in the grand finals.
It is, you are very right. We saw that before. We saw that GR really coming in when it comes to PPX, really coming in with these clutches, bringing down the survivors quick, bringing down yesterday, for example, or earlier during this day, we saw 4 survivor eliminations left and right. It was crazy. It was absolutely outstanding. But now, you know, throughout these matches, Bloody Queen is out of the game. Dreamwitch is out of the game, thanks to the bans. It is more difficult for everyone, also for PPX. PPX, an absolutely outstanding hunter during the last 2 rounds, where was only able to get 1 survivor out of there. Again, if 5HS can keep up right here and 5HS's Yang can actually come up with more survivors that he can send out of the game back to the manor, that could be in favor for 5HS to actually, you know, turn everything around. Everything is still on the table. Everything is still possible for both teams. Of course, GR is a little bit of in an advantage spot right there. But man, oh man, I'm curious to see if 5HS can actually make it, or if GR will take home the throne, the trophy yet again.
Right. Oh gosh, it's been a long 4 days that we've had, and luckily we're getting a grand finals that is worthy of being called a grand finals, to be honest. I already expressed my worries earlier. I'm glad that those worries were ultimately dispelled. Now we're just waiting to head into our second half. As you can see, these breaks in between have been getting a little bit longer. It's not just because of the preparation on the
No, it's actually
stage,
because we want
but
to
also,
talk more.
Oh,
We
gosh.
asked if we asked if we can
Oh
have
my
more
god.
time on air.
Just maximizing the screen time, aren't we, Grizzly? But no,
Yeah.
also you have to take note that since things are getting more intense, the more these teams have to discuss what the strategy is going forward into these halves. I mean, sure, in the first half, second half, it's a no-brainer pretty much. Like I mentioned, we've already established what's the meta. But when you're in a position where you have to go out of your comfort zone, once you're in a position where you have to go off of the meta, that's when you really have to put critical thinking into play as far as what strategy, what play from the playbook you put into motion going into the best of 5. And here we have it finally, ladies and gents. On the stage are our players raring to go from the live venue at Happy Valley. This is crazy, Grizzly, and I'm so excited to see how this is going to progress. Again, win condition for GR. They need those 5 points if they want to win this round 4, but for 5HS, they have a lot of things working for them right now, for sure.
Ooh, and again, we have GR on the survivor side ready to get into it. GR survivor side throughout the entire tournament extremely strong, usually getting out of there with 3 survivors, and that is something that 5HS wants to prevent right here. Really wants to prevent 3 survivors to get out of the game. We can see Yang is getting ready for the Hunter pick. Again, the rules are pretty simple. We have round number 4, we have 4 survivor bands, we have 3 hunter bands. Let's see what they're picking. We are jumping into the match in a few seconds. Look at these players right here. Even after such a long day, after such an intense day with so much pressure on their shoulders, they are still focused, they are calm, they know what is on the line, and they are ready to get into this match.
Oh my gosh. Yang M. This is really... I gotta commend this guy. He's been keeping us cool throughout the series so far. And I'm just glad to see that he's finally found his bearings in this tournament, a worthy adversary for PPX this time around. It's a new rivalry that we're looking at in the works here for this grand finals. And you know what? Straight to the bans we go, Grizzly. Drafting phase is on. There you have it. Dreamwitch, Bloody Queen as well as Photographer are off. Wait a minute.
All right. Yes, yes, absolutely. Our lovely photo boy right here is getting banned. That is, you know, putting room for other hunters to be played. Very, very nice to see. A photographer can be a strong hunter. We saw Yang can utilize the hunter extremely good. Let's see. We have a forward and a priestess ban, an enchantress ban right there, allowing GR's 5, 6, 7 to go for mechanic. Yet again, we have coordinator, priestess, and gravekeeper. What are we seeing on 5HS's hunter side? What will be the hunter that comes to the Red Church map against GR?
Oh my gosh. Are we going to see another Wu Chang? It's up in the open. They did decide to take away Photographer.
Yes.
Yep. Indeed.
It is another Wu Chang. Again, we saw GR competing against 5HS's Wu Chang earlier in the round before, and they were able to get 3 survivors out of the game. That is exactly what GR is going for right now. 3 survivors out of the game would be extremely beneficial for GR right here. But of course, 5HS knows what is going on right there, knows what is on the line. I mean, if you want to be the best of the best, you need to get survivors out of there right now. So let's jump right into the match.
Oh gosh. Yep. Into the match we go, Grizzly. Round 4, second half, 5HS versus GR. Lovely Wu Chang coming into play once again for Yang. Let's see if it could step it up a notch going into this one.
Going for the priestess right away might be a good pick, but is actually trying to find, I mean, we had 5HS allowing 6, 5, 7 to go for the mechanic. So what I think is that 5HS Yang really wants to find the mechanic right away. There we can see trying to scare off the coordinator from that Cypher machine for a while. And actually, going for the coordinator right here. I expected him to, you know, focus on the on 5, 6, 7 right here. Missing these swings. Had 1 hit on the coordinator, but coordinator is not making it easy for Yang. Coordinator is not giving it to Yang.
Yang is missing out quite a bit here, but luckily does manage to close the gap once again. Take note that pallet has it down. F is trying to work with it. Oh, does it find its landing? Looks like F struggling a bit there, but should be a-okay. Yang is starting to go for the kill, though. As we careful, pallet drop will come in once again. Oh, that is really going to be a pain for Wu Chang.
It really is. We can see F putting up a fantastic fight against Wu Chang right here, against Yang's Wu Chang. Really enabling the team to bring down a bunch of Cypher machines. We are already down to 4 Cypher machines now, tricking with the umbrella, making F use the flare gun. Flare gun is now out of the game. Coordinator can now not protect herself anymore. Skill is gone, and there comes a really nicely timed bell and enabling Yang to hit F again and bring him on the rocket chair. Alright, coordinator is on the rocket chair. First survivor, first time. Don't has the flare gun anymore. Let's see what the rest of the team is doing to, you know, rescue F from the rocket chair and to make this a fantastic match for them. Or is 5HS just putting a lot of pressure on everyone? Let's see. Still 4 Cypher machines up.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Here we have it. F is on the run. Progress in terms of Cypher, sure, 3 Cyphers. Pretty decent so far for GR, at least getting a lot done. But unfortunately, F, again, going to be falling right here to the switch.
Look at these Cypher machines. Look at them go. 2 more Cypher machines remaining. Of course, with the mechanic, there will be a fast decoding progress. We have F on the rocket chair for the second time. We have the doll taking the attention of Yang right here. Really concentrating on the doll, trying to, you know, see where the mechanic is now. And there comes MKK using that time to get to the chair. 1 Cypher machine remaining. We have Wavekeeper taking a hit, but no, didn't. Oh, of course, yeah. Used the skill, taking the hit again, going for the rescue right there. And what we are seeing right now is a fantastic play from GR, putting a lot of pressure on Yang. We have all these survivors up and running, and we only have one more Cypher machine that is needed to be primed. Not really sure if that Cypher machine isn't already primed. We can see the Priestess working on it right now. Ooh, tough situation for 5HS right here.
Yeah, it's gonna be really, really close right now. It can still go either way. GR, they want to go in strong. They want to try to get 4 survivors out of the gate, but it's such a monumental task that they're dealing with right now. There you go. It's finally been proc. Everyone is up and healthy, but it's gonna be quite the bumpy ride. Yang Emi's trying to find the hit, but no, misses out. Tries to go for one more. Oh my goodness!
Such a good hit right there, but of course he knows he has to protect the gates right now. He wants to make this at least a tie. We already said before that would be fantastic for 5HS. There we go, finally finds the mechanic right here. But can that... GR again putting a lot of pressure, opening up the exit gates already. We have LPC laying on the ground, but is getting up right as we speak. Will this be a 3, if not even a 4 survivor escape? 5, 6, 7 is taking the hit right here. Okay, what is Yang doing right now? Can't really do anything. He can't really do anything. This is the victory for GR, deciding this round to be a tie. Ooh, that is it. That is it. There is no comeback. There is absolutely no way to come back from this for 5HS, since the first and the second round goes to GR and the third and the fourth round are ties. No way for 5HS to actually get more victories in here. No way that we are seeing a 5th round. Sadly not seeing a 5th round, but I am also extremely happy for GR. Do you see them? They did it. They know that they did it. They got it. Look at them. They are ready to take the trophy that they well deserved right there. Coming into this tournament yet again. It is another year, another victory for GR. Congratulations.
You know, it is such a shame that they don't have a live audience to, really cheer them on. But you know what? It doesn't matter. They know that they have so much love, so much support for them. And the fact that they managed to pull a 3-peat. Take note, ladies and gents, 3-time Call of the Abyss champions that you're looking at right here. And it is ultimately GR. So well deserved after winning 2 rounds along with 2 draws. That sealed the deal. Still, nonetheless, great job as well to 5HS. They fought really hard. They proved to be worthy opponents for GR. But at the end of the day, we're looking at your Call of the Abyss champions. GR of the Chinese.
Again, congratulations to all of the teams who made it this far. We had 16, or rather 15 teams competing against each other, fighting for the #1 spot. Right now we can see Team GR on the champion throne yet again. Winner of Call of the Abyss 3, just putting out an absolutely amazing performance. Was deciding the first 2 rounds during the final match for themselves and was also able to tie round 3 and round 4, making it impossible for 5HS to catch up. That is it. That's the conclusion of the entire tournament. This is the moment we have all been waiting for, to see the top players fight it out on stage right here. Congratulations, GR. Well deserved. PPX just showing off his skill yet again, as well as the entire team on the survivor side doing a fantastic job. Congratulations from us all. That was fantastic.
Yeah, in which case, a recap of the scoring, a little bit of a miscalculation we made right there. Yeah, the only condition that 5HS actually had going into that round 4 was they had to win that round 4. A draw technically doesn't merit needing to push it into a
They had to get a draw during the second half.
Yeah, exactly. No, I don't think even actually a draw. They needed that draw. for a second out. They needed a 2-2 basically just to clear the air right there. But yeah, at the end of the day, with everything corrected, with everything summed up, we have our champions. Who would have thought, Grizzly? 3-time champions that we're looking at right here. But you know what? Given the performance that we saw right from the get-go to the quarterfinals, leading up to the grand finals, it's very well deserved. And of course, here we have right here the official awarding of the medals to our victors, along with that super heavy trophy that they already lifted earlier. It's a really, really happy time for GR fans. I mean, we saw how crazy the fans are, how much love and support that they give to the teams. It's such a shame that the fans couldn't extend their love to GR in person, but I'm pretty sure GR knows that with the warm support that they have from the Chinese community as well as their international fans, they are not alone on the stage. They are one with all their followers, their supporters in this, and there you have it, champions right there. So glad to be witnessing history right here, and so glad to be sharing this moment with you as well, Grizzly, as my partner.
Wow, that was absolutely outstanding, and we saw that the game producer Sylar Pan actually handing out the medals, handing out the trophy and the huge prize money for the champions right here. Absolutely fantastic. Just to translate this into US dollars for you guys, this is around 100,000 US dollars for the winning team for GR, which is, oh my god, well deserved, huge prize pool. Absolutely fantastic tournament that Identity 5 was setting up for the contestants as well as for us, the audience, the casters, the team in the background. Fantastic tournament that we saw. Perfect ending of this day 4. We have the winner, we have GR right here. Everyone else during this tournament was well deserved to be there. The top 16 teams. Congratulations to all, but there can only be one champion, and it is yet again GR.
Yes, and here you have it, the highlights of what ultimately made the last few hours of Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals. It has been such a great experience, and we are so thrilled as your casters to be able to share this moment, this broadcast with the audience. Viewers, you guys have been phenomenal. It's been fun interacting with you in chat. Hopefully we get to interact with you guys all the more outside of Call of the Abyss 3. I'm pretty sure not only myself, not only Grizzly, but even Poch and Sylar are going to be making the effort to continue to stay active in the community. But you know what, Grizzly? Let's go ahead and look at the epic highlights that led up to the even more epic moment that was the victory of GR. Okay, I guess. Okay, yeah, I'm back there.
I think we just have a highlight reel during the entire tournament right here, seeing these best plays from each team right here. We just saw MW's performance. Fantastic job. Again, we have to compliment all of these teams right here because they made it so far to be one of the top 16 teams in the entire world. Whew, look at these happy players right there. Just, you know, when something works out, when you maybe turn the tables for yourself, it can be so rewarding. We can see 5HS right there making their way to the top. Not reaching the champion spot, but still being the second best team in the entire world. We have to say they all gave us an extremely wonderful journey, an extremely exciting journey during these 4 days. Fully packed with amazing matches. Great job again, GR right here, winners of this tournament.
Absolutely, and I am just really looking forward to what is in store for this team. Again, if you recall from the announcements, we are going to be having an Identity 5 League in China where we will get to see not only GR, but probably most likely all the teams from the Chinese region that participated in COA 3. It's great that we have more consistent tournaments happening in China, maybe even more so in other regions one day. I mean, I know you, Grizzly, are going to be casting again in a tournament you guys are cooking up next weekend. And of course, me, Poch, and Sylar are going to be doing our own efforts here for Southeast Asia, not just for the Philippines. We're hoping to include Thailand and all the other countries that encompass our region as well.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. That was just 4 beautifully days that we had right here. Excitement everywhere. It was... Look at GR right there. They are happy. They are happy. They got it. They made it yet again. 5HS was really putting pressure on them after their first 2 rounds were over, but still GR just, keeping a cool head, making it to the top yet again. I am excited. I am really excited to see what is coming in the future. There will be more tournaments. There will also be more updates. We already heard it in Sylar's speech today. More crossovers, more characters, more maps, more things that we can look forward to see during the next Call of the Abyss 4 tournament next year.
Yeah, this is really exciting. Oh man, I'm really happy to see our champions. But yeah, that concludes our broadcast, Grizzly. I mean, there's not really much else to say. Do you have any final message? I guess maybe we still have some other windows to show, but while we're waiting for if there's anything else needed to showcase to our audience, do you have any message? It's been an epic 4 days working with you guys. Let's start off with you, man.
It was beautiful to be here. It was an absolutely wonderful experience for me to be here and to go through these 4 days. We saw these top players. We already congratulated all of them. Everyone was well deserved there. But I also want to say thank you to the audience. I was spectating the chat almost the entire time. So even if I am casting right here, every now and then I was sneaking in a little heart in the chat just to let you guys know that I am seeing you. And I saw that there was a lot of support, not only for the teams, also for the casters. There was a lot of understanding if there was like a technical issue appearing during the stream. So I want to thank you guys for watching the stream, to be that you were here with us these entire 4 days, and that you all kept it so absolutely lovely in the chat. Thank you for
Yeah.
being here, and thank you for cheering for everyone.
Yep. And I guess for me, thank you as well, guys, for tuning in. It's been great being able to cast for Identity 5. I remember during COA 2, it was such a warm welcome. I'm glad that we got an even stronger, warmer welcome going into COA 3. And I'm glad that you guys support our newer talents as well, Poch as well. So you can expect that you will be seeing much more from them in the future. And I'm so happy because I'm going to be taking a break from casting, actually. It's probably going to be my last broadcast in a while. But rest assured, if there's any Identity 5 tournaments in the future that I get invited to, I will for sure be casting. But yeah, I mean, it's very bittersweet for me. Really gonna miss this, but I'm glad that I got to share this experience with you guys. Also like to thank, of course, the Identity 5 team for having us. And I cannot stress enough how thankful I am to the viewers. You guys are awesome. Identity 5 community is one of the best. Sure, we have a few nuts and bolts every now and then, but in comparison to all the esports titles I've worked in, you guys are probably the best community I work with. No joke whatsoever. It's it's a really great experience at the end of the day. Thank you so much. And
I can only agree. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is it, Grizzly. It's really it. We're gonna be saying our final farewell for Call of the Abyss 4. So, um, with all said and done, on behalf of the Identity 5 team, with many thanks to our official exclusive sponsor, Happy Valley, we have been your casters. I am Arcticuno. With me, pointing the wrong way, is the Gaming Grizzly, and this is, for one last time, the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals. We can't wait to see you guys again during the fourth COA, which was already announced. But for the meantime, we wish you all a great night. Please stay safe, and we can't wait to bring you more Identity 5 action in the future. Have a fantastic time playing, guys. See you soon.